When? Uh, Potentially. Hang on. Give it like 30 seconds for Twitch to start, but it might be. It's not going to Twitch yet. Also, put Trump instead of president. Trump is more searchable.
Okay. It's probably
And also
coward in the
put
title.
put Trump and put Trump tacos. If you're gonna say chicken out, because I've already seen multiple viral videos with that type of title.
I should not capitalize his name just because that's petty.
The late great Hannibal Lecter. I wonder if this.
Why is it not working?
Maybe we got banned. It's only a matter of time.
Come on, Twitch. It's not activating. You're going to have to try it. It's literally
Yeah.
not turning on for me.
Yeah, it was on.
Great.
You get any emails from him?
No? Why would I get an
Okay.
email?
Tell you that your account's banned.
No, I checked the account. It's still there.
Okay, hang
It's
on.
restream. It is not activating.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna re-add it.
Like it turns on and then it just says offline. I
I'll
click off and it's
reactivate.
gone.
I'll reactivate it. It's sometimes when we do the movie stream, it fucks up the links. Remember, I was doing that with YouTube. I don't know if I have the login. Hopefully, it just automatically does it.
How is she so calm with a fucking cockroach crawling on her? One that flies. That's disgusting. Stupid bearded dragon.
I'm clicking authorize, and it's just not doing anything. Let's try it now. An error occurred.
Great. Refreshing.
Sending data. Streaming. There it goes.
Finally?
Yeah. I just had to re-edit. You know how it will be sometimes when we disconnect on movie days. Okay, I gotta refresh too. Check. Okay. Remember what I said? It's not like the war's actually gonna end. I mean, look at how many peace talks there was with Israel.
No, exactly.
And how's that going, you know? But like, especially now, it's so funny because the leverage Iran has is insane. Like
Yeah.
you literally could not have set it up with better leverage.
Yeah, Trump is
And now that
objectively
you're
a
folding,
fucking
it just
moron.
shows and like also it shows that they have power over the UAE and all these other countries too, because those countries didn't do shit to Iran.
Yeah.
So, and now you have an even more radical guy in there who's
Pretty cool.
going to be extra pissed because someone just killed his whole family.
Yeah.
You know, you could have just let a grandpa die. Well, pretty confident it was Israel who hit him with the strikes, right? And like also, so we'll go over it, but you know, like Trump has been saying that there's negotiations going on, but he won't say with who.
Yeah,
Okay.
he says some top people.
So there's two things that I think, and you let me know if you can think of another thing that's going on there. One, he's just making shit up.
Yep.
Two, he doesn't want to say who it is because he's scared Israel will kill them.
That's pretty funny. Maybe it's someone that they've publicly denounced. That would look bad. Can't have that. I feel like the second option is much more likely.
You think?
Yeah. He wasn't too happy with their threat and attacking the fields and shit. So maybe.
The war has been won. The only one who likes to keep going is the fake news. Okay, is this what we're really gonna do? There's no war while we're bombing people. There's no war.
No, there is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Also, I thought it wasn't a war.
It's not. It's a special military operation.
Oh, but that's the thing is he's too stupid to fucking
Maintain that
yeah.
narrative. It's just a special military operation. We're not doing anything more. Boots on the ground. Love it.
You ever watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, or were you too young?
I've watched a little bit.
It's it's got like it takes a little while to build up,
Mm-hmm.
but and then I think like the like last tail end isn't that great, but like the middle to like first half of the end
Mm-hmm.
season, so like the middle of the show all the way to the last season is really fucking good. But like there's this one episode that's like it's like a filler episode where they
Okay.
just find like a library in the sand and there's like an owl there. And
Okay.
like I just remember this episode really irritating me because it wasted my time.
It's pretty funny. Oh, that's right. We are bombing Korea.
What did Korea even do?
Don't know. She waged war on us.
Oh,
It's her
in
own
the
fault.
game. That we were talking about Kim Jong Un.
No.
Okay. You want to do Instagram?
Can do that.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Iranian officials are denying President Trump's claims his envoys have had very good and productive conversations with their Iranian counterparts. On Monday, Iran's foreign ministry said there had been no dialogue between the U.S. and Iran, with the top official stating Trump, quote, retreated after hearing that our targets would be all power plants in West Asia, unquote. Iran's denials Monday came as President Trump continued to insist Iran had reached out to him and that talks are going, quote, perfectly.
So they called. I didn't call. They called.
Hold on.
They want to make a deal. And
You checked that Syria episode, right?
Yeah, why?
Nothing, just somebody commented on it. They said, where is it? Shame Sean's mic isn't set up and it cuts him out.
It's fine. There might be some parts where it clips because we're talking over each other,
Yeah.
but
And then
that's
somebody with the name Socialism W, who funds ISIS, they said.
who funds ISIS.
So I'm gonna, real quick, I'm gonna link our video on how ISIS gets their guns.
That's funny.
It's so funny, like, cause I guarantee you they haven't even like watched the episode, you know,
Uh,
because like there's very few people more knowledgeable than me on this topic, and we just so happen to be talking to the person who is way more knowledgeable than me on this topic, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, your response here is appropriate to this comment on one of your Altered Body episodes. What? That is an appropriate response.
Yeah, they said something weird about Jews or something.
This person that commented about the mic is one of our
Yeah.
patrons.
God damn it.
We
what
did
was-
have quite a few technical difficulties. So like, for having it like how it is, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Could have been
so-
much worse.
Well, I mean, I just cut out the beginning.
Mm.
There we go. Replying with a YouTube link where I'm the source. Suck my dick. Okay, I just need my YouTube link.
We are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal, and there's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons.
Trump insisted he'd been in contact with a top and respected Iranian official, but refused to name the person.
I just
saying
realized
only
you said
it wasn't
Trump tacos out. So Trump always chickens outs.
Well, it also says Trump. So how
You said it,
pedantic
not
do you
Dick
want to
Girl, By
get?
the way,
Because I was happy with my last one.
you're right.
You wanted
You're
to
right.
change
You're
it.
right. You're right. You got me there.
You wanted to change it. My
No.
title was perfect.
No, it's fine. I was just fucking around. I don't care.
Iran's new supreme leader,
President Chicken.
Moshtaba Khamenei. Trump also
But I
said
think it
he
might have
would
been the word
jointly
coward
control the
that
Strait of
blocked
Hormuz
Twitch
personally,
initially.
No, I think
along with
because
quote,
I
whoever the
because
next
like I even had trouble getting it to reauthorize to restream. It's just one of those because like before it was doing it with the YouTube where we had to completely disconnect it on the after
Yeah.
a Monday. It's just one of those things.
Ayatollah is, unquote. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel are continuing airstrikes across Iran, where the government says more than 1,500 civilians have been killed since February 28th. Huge explosions were reported overnight in Tehran, while other airstrikes targeted the cities of Tabriz,
Oh, hey,
Isfahan,
a great
and Karaj,
writer
as
is still
well as
around,
2
okay.
gas facilities and a pipeline. In Israel, Iranian missiles struck several areas of Tel Aviv, injuring several people and setting buildings and cars on fire. Elsewhere, Iranian missiles and drones targeted Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. We'll have more on the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran after headlines with the former Israeli negotiator, Daniel Levy. In Lebanon, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says his forces will establish a so-called security zone stretching to the Litani River, cutting off Lebanon south from the rest of
Right.
Lebanon, while indefinitely displacing hundreds of thousands of residents who've been ordered to evacuate their homes. On Monday, Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich said Israel should annex southern Lebanon, with the Litani River as Israel's new northern border.
Great.
Meanwhile, there's been no let-up
I
in
bet you
Israeli
don't.
airstrikes. Earlier today, Israel bombed a residential apartment in the capital Beirut, killing at least 3 people, including a 3-year-old girl. Israel also blew up a bridge in the western Bekaa Valley. This is Ali Attar, a local official who survived an Israeli strike on the town of Chat.
After fasting, we were having dinner. All we heard was a strike, a huge boom, and the roar of aircraft. It left. We went outside to see what had happened. When we got here, we found people collecting body parts from the building. The building had nothing in it. Nothing at all.
The climate
except
accords failed.
civilians living there.
Lebanon's health ministry
Did
reports
they?
Israeli attacks
I
have
still
killed
have
more than
climate accords.
1,000 people in Lebanon since early March. More than a
said failed.
million are displaced. In Gaza, local and international media outlets report Israeli
Weird.
forces tortured a Palestinian toddler to coerce a confession from his
Very
father.
cool.
According to reports, the child's father, Osama Abu Nasser, was detained near the Al-Maghazi refugee camp Saturday after he came under fire from Israeli soldiers. He was forced to approach an Israeli checkpoint where he was separated from his 18-month-old son, stripped naked and forced to watch as soldiers used a cigarette to burn one of the toddler's legs while using a nail puncture to the other. This comes
Right.
as a new report published by a UN expert on Palestine.
Moral
How about
army.
Israel's systematic
Most
moral army.
Palestinians on a scale
How about we
that, quote,
hang,
suggests
draw, and quarter
collective
these cunts?
vengeance and destructive
Bring back some
intent,
medieval shit.
unquote. This is Francesca Albanese, UN Special
Love this
Rapporteur on the
chick. She's
occupied
great.
Palestinian territory.
Since October 2023, torture has effectively become state policy, sustained by a torturous culture that is socially produced, politically defended and publicly normalized. The proposed bill on the death penalty for Palestinian detainees marks yet another dangerous escalation. Have therefore recommended that those responsible, including senior officials such as Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, and Israel Katz, be investigated and, where warranted, that arrest warrants be issued.
In Cuba, an estimated 11,000 children are awaiting surgery as a U.S. fuel
Don't worry,
blockade is
Hassan will
pushing
help them.
hospitals to the brink amidst worsening blackouts and supply shortages. Cuba's Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernando de Casio said in an interview with NBC's Meet the Press Sunday more than 96,000 Cubans are in need of surgery, but hospitals have been forced to suspend some medical procedures due to limited electricity and as they run out of supplies like syringes and antibiotics. Cuban officials have condemned Trump's intensifying siege on Cuba as energy asphyxiation, as the island has not received any oil imports in more than 3 months, reducing its fuel supply by about 90%. UN experts have condemned the U.S. blockade on Cuba as a violation of international law. In Washington, D.C., Oklahoma Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen has been confirmed as Homeland Security Secretary, installing another Trump loyalist to oversee mass immigration raids and deportations. Mullen was Trump's pick to replace Kristi Noem, who was fired earlier this month. Mullen was confirmed in a 54-45 Senate vote. Republican Senator Rand Paul broke from his party to vote against Mullen. The two clashed at Mullen's confirmation
He's
hearing
not an
last week, with
independent?
Paul referring to Mullen as a freaking snake,
Who?
unquote. Meanwhile,
Rand
two
Paul.
Democrats join
he's
Republicans in
Republican.
backing Mullen. Senators
I
John
don't understand why
Fetterman
he's not
of
independent.
Pennsylvania and Martin Heinrich of
Like,
New
man up.
Mexico. Mullen's
Bernie
confirmation
Sanders isn't
comes
a
as
Democrat.
lawmakers warn a DHS partial shutdown could drag into April. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, ICE agents, deployed to more than a dozen airports across the U.S. on Monday amidst persistent staffing shortages within the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, caused
that's
by
what
the
it stands for?
prolonged partial government shutdown.
Never bothered
TSA
to look.
workers have gone without pay for more than a month, leading many to call in sick or resign. That's led to wait times of up to 6 hours at some airport security lines. This is Pascual Contreras, a union member and TSA worker in Phoenix's Sky Harbor International Airport.
On a personal level, I don't think we need them here. We need to be paid. Why would you bring another agency to be TSA when you already have TSA? What I'm getting from some of the officers is that they're just in the way. Now we're on top of having the heavy burden. Now we have to train them in how we do our job.
Later in the broadcast, we'll speak with ICE. We'll speak with a TSA worker, union steward in Boise, Idaho. Meanwhile, videos have emerged of ICE agents in plain clothes violently detaining a woman on Sunday inside San Francisco International Airport in front of her daughter. The woman, who's from Guatemala, is seen crying as agents pin her down before dragging and restraining her in a wheelchair. Her daughter was also reportedly in custody as the ICE agents were enforcing a removal order. Bystanders are heard asking the agents to identify themselves, with the officers refusing to say their names or show their badges. The Supreme Court appears poised to overturn a Mississippi law allowing mail-in ballots to be counted as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. On Monday, the court's right-wing majority appeared to reject arguments that mail-in ballots are consistent with federal election laws because voters make their final choices by Election Day. More than 24 states have similar laws, meaning the Supreme Court's ruling expected by June or July could have a big impact on November's midterm elections. Meanwhile, Postmaster General David Steiner is warning the U.S. Postal Service is running out of money and might stop delivering mail by next February unless Congress changes a federal law that caps the agency's borrowing limit at $15 billion. USPS has operated with a deficit almost every fiscal year since 2007. Hawaii's governor has asked the White House for a presidential major disaster declaration after heavy rains and floodwaters forced thousands of people to evacuate their homes on the north shore of Oahu. It's the worst flooding Hawaii has seen in more than 20 years. In North America, a rapid analysis of this month's early spring heat wave by World Weather Attribution has found record-shattering triple-digit March temperatures across the southwestern U.S. would have been virtually impossible if not for climate change. On Monday, the United Nations warned in a new report that concentrations of greenhouse gases have reached all-time highs, with the climate, quote, more out of balance than at any time in
No way.
observed
It's almost like
history,
they
unquote.
are pushing data
Cole
centers
Barrett
and
of the World
coal.
Meteorological Organization
Crazy.
said the report confirms 2025 was at least the third hottest year on record.
Let's go!
1.43 degrees
High
C
score.
above the 1850 to 1900 baseline. Between 2015 and 2025, we experienced the hottest 11 years on record. In 2025, our glaciers continued to retreat and ice continued to melt. The warming ocean and melting
Climate change
land-based
isn't real.
ice
Candace
are
Owens said so.
driving the long-term rise
Dinosaurs
in
are fake
global
and gay.
mean sea level rise.
And here in New York,
She's a
nearly
liberal, according to Tim
1,000
Pool, so-
unionized full-time
Yeah, massive liberal.
faculty members at New York University have gone on strike, calling for higher wages, job stability, and for the school to address heavy workloads. The non-tenured faculty members are represented by the Contract Faculty United UAW union, which had been negotiating with NYU's administration for a fair contract that would address pay inequities between non-tenured and tenured staff. The CFU-UAW said on social media, quote, "We're dismayed that the administration prefers the disruption of a strike to settling a fair contract," unquote. Classes have not been canceled. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Thanks, Amy.
Hi, Amy. I would say it's been going on longer than that.
I can't
At
hear.
least since the summer.
Can't hear. Did you nuke one of those cities?
Yeah, a while ago.
Thousand troops. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The
Hi, Amy.
U.S.-Israeli war in Iran enters its 26th day. As the
I'd say
Pentagon
it's been going
reports,
on
as many
longer
as
than that.
3,000 U.S. paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division are expected to be deployed, in addition to the 50,000 troops already present in the Middle East.
Oh my
President
God.
Trump Tuesday claimed negotiations to end the war are happening right now and that Iran
I'm building
agreed
a
to
wonder.
never have a nuclear weapon. He also touted a
Why?
significant present from Iran.
It's one of the ones that I've
without
never built before.
did something
I don't know what I
yesterday
did
that
to
was
qualify
amazing,
to
actually.
get it there, but
Gave us a
What
present.
is it?
And
The
present
research
arrived
station?
today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us. And they said they were going to give it.
Iran flat out denied it's negotiating with the United States. That's despite reports President Trump is seeking a month-long ceasefire to discuss his 15-point plan to end the war. Pakistani officials confirmed this morning Iran had received Trump's 15-point ceasefire proposal. This is Ibrahim Zulfikari, the spokesperson
we're about to get
for Iran's
banned for
Joint
showing
Military
terrorist
Command.
propaganda. Can't
As the
be
level
showing
of your internal
terrorism.
discord reach the point where you are negotiating with yourselves, there will be neither any sign of your investments in the region, nor will you see previous energy and oil prices until you understand this.
It's pretty funny.
Stability in the region is guaranteed by the powerful hand of our armed forces.
This comes as Mohammad Bagher Zolqadr was appointed as Iran's new security chief, replacing Ali Larijani, who Israel killed in an attack last week. Meanwhile, Israel and Iran continue to exchange airstrikes as the Israeli military says it needs several more weeks of fighting to complete
Yeah, I
its
know.
war goals
I'm
in
only the
Iran.
ugly girl.
Two
I don't know why
Israeli
Jack's
military
allowing him to be an
officials
ugly
told
girl,
NPR
too.
Tuesday. The International
didn't
Atomic
even
Energy
say it.
Agency says it's been informed by Iran that a projectile struck the premises of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Iran's armed forces say they've carried out drone attacks targeting a facility of Israel's Rafael weapons firm in Haifa.
Nice.
Iran continues to launch retaliatory strikes against Gulf nations hosting U.S. military bases. Bahrain and Saudi Arabia intercepted missiles and drones today. In Kuwait, drones targeted a fuel tank at Kuwait International Airport, causing a fire. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports Saudi Arabia's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has been pushing President Trump to continue the war. The Wall Street Journal reports both the UAE and Saudi Arabia are getting closer to a decision to join U.S. attacks.
Oh my God, do not.
Philippines has declared a national energy emergency in response
That's
to the
almost as
US-Israeli
bad as
war in
fucking
Iran. It comes as
Azerbaijan
transport
invading.
workers, commuters, and consumer groups in the Philippines plan
Philippines.
to hold a two-day strike starting tomorrow to protest the increase in fuel prices. Philippines imports 90% of its oil from the Middle East. Meanwhile, South Korea launched a campaign to save energy nationwide Tuesday, urging people to take shorter showers, ride bicycles for short trips, avoid charging phones and electric vehicles at night, and to use washing machines and
don't
vacuum
move
cleaners
me.
only on weekends. South
I wasn't
Korea
done over
imports
there.
around 70% of its crude oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has effectively blocked in response to the U.S.-Israeli bombardment.
A canal, huh?
Lebanon
Fuck it.
expelled Iran's newly appointed ambassador to Lebanon Tuesday. Hezbollah, which receives funding from Iran, called it a, quote, grave national and strategic mistake, unquote. This comes as Israel says it plans to seize parts of southern Lebanon to create what it called a defensive buffer against Hezbollah. The Israeli military continues to bomb bridges and demolish homes in southern Lebanon. Lebanese authorities say Israeli attacks have killed more than 1,000 people since March 2nd, and more than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. On Tuesday, the United Nations condemned Israel's war on Lebanon.
Yes, we worry about the increased rhetoric that we're seeing. We
Great
worry
God
about
of the ants.
the continuing military activity that we're seeing. The territorial integrity of Lebanon needs to be respected. The government of Lebanon needs to be respected.
Russia launched a huge wave of nearly
That's-
1,000 drones at Ukraine, killing at least 7 people Tuesday. The rare daytime assault struck several civilian sites, including a 16th century church in Lviv, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This comes as Russia said last week that talks on ending the war in Ukraine were on a, quote, situational pause because of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. A report by the New York Times has revealed new details about the violent arrest of an immigrant woman from Guatemala and her 9-year-old daughter inside the San Francisco International Airport Sunday. Documents obtained by the Times show the TSA,
Wow, she's flubbing all her words today, huh?
has been sharing personal information with
today.
ICE about domestic airport travelers who may have deportation orders. Angelina Lopez Jimenez and her daughter Wendy Godinez Lopez were reportedly flagged by TSA to ICE when they appeared on a passenger list. The mother and daughter first came to the U.S. in 2018. They were put on a deportation flight bound for Guatemala on Tuesday after videos of the incident went viral. The Trump administration deployed ICE agents to over a dozen airports nationwide Monday amidst persistent staffing shortages within TSA caused by the partial government shutdown. TSA workers have gone without pay for more than a month as Congress continues to debate a funding deal for the Department of Homeland Security. At least 450 TSA officers have quit their jobs since the partial shutdown began on February 14th. CNN's reporting pilots repeatedly pleaded with NASA's aviation safety reporting system to address safety concerns at New York's LaGuardia Airport for months before a deadly airplane crash Sunday left 2 people dead. Last summer, a pilot wrote to the agency to, quote, please do something after
them
air
comparing
traffic
her to the
controllers at
Cart
LaGuardia
Titan?
reportedly failed to
Very
disclose
funny.
that other airplanes were nearby. Similar reports issued just
Might not be the
months
Japanese
apart
artists
also
specifically,
described
but
how
Japanese
LaGuardia air
people.
traffic controllers issued inaccurate instructions that led to near collisions, with some complaints warning the issues at LaGuardia were similar to what could have caused the January 2025 mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan National Airport that killed 67 people. The head of the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, said Monday long lines at LaGuardia Airport security checkpoints due to TSA shortages had delayed investigators from arriving at the scene of the deadly collision on Sunday when an Air Canada Express plane collided with a fire truck. The NTSB
Damn.
also said the fire truck
You didn't hear
did
about
not
this?
have a
Ironic.
transponder,
I knew about it. I didn't
which
realize
was
that it
needed
hit
to
a fire
trigger
truck.
the warning system before the deadly crash.
Yeah.
Both pilots.
The fire truck literally pulled out in front of the plane.
Unreal.
Mm-hmm. It was 100% on them.
They died?
On the flight died.
There you go.
Crash, which was needed to trigger the warning system before the deadly crash. Both pilots on the flight died.
Okay.
A jury in New Mexico Tuesday ordered Meta to pay $375 million in civil penalties for knowingly harming children and concealing child sexual exploitation on its platforms. The
No
verdict
way.
followed a
The
7-week
company
trial
that changed
stemming
its
from a
name
2023
to
lawsuit
cover up
brought
for
by New
culpability
Mexico
in
Attorney
genocide
General Raul
is
Torres,
also
who accused Meta of
profiting
violating
off
state
abuse of
consumer
children?
protection
No way.
laws and misleading the public
I'm
about
so
risks
shocked.
to the mental health of teen users. The $375 million penalty is less than a fifth of what prosecutors were seeking. Meta says it'll appeal the decision. It's the first time the company has been held accountable in a jury trial over harm to children on its platforms. A group of
Remember
8
when he
architecture and
apologized in
cultural
Congress about it?
organizations have sued President Trump and his handpicked
I
board of
guarantee you
trustees at the
him doing
Kennedy
that
Center
apology
over
in
planned
Congress played
renovations
a
at the
role in this
center
case.
set to begin in just a few months. The groups want to ensure the White House and Trump's Kennedy Center board
'Cause, like, how can you
comply with existing
deny
historic
culpability when your
preservation laws and
founder
secure
and
approval
CEO
from Congress
apologizes
before
for
starting the
doing that
renovations. The lawsuit
in
says
Congress?
Trump's so-called renovations wish, quote, to fundamentally alter this iconic property without complying with bedrock federal historic preservation and environmental laws and without securing the necessary congressional authorization, unquote. Last month, the Kennedy Center's board voted to close the venue for 2 years for a $250 million renovation. In Florida, Democrat Emily Gregory flipped a Republican-held Florida State House seat Tuesday in a district that includes President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. Gregory defeated Trump-endorsed Republican John Naples in a district Trump won by 11 points in 2024. The previous Republican, Mike Russo, had won the seat by 19 percentage points just last year. Trump voted by mail in the race despite frequently denouncing voting by mail as cheating. Democrats have now flipped 29 state legislative seats from Republican control since Trump took office. Minnesota officials have sued the Trump administration for access to evidence needed for an independent investigation into the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preti, and another non-fatal shooting by federal agents in Minneapolis. Minnesota state officials are seeking a court order demanding the Trump administration comply with a state probe. Meanwhile, Trump administration officials claim Minnesota does not have the jurisdiction to investigate the shootings. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said, quote, "This is extremely unusual. This is something that is arbitrary, capricious. It is coming from Washington, and it has scary implications for other parts of the country," he said.
This city is literally super defended behind a fucking mountain.
Years since a U.S.-backed military coup in 1976 overthrew President Isabel Perón and established one of the bloodiest dictatorships in Latin America. An estimated 30,000 people were forcibly disappeared
that means
by
it can
state armed
siege easily,
forces
though.
during Argentina's so-called Dirty War, which lasted until 1983. The current government of right-wing Argentine President Javier Milei has slashed funding for human rights groups investigating crimes that occurred during the dictatorship. This is Nestor D'Emilia, a retired teacher speaking from Buenos Aires.
At the time of the coup, there was also a deindustrialization of the Argentine economy. And well, like every year, we will continue fighting so that there is memory, truth, and justice, and that we can have a better government
definitely
in the future.
got 17 or
And
less
those are
turns
some
till
of the
victory.
headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe.
Okay, I saw something amazing. You're never gonna believe who Piers Morgan platformed. Actually, you're gonna believe it right when you see it. You're gonna go, "Oh my God!"
Of course.
I mean, he's already platformed Nick Fuentes, but at least he was not
Confrontational of sorts.
Yeah, he was making fun of him for being a virgin and stuff.
Yeah.
Which was like, didn't really
It's
make Piers
something.
look good. Okay. Let me know if there's no audio.
Is the fact that America want to get out an indication that Israel want to get out?
Let there be no mistake.
Interviewing Natalie Bennett. Is he going to be on the panel? Because if so, that's funny. I doubt it. Give it a second. You know, YouTube being YouTube.
Yeah.
Go on. Show them how good you mind me. I'm showing them. Bring your stick back over here now. you know that video?
The existence of Lebanon is.
It's a guy playing fetch with a dog. Oh, I also wanted to find this one scene. Yes, I found it. It's not the Edward Norton clip. But I did find it from Manhunter. Which, I'm not sure. Do you know what Manhunter is? So did you know Silence of the Lambs is literally a sequel?
I had heard something.
So the original movie is Manhunter, and like 2 characters actually carry over to Silence of the Lambs, who are the same actors portraying the character, and I know one of them is like the warden guy.
Okay.
Who's like, you see him briefly, and I want to say her boss at the FBI is also the same guy recasting his role, and like, I actually prefer this portrayal of Hannibal Lecter because Anthony Hopkins is a little too
cartoony.
Like, obviously Silence of the Lambs is a better movie, but like the character of Hannibal Lecter, I think he's a little too intense, and he like it would be obvious that guy's a serial killer. He's fucking weird. But the guy in this is like seems like a very normal guy. But I'm just when I was thinking about this scene with Trump about his disadvantages, like thinking about the negotiations.
Than me since you caught me.
No. I know that I'm not smarter than you.
Then how did you catch me, Will?
You had disadvantages.
What disadvantages?
You're insane.
Than me since you caught me.
Right? Great line.
Alright, Mum was talking to me. Give me a second.
Oh my God.
Israel, despite 20 years of military occupation.
Ronnie, what is your response to what we just heard from Dr. Salah?
Well, I got a chance to view some of his interview, and I mean, he definitely represents certainly a segment of Lebanese, a tiny segment, I would say, who seek to normalize with Israel and who see Hezbollah as the bigger threat. And Lebanese have different opinions about this. It's a very polarized society. But one thing I will say is there is this sentiment among people who have his views that, maybe this is an opportunity for the Israelis to take out their political opponent, being Hezbollah in Lebanon, which I would kind of equate to like if the Democrats were kind of cheering on China to invade the U.S. and remove the Republicans from power
What?
or something.
All right.
But beyond
Play it again.
that, Piers, I just want to add some
Oh my god, of course he platformed fucking Rania Khalek.
Better than me since you caught me.
No. I know that I'm not smarter than you.
Then how did you catch me, Will?
You had
Oh, it's
disadvantages.
What
this guy.
disadvantages?
You're
He
insane.
talked over the line.
Me since you caught me. No.
I know that I'm not smarter than you.
Then how did you catch me, Will?
You had disadvantages.
What disadvantages?
You're insane.
Better than me since you...
It's a disadvantage?
Insanity.
It does go pretty hard. When was this
Yeah.
one made? 80s?
I believe 70, maybe, because I just know that it's very psychedelic. It's not anything like any of the Silence of the Lambs saga. It's a completely, like, it's got this weird psychedelic vibe, and like the ending, they have the Indigada de Vida song. I don't know if you know the origins of that song, if you've heard of that song. It's called Indigada de Vida because the guy was so fucked up on drugs he couldn't actually sing the words. So he's literally just mumbling into the... But it's a very psychedelic song.
Okay.
It's also in Freddy's Dead.
Is it like
right
that?
after Johnny Depp does his cameo when he cracks the egg in the frying pan.
Is it like one of those you know the meme
Just look
with
it
the
up.
girl and the Russian
look-
guy?
Just look up
where she's,
Indigada
like,
de Vida
transitioning
song.
between that video and her, like that song.
What?
Someone will know what I'm talking about.
Just look it up.
I'm not.
You
going
literally can hear the first 2 seconds of the song and you'll be like, oh, that's very psychedelic. The guitar sound alone.
context that I think was missing from what he said. Because, yes, there's a horrific war on Lebanon. I saw you in your earlier segment mentioning some of the toll of that war, which I appreciate.
But
1,000 have been killed. We're in week 4. 118 of those killed have been children. 40 medical workers.
Waiting for it.
Some of them killed in double tap strikes. You've got 128 health
But-
facilities targeted. And on and on and on. You mentioned over 1 million displaced. That's 25% of Lebanon. And Israel is responsible for doing this. I want to
She's
ask
talking
you
about
context,
Lebanon.
though, to how this happened. Because yes, on March 2nd, Hezbollah escalated against Israel by firing rockets, that none of which did any damage, but did fire rockets after the war with Iran started. But if you look at Hezbollah's statement for why they did that, in their statement they say it was a response to Israeli ceasefire violations. There has been a ceasefire in place for 15 months since the war in November that ended in November 2024 between Israel and Hezbollah. In those 15 months, Israel violated the ceasefire over 15,000 times. That's according to numbers collected by the Lebanese government and the UN. And those ceasefire violations included nearly daily bombings. You know, I live in Lebanon. I've seen it happening. It included the killing of 370 people in Lebanon in those 15 months. And the Israelis never withdrew from the 8 to 9 points that they had occupied, strategic points in the border areas of southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Hezbollah held its fire for those 15 months and abided by the ceasefire. The Americans were supposed to oversee that ceasefire, but of course did nothing to make Israel abide by it. All that's to say, Hezbollah was responding to that and I guess found the time
Mossad got her.
war in Iran appropriate to do it because the Israelis would have to fight on 2 fronts. But I think that context is really important because it goes back to, I would love to have a national army that can protect this country from aggression from outside. The unfortunate fact of Lebanon is that the Lebanese army is not capable of doing that because it's dependent on hand-me-down weapons from the Americans. the Americans give the Lebanese army weapons that could never be used to challenge the Israelis, and most of them are broken. And they're dependent on donations from the Gulf monarchies. So because of their donors, they are actually not able to respond to Israeli
somebody
aggression. In
built
fact,
the
post-war peers,
research
the Israelis
center.
have killed several Lebanese army soldiers.
Was it you?
And there has been
No.
no retaliation from the Lebanese army because they literally cannot retaliate. So all that's to say, we don't have a national defense strategy in Lebanon. The government has done nothing to protect the people of the south who had been being bombed and having their land occupied for the last 15 months. So as a result, it's that vacuum with which you have a non-state actor like Hezbollah coming in, stepping in, and they're a part of the South, and protecting their villages and people from Israeli aggression, which I would also add has taken on, I wouldn't even call it a new element, because Israel has always had an ambition to occupy southern Lebanon. Since even before Israel was created, you heard Israeli leaders like Ben Gurion stating that the Litani River is the natural border of Lebanon. The only reason they haven't been able to take Lebanon is because of fierce armed resistance in the south that even preceded Hezbollah, but that's what Hezbollah grew out of, is Israel's many invasions.
Okay, but let me
Okay, enough with the Hezbollah propaganda. Let me ask you some questions, lady.
In the same way that they view Hamas as terrorists, they view the Houthis as terrorists, and the common theme, the link, is they've all been funded and armed by Iran. And that is, of course, the main reason why Israel in particular
Look at all the faith you got.
to go after Iran, because they say it's been a constant war of attrition through
Be
proxies.
dumping that.
Hezbollah. You've described Hezbollah as
Any holy sites from any things that you've taken over
It's
here?
a long way from calling them terrorists. What do you feel about Hezbollah themselves?
I literally have
They
to
may
build
come
one.
out of, as you say, a vacuum, and you're
Yeah,
arguing
I built
about
one
the,
over here. So
army
I
and so
took
on,
over the Congo, who
and
can't
different
build
things
holy
to
sites.
raise. But the way that Hezbollah goes about
So
its
I built
business
one.
is that of a terrorist organization.
Well, I mean, Piers, that's according to the view of Western states, which don't make up the whole
Fix your
world.
mic.
I mean, Hezbollah has a political...
Sound like Jack when he
They're
first
actually,
called
like,
in.
Israel likes to call itself the only democracy in the Middle East. And in those elections, Hezbollah is elected to power by their base. They actually are a part of the biggest parliamentary bloc in Lebanon. So they're not some fringe organization, right? Like they have, and they have that support from their base, mostly in the south, because again, people see them as a protector that they don't get from the Lebanese government. But I want to just add something here. This is Israel's seventh invasion of Lebanon since 1978. 7 invasions, right?
Some people.
Some of those invasions
In the
preceded
south,
Hezbollah's
yes.
resistance. Hezbollah grew out of Israel's 1982 invasion and occupation of Lebanon. Because if you occupy, Piers, if you invade and occupy any country, there's going to be local resistance to that occupation, and people are going to take arms from whoever they can. In the case of Hezbollah, they took arms and funding from Iran. That's absolutely true. And they did that to fight off an Israeli occupation that they eventually pushed out in 2000 and again in 2006. And there was invasion in 2024, and there's an invasion again. So I just also want to say something else here. Is
They got funding from Irish groups too.
I'm a Lebanese woman. I'm in Beirut right now. And
But I'm not sure.
That a few weeks ago,
I know the Irish were involved with the
acquitted 5 of their
Civil War, but I
soldiers who
think
were caught
they
on
might have
camera
been forces
game-breaking
fighting
in Palestinian
Hezbollah,
warfare.
but I'm not
Okay.
positive.
On
I'd have to
camera, on
look.
CCTV, you
Lebanon's
probably know this
Civil
story.
War history
They were
is
acquitted and then embraced afterwards
difficult.
by several Israeli government officials and the media and the public as heroes. There was even protests and rallies in Israel against their prosecution. And that is not an isolated incident. Human rights organizations, including Israeli human rights organizations, have documented systematic sexual violence against Palestinians by the Israeli military. And I raise that just to say, this military, some might call it an army of rapists in this case, is invading my country. And the only thing standing in the way of me and this army of rapists is this group fighting in the south of Lebanon. So it's hard for me to sit here and...
Or is another army of rapists.
...that people in Washington are making, when I know, again, that is the only obstacle between me and Beirut and this army that has raped, has killed tens of thousands of children, recently tortured a child in Gaza, a 2-year-old.
All right, so
burned
would
him
you...
with cigarettes.
Okay, listen, I hear you. So would you therefore also condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
Well, Piers, we've had this conversation before. This is so last season, the condemnation game. I'm going to stick by the same answer I already
Those
gave you.
people are still dead, sadly. So Let me just ask you the
I'm going to
question
stick
again.
by the answer I already gave you. I'm not going to condemn people who are living under annihilation and genocide for resisting their genocide.
No, it's fine,
I'm
but you're
just not.
condemning the actions of the IDF, and yet, as
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
and I know, and the world knows, on October the 7th, 3,000 Hamas terrorists poured over the border in 3 different waves. They attacked innocent
Pause it for a
people
second.
at the music festival. They attacked innocent people.
What I don't understand is why nobody just comes, like, straight out when Piers brings this tired shit up and says, okay, I acknowledge October 7th happened. Hamas terrorists attacked Israel. Does a death of 1,200 people justify a genocide?
Did the Reichstag fire justify the Holocaust?
Exactly. That's exactly right. Like, how is this not being brought up by anybody when this
Also,
fucking
it's like
idiot brings this
bro,
up?
That was like October 7th isn't relevant anymore.
It was the justification. It's not the continued
Like, we're talking
fuel
about
for
an
it.
expanded war. Like, what does that have to do with bombing southern Lebanon?
Like, can we not acknowledge the fact that October 7th was used by Israel to launch a genocide and subsequent bombing of 8 neighboring countries? Is that something you want to be attached to? Okay, October 7th happened. It was pretty fucking bad. It was really fucking bad, actually. And you know what Israel did? The thing that fucking Israel does. Takes something bad that happens, uses it as a stick to beat people over the head. In this instance, a literal stick being US bombs being dropped on children and women. And mostly internally displaced peoples too. Very cool. You know, something really justifiable, you know, Piers? You know, you try and take these moral high grounds.
Well, he
Yet
just always
you
has
stand
to
on the
do
side of genocide.
He always has to find a way to one up whoever he's debating.
It's pathetic.
And they're normally very pathetic ways to one up them. Like even with Nick Fuentes, it's like the way he was talking to him was so childish.
Yeah.
That it made Nick Fuentes seem mature.
Didn't it? Yeah.
In kibbutzes, they murdered indiscriminately people. They killed 1,200. They kidnapped over 250, including a baby and Holocaust survivors. They did despicable things all day that day. And yet you are very, very quick to condemn the IDF. And trust me, no one's been more condemnatory of IDF actions when I think they're right than I have.
That's definitely
so
not true.
full of shit.
That's definitely. I'm the most condemning of the IDF. No, you're not. I hope she just goes, Piers, you're full of shit. Listen, I'm a Hezbollah propagandist, but boy, are you full of shit. And trust me, as a Hezbollah propagandist, do I know what being full of shit is.
Explain why you find... Why are you so... Here's my question, Ronnie, here's my question. Here's my question, Ronnie. My question is this. Why are you so quick to condemn the IDF for their atrocities as you see it?
Genocide.
As you see it, he just said. Atrocities as you see it.
Kind of atrocities from Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis. What's the difference? Atrocities are atrocities. They should all be condemned, shouldn't they?
Sure.
Lebanon as a Lebanese person under the situation I'm in to condemn resistance to a brutal supremacist settler colony is like asking an Austrian Jew in the 1940s to condemn resistance to Nazi Germany because atrocities. That's all I'm hearing from you, because my entire life my family has been subjected to constant aggression and war crimes by Israel, because since its existence and founding in this region as a settler colony, a Jewish settler colony implanted in this region, in a region that's not majority Jewish, so it has to commit constant ethnic cleansing and demographic engineering to exist as a ethno-state, not a normal country, a settler colony ethno-state. Just constant aggression and torture and rape and land theft against my people. They've currently displaced over 1 million in Lebanon, and they're saying they can't return. You have Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich saying they're going to annex southern Lebanon, depopulate it of Lebanese, and replace it with Jewish settlers, just like they've done in the West Bank. You're asking me.
Well, here's
to
the difference. The difference between me and you is I am very happy to publicly condemn Smotrich.
Nobody cares.
Shut up, Piers.
I think there are a pair of right-wing
Shut up, Piers.
who are doing Israel.
Somebody fucking push him in a locker.
Open their mouths, and I do think they are pursuing a policy of ethnic cleansing. And the nearest I've seen to genocidal language has come out of their mouths. So you're not going to get any truck with me. I'm happy to condemn them. You know, I just wish that you would be intellectually honest.
Yet you carry
Say,
water
I find
for
all
them
this kind of behavior
constantly.
disgusting from the IDF or from
Whenever it's convenient to one up the guest is when he does it.
I would agree with you, by the way, about a lot of what you're saying. But your abject refusal to condemn atrocities from anyone on your side does you a disservice. There will only. But it's true.
I mean, come on. You literally are paid by these people. It is your side, Rana.
Lebanon. I have such good knowledge of the region. No, and instead of sitting here, you could learn. You could actually learn some things from me, Piers. And asking me about what's happening on the ground, talking to you about the situation in Lebanon, which I can give you a lot of nuance about. You're playing a condemnation
It's
game.
crazy to see her not in a light where she's a fucking idiot for once.
A hypocrisy game. That's all. A double standard game. That's all I'm playing. I'm asking you to be intellectually consistent, and you're not. You condemn atrocities on one side, but not the other side.
I mean, we ask people to be intellectually consistent too.
Condemn both, happily.
What's the difference between us and Piers?
Intellectually honest. And I don't think there's going to be any
He has lots of money behind him.
One, Piers doesn't actually care.
Yeah.
And condemn
Piers is just trying to make a fucking show.
Perpetrated by whomever. It shouldn't be difficult, but it's all got too, unfortunately, people are too entrenched and they can't be intellectually honest. But look, I like having you on the program. Thank you very much indeed for coming. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
She was saying thanks and they just cut her off.
Since the tanker war pitted Iraq along with the US and its allies against Tehran, Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has once again reiterated the strategic significance of this critical passageway that opens up the oil-rich Persian Gulf to the rest of the world. Its importance is rooted, above all, in geography. Over 1/5 of global oil and LNG exports transit the Strait of Hormuz. It enables Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, and of course Iran to export crude and natural gas to the rest of the world. In 2024, oil flow through the strait averaged 20 million barrels per day. China, India, Japan, and South Korea together accounted for 69% of this. As a result, this choke point has been weaponized for over 500 years now, starting with the
Britain is at war with Mansa Musa. I mean, he has 2 shitty colonies. You can go take them, lady.
And of course, the infamous tanker
Yeah, I
war
kind of wiped
the
him out.
1980s. Tehran, which considers anything
Okay,
within
I was curious
12
about this.
nautical
Just shit we already know. Okay. Audio good?
Yep.
I'm asking you.
This will be a short one. There was a few funny ones.
Obliterated any capability that they had. So what is the mission now?
Let me show you this. This is Val Demings, sorry. And she ran for Senate against Marco Rubio right here in Florida for Senate in 2022, and thankfully she lost by an awful lot. She is asked here by Scott Jennings over on CNN if Iran is a bad guy. And I do want to make a note before we play this clip. As you know, I've been trying to limit the cursing, the F-bombs and things, and it's very mixed. I see in the comments.
But you're gay, just say it.
Some people really like it when I drop it. Other people are really appreciative of it. Sometimes you have a kid in a room or anything. I'm just trying, right? The Democrats are cursing all the time. I'm just trying to be a little bit better. So I do want to add that this is going to be the last time for now that we are going to play
when
this
conservatives
Scott and the
cry about swear words.
Retards intro. We are going to make
Grow
a new
up,
intro
you cunt.
for it, and I'm going to try not to say retards after I just said retards, but I'm going to try
You've
not
now
to say
said it
retards
4 times.
anymore after I just said retards
5.
right now. You understand? You got it? Okay, go.
Smart guy.
Just reminds me of there's a Boondocks thing, and it's a parody of the one teacher that got in trouble for saying the N-word. Because, like, I don't know if you're familiar with this story.
Not really.
So the teacher was, like, an inner city teacher. And, he would, because, like, he spent so much time around the kids, he would use the N-word with the A at the end to, like, relate to the kids.
Okay.
And one
White
day...
teacher?
Yes, white old guy. One day he told a kid, sit down, N-word with an A at the end. Right?
No.
And so, like, it was only a matter of time before, like, you know,
Yeah.
it's questionable if, like, you know, they knew it was eventually going to be a setup where they could get a good, like, settlement from this guy for using this type of language, you know, like, I don't know how genuine the outrage was.
Yeah.
But there's the guy's literally on the news with like a whiteboard, and he has it written out with an A and with an ER, and it's talking about the differences between them.
No.
And the Boondocks parodies him.
That's awesome.
And he just he's like going off. And it's like they're having like a meeting on whether to fire him or something. And he's like talking about how he can't get the word out of his head because of Riley always saying it. And he's like, this and this and this and that and this and that. And then it ends with him going, the other day he asked, can an N-word borrow a French fry? And I'm thinking in my head, how can an N-word borrow a French fry? You know, just the absurdity. Like, you can't give a French fry back. And he's like, those thoughts weren't in my head before he was in my class. And that's all that reminded me of.
That's very
is that
funny.
entire line of jokes around that guy.
And so the American people, nor the troops on the ground, have a clue what the president's mission is, what the way out is. 13 people, U.S. soldiers, have already died. We need a clear mission.
Respectfully, may I ask you a question? Do you believe that Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terror for the last nearly 5
The president is the one, Scott, who said
No,
9 months ago that he
I'm asking you a question.
obliterated any capability that they had.
either do or you
So
don't. You
what
either do or
is
you don't.
what is the mission now?
I'm
Why
asking
are
you.
we
I'm
there
asking.
now?
I would like to
Why are
engage
we
in a
there
debate.
now? I think the president.
I'd like to ask you. We're having a debate, so I'm
I think
asking you a
the
question. Do you
president
believe
owes
Iran
the American
is a state
people
supporter?
an explanation for why it's okay to send our sons and daughters.
Yelling is not an
into
answer.
Yelling is not an answer.
into a war
So
where 13 people have died.
because you're
We're
not-
sending additional ones.
because you're not-
and
Nobody's yelling right now.
Because you're not prepared for this debate. Let me tell you what the objectives are.
Jesus
Number
Christ.
one, they are the world's largest state supporter and exporter of terrorism. Number two, they have a ballistic missile program, which we found out this past weekend can reach most of Europe. Number 3, they lie about
Is
their
Europe at the
nuclear.
table?
They lie about
Is
their.
Europe at the table?
That
Yes.
discovery.
Why
They
was
lie
why
about
wasn't
Europe
there
is at
Europe
the table.
included?
They lie about their. They
Why
lie
wasn't you? Why weren't our allies
I see
included?
now. I see now
when
why
we
you don't know the
made-
objectives. Look, if you don't stop talking long enough to listen.
Why were
Number 3,
our
they
allies
have a navy.
included
They have a navy that
in the
harasses
war,
ships.
in the beginning,
And
in the
number-
discussion, in the strategic
And number
plan,
4,
in the
they enrich
operational
uranium
plan.
to 60%.
Why weren't they included?
Nobody else does that.
There's a lot of noise out there when it comes to supplements, and not
Dave?
all of it is good.
You aren't gonna give commentary on the clip? You're gonna go into an
Straight to
ad
an
off
ad.
of that?
Straight to an ad.
The video's only 5 minutes, Dave. Any comment?
Why would he do
Energy.
that?
It's a formula you can trust, made for your body, not for anything else. Many people report
He
better
spent more
mental
time
clarity, more consistent energy,
talking
and
about
focus, all
barring
without
French
harsh
fries.
stimulants. Head on over to twc.health/Ruben and use code Ruben to get 15% off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Ruben, code Ruben to get 15% off. All right, first off, there are no troops on the ground. We have bases in the area, but we haven't sent any troops into the ground of Iran. We absolutely have not. I would also say it's an absolute unimaginable tragedy that any soldiers have been lost, that they had to put their life on the line.
They didn't have to,
How many
actually.
soldiers have been lost?
No, they
About a
literally
dozen,
didn't.
probably. It's terrible. Every single
This
one of
could,
them is
this
terrible.
actually,
It's
Dave,
tragedy.
could have been avoided.
Obviously. But Donald Trump is fighting this war so that there will be less terrorism exported throughout the Middle East and Latin America and North America and Europe and all over the world. Their proxies, Iran using their oil money, which now apparently we're going to have some access to, they have been funding terror throughout the world. So
Yeah, we're gonna
sometimes, and
get
this is why I
that
always say
money.
that libertarian
Okay,
argument
Dave.
of America only, and we only
Be
care
less
about
excited
our
about
war,
it.
Anti-war, as if that's a real position. Everyone would love to be anti-war. I've often explained this. Using the Shire in Lord
Okay,
of the Rings.
that's
they were
cringe.
very happy there with their little houses in the dirt and their hairy feet and the guy who was coming in and smoking weed and whatever he was smoking, and it turned into a dragon. Remember, that was kind of
What are
funny.
you talking
Smoke
about,
turned into a
Dave?
dragon. But it wasn't going to last. You were going to have to build a wall around that thing. And then if I can combine this with Game of Thrones, when the
What?
White
No!
Walkers were gonna try to come
Dave!
into the Shire,
What does
combine
this
those
have to do
stories
with
here.
anything?
But
You were calling
fuck
them
is
the R
going
word.
on?
You called them the R word.
Sometimes have to fight war to make sure that, okay, you got it.
What did we just
What
watch?
is happening?
What did we just watch, Dave?
It just ended.
That was like Tim Pool level of.
I love that he
Let
has
me
a
tell you about
copyright.
Avengers and why you're the villain of the story, Sam Cedar.
I love that he has a copyright at the bottom of his page, like anybody is going to use his shit.
A form of
Audio good?
regime change in Iran.
Yeah.
After all, we have killed all of their leaders. Here's the president.
We killed all their leadership, and then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime. Because
This
the
is
leaders are all
regime
very
change
different
war.
than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason,
Oh, World
this is
Congress
regime
coming up.
change.
Potentially
Well, I mean, to a certain
victory.
extent, that is right. Not only that, President Trump has already
just
announced
gotta
that the war
vote
has effectively been
to
won.
give me
You know, I
2
don't like
points
to
and
say
spend
this,
all our
we've won
Diplo favor.
This war has been won.
And
The
trust
only
me,
one that likes to
they
keep
somehow
lying is
don't
the
have
fake
any.
news. I mean, the New York Times. You read the New
I don't
York
know
Times, it's like,
where
we're not
what they're
winning,
doing
we
with
have
theirs.
No Navy, and they have no Air Force, and they have no nothing.
Poundmaker only has
Literally,
246.
and
Like,
other
what are you
parts of
doing?
Their country. They can't do a
I'm getting
thing about it.
125
For
per turn,
instance, if
Poundmaker.
I
What's
wanna
wrong
take
with
down
you?
That power plant, that very big, powerful power plant. They can't
Probably
do a
because
thing about it.
they're not
It's
owls,
like
but you're not owls either. You have 1,000.
Now, from an American perspective, he's right. The war has been won on the military level. Iran has done minimal damage by any sort of standard.
I'm losing 5 per turn. Occupied original capitals penalty.
Did you hear that? It's pretty stupid.
What do you say?
Planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do.
Now, from an American perspective, he's right. The war has been won on the military level.
Wow.
Iran has done minimal damage by any sort of standard to American forces and interests. Meanwhile, Iran itself has been pummeled to dust. Their ballistic missile program has basically been destroyed. Their nuclear facilities have been pounded again. Their drone
You love a
program has been
pounding,
blown
don't
up.
you, Ben?
Basically, the only thing Iran can do at this point is harass people.
Iran has no drone program now. Did you hear that?
When?
I mean, that's what Ben just told us.
$20,000 production? You think that's going to be hard to do?
You think, Ben, you think they can't fucking get some Dell laptops and attach them to lawnmowers and put wings on them?
Like that wasn't their original design?
No, that's why I'm saying that. That
Yeah.
was their design.
Hilarious.
They can harass their neighbors with occasional missile and drone strikes. They can bother some shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. What would victory look like for the United States? Well,
isn't
there are
that
two
what
types of
Israel
victory
does?
here, political victory and actual victory. We may already
of
have
victory,
an
come
actual
on, victory.
So, for example,
Let's get this
let's say
Congress.
that Iran ends up falling in the next couple of years. That victory will belong to President Trump because we will have weakened all of the
I'm
foundations
very
upon
keen
which
for
the
a new
Iranian
game.
regime stands. In the same way,
Oh,
the
I'm so
Soviet
sick of
Union falling
clicking.
belongs to President Reagan. Now, it won't be a political victory because you need an exclamation point for a political victory. Some way to say we didn't just win.
It's going to
Iran
end
also
soon regardless.
lost.
I mean,
So,
you look
where's
at,
Iran right
you
now?
have
Did they totally
missionaries
lose?
here,
Well,
I
on
have
the one
missionaries
hand,
here.
you
Oh,
can make
yeah,
the
the
argument
missionaries are going
that
hard.
Them winning
I
would
can
just
barely
be them
move my shit
surviving.
because
And
of
survival
yours.
amounts to not losing. Israel and America's other regional allies would have to
And
continue
he spent
to
all his
exercise
money on
overwatch
cultists.
of the regime.
Yeah, that was a
to
mistake for
ensure
him.
they don't renew their missile
Dumbass.
and drone
And it just
nuclear
needs to be the
programs. But we do have
majority,
to ask: is
you
not
know?
losing really victory
I have
for
12,000
Iran? It might be
faith.
for the moment, but not for long, because Iran would remain isolated, throttled.
I don't know
devoid
what
of basic
percentage
resources.
counts
Remember,
as the
before
majority.
This war, there were already millions of people in the streets protesting the regime. The rial was running at 0.00001 to $1, and they had so little water that they were moving millions of people out of Tehran. They were actually evacuating their own capital. Can this regime continue to limp along on that basis for many more years? Well, now the question becomes whether or not President Trump can force the Iranians into a deal that achieves political victory, like a good end state that he can go home and brag about. Despite members of the media and Democratic politicians saying they don't actually believe that President Trump has been talking to Iran, it has now been confirmed there are in fact negotiations between the two countries indirectly. And President Trump is talking as though concessions are being made by Iran. There was President Trump yesterday.
They're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that
Oh my
present
God.
is. but
Pound
it
Maker
was a
has
very
betrayed
significant prize.
the
And they gave it
Koreans.
to us, and they said that
We
we're
must
dealing
punish
with
him
the
for
right
his
thing to me.
treachery.
To me, we're dealing with the right
Is
people.
that
So
what
I'm
the-
assuming
No,
we
it
can
wasn't
wage war on
nuclear
him.
related. It was oil
We don't
and
need
gas
to.
related.
No.
And it was a very nice
I'm
thing
passing
they
on
did.
him.
But what it showed me is that we're
Is that what
dealing
the
with the right
vote
people.
is? It wasn't
So,
for points.
what kind
That's
of
what
concessions
mine
are
was.
they actually making? The devil remains in the details. So
Bummer.
President Trump said yesterday that Iran has agreed it will never have a nuclear weapon. But if they had to retain a nuclear program that could easily be turned toward weapons development, that's not good enough. Will they retain enriched uranium? We'll have to find out. But President Trump has made clear that, in his view, they must never have a nuclear weapon.
They've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
President Trump has apparently released a list of
I love how
demands from the
short he has to
Iranians
show the
at this
clips.
point. One, all existing nuclear capabilities will be dismantled. which
It's
I
very
assume
funny.
means all of their
Because you
nuclear
can't let him
plans. A commitment that Iran
get
will
more
never
than a
strive to
sentence
obtain
out.
nuclear weapons, which would
Of
have to be
course not.
enforceable. No material will ever be enriched on Iranian soil. So again, that means no nuclear program at all. All enriched material will be handed over to the IAEA in a short-term timetable to be defined between the parties. Natanz, Isfahan, Fordo would be decommissioned and also destroyed. The IAEA would have full access to all information within Iran's borders. Iran would completely abandon its terror proxy network. Iran would stop financing and arming proxies in the region. The Strait of Hormuz would remain open, would be a free maritime zone. No one would block it. And as for the missile program, according again to the talking points put out by the administration, there would be a decision at a later period, but they would have to limit the quantity and the range, and future use of missiles would have to be for self-defense purposes only. In return for all of that, theoretically, Iran would have sanctions lifted. They would receive assistance in developing a civilian nuclear program in Bushehr, so basically we build them low-level nuclear programs for energy, and the threat of snapback sanctions would be removed. Now, I have a question. Does that sound like Iran is ready to do any of that? I have some very, very serious doubts. Now, at the same time, President Trump does not want to leave the rest of the region subject to the whims of the mullahs. Folks, there is one asset that you own that is probably worth more
Already.
than all of your other assets maybe combined.
These
That, of course,
people
is
and
the
their
debt.
ads.
I'll tell you today, if your home's title has been tampered with, monitor it continuously so you don't become a victim. Use promo code BEN at HomeTitleLock.com. Get a free title history report plus a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring, instant alerts if anybody tries to mess with your title, up to $1 million to help restore your ownership if fraud should occur. Because when it comes to your home, doing nothing is not an option. Protect your title and your peace of mind today by visiting HomeTitleLock.com and using promo code BEN. Again, a lot of people here at DW use it because it gives you the peace of mind of knowing that when you go to, take out a loan against your home or something, that nobody stole the value in it. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code BEN, or use the link below. President Trump's strongest support for continued action, actually at this point, is coming from the Saudis, according to the New York Times. Quote, in recent days, Mr. Trump has given more serious consideration to a military operation to seize Kharg Island, the hub of Iran's oil infrastructure. Such an operation with airborne army forces or an amphibious assault by Marines would be immensely dangerous, but Prince Mohammed has advocated ground operations in his conversations with Mr. Trump, according to people briefed by American officials. Now listen, I actually agree with Mohammed bin Salman's assessment here. If America were
I don't
to
think we
grab
should
control
ever
of Kharg
agree with.
Island, the actual capacity of
I
Iran
actually
to
agree
survive
with
even midterm
Arab
drops
Hitler here.
dramatically. Now here is President Trump speaking about MBS in Saudi.
No, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share
Well,
with
he's a warrior. He does, yeah. He's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent.
So, what comes next? Well, the answer, as it has always been, is in the hands of the Iranian government. Remember, Iran could have at any time for 50 years, they could do it today, reintegrated into the world economy by ending its global ambitions, its support for terrorism, its nuclear program. They have not done that. Now, maybe they're willing to moderate now. I kind of doubt it. But there's still plenty of levers left for the United States to pull. President Trump has already shown high willingness to do just that. The Wall Street Journal is reporting as of yesterday, quote, the Pentagon is planning to deploy about 3,000 soldiers from the Army's elite 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East to support operations against Iran, according to 2 U.S. officials, with a written order expected in coming hours. Officials cautioned a decision to put boots on the ground in Iran has not been made, but deploying the 82nd opens the door to President Trump for several strategic options. So, again, special operations, limited in duration. This is not the kind of quagmire boots on the ground stuff people were talking about.
Get back
We're not
here and
talking
press
about
shift
100,000
enter so I
troops
can
occupying
win
Iran
this game
indefinitely.
for us.
At most, you're talking about a ground
Don't
operation
even bother
to take
with
away
the
territory used
turn.
to target the Strait of
Just
Hormuz.
shift enter and I'll do
to
the
take away Kharg
conversions.
Island. That's probably what we are talking about here.
You bitch.
Big drama with Alan Richson over the last couple of days, and it's one that I've actually been paying attention to. I've had my finger on the pulse of it. Most people know him as Reacher. I will always know him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State, baby. I still remember being in college watching that in the dorms. It's nostalgic. Unfortunately, though, he's been embroiled in controversy because some security camera footage was
I watched this
released
video.
that showed him beating
Very
up his
funny.
neighbor. Maybe he finally located the guy who shoved his finger up his butt, Thad Castle, out for revenge, and everyone was quick to
Okay, I'm
dogpile on
confused.
top of
We
him,
officially
insulting
have
him,
Pound
talking about him
Maker.
like he was goddamn Cobra Commander. About
I guess we need to hit Molly down here. They have one. World Congress. Oh my god.
Emergencies. I'm voting them all down.
Now he's unhinged and unsafe to be around. He's a fucking villain of the highest order, a violent, roid-raging maniac. Lock him up. He clearly started everything here on this innocent man. And then that innocent man did a little Wambulance world tour with the French cries going on about how, like, he did nothing wrong and he's just out of control. I just asked him to slow down and then he fed me knuckle sandwiches and then wedgied me and then he beat the snot out of me and I fucking drained the piss from my balls. How could Alan do this to me? I did nothing wrong besides instigate everything. Spoiler alert, Alan Richson's body cam dropped today, and now most people are singing a different tune after actually seeing the whole thing. So, shocker, the security camera footage that only picked up right when Alan started beating his neighbor leaves off what led to it, and now that the full thing's out there, it's painting a very different picture on what unfolded during this situation. Before showing you the body cam, let me show you Ronnie Taylor's interview here, where he immediately tried to capitalize off everything that happened.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, do you, like he was quite away." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?"
Everything that he's vomiting out here, all this spaghetti, turned out to be a load of hooey, which you're going to see in the body cam. The reality of the situation is far different from the fantasy that he's describing here. He then briefly drops his resume on his experience riding as well. But I have to call into question that. I have to get you with the Phoenix Wright objection there. Like, he does have a bike, and you can see it in the body cam. But I have to wonder if he ever even rides it around or if he just licks the fucking tires clean as part of a fetish or something. Like, that's his experience with motorcycles. Because, like, he talks about them as if he's the preeminent expert on them. Like, oh, based on the sound and all this incessant revving, I knew that he was going extremely fast. I had seen him going extremely fast, this and that. But then in the body cam, you can see how fast he's going. It's in plain view. Alan Richson never goes over 21 miles per hour. That's under residential speed limits in most places. Like, around me, it's 25. He's not zipping around at crazy speeds. So, does Ronnie know motorcycles at all? Or was this guy just looking for trouble and now he's out here lying?
And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who call all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground.
He fucking deserved it.
I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, you know, I'm going to take a stand because someone else has to. It's going to end up way worse than it could.
What a patriot. He really did take a stand. And by stand, I mean fetal position on the grass after pushing Alan Richson multiple times after standing in front of his motorcycle while he was driving in order to cause Alan Richson to flip over the handlebars, causing an accident. Really, what a hero, Ronnie. So now let's look at the body cam.
It's a really nice bike too.
So you can see Alan, top speed in this was 22 miles per hour. Now I guess it's possible he was going faster before the body cam footage starts, but I find that hard to believe because even after the whole altercation, there is like an extra minute of body cam showing him and his kids driving away on their motorcycles, and the top speed he gets to there was, I think, 30. Which
damn,
even then is still
sucks
not
to suck, Pound Maker, losing all those cultists.
Speed that Ronnie keeps claiming. But in the body cam, you can see he's going 22 at top and then starts slowing down, going near Ronnie. He gets down to, I think it was 19 miles per hour. Then you can watch Rat Ronnie decide to get in front of his motorcycle by taking multiple side steps over there like he was playing defense on a basketball court. So then he gets in front of Alan, who then slams the brakes. He squeezes very hard, and it sends him over the top of his motorcycle because he wanted to avoid hitting him. You know, he wasn't going fast enough to splatter him like it was Halo 3 or anything, but he still didn't want to cause some kind of injury to this guy who's now just fucking stood right in front of him. So I think that's very clear that Ronnie is the one that instigated this. It was not calm and collected like Ronnie seemed to indicate it was in his interview. He went in front of Alan, which could have very easily injured Alan, sending him over the handlebars there. Then that's when it gets a bit handsy. Alan and ridiculous Ronnie here kept shoving each other. It seemed like Ronnie did it first, so Alan shoved him, causing him to like ragdoll onto the driveway there. Ronnie, I think, now this is just my little game theory here, my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the plan was Ronnie was looking for money. I think he was trying to look for like an easy lawsuit. So he tried to position himself in a way that would have Alan Richson be the bad guy and like attacking him and shit. So he then stood in front of the motorcycle hoping that that little element of this whole thing would never see the light of day. That's just what I think, because this is just so inexplicably stupid from him. Alan doesn't appear to have been driving at lunatic speeds or driving recklessly. He's with his 2 kids, and they seem to be practicing safe driving here on their motorcycles. And B, Alan immediately starts, like, instigating, like, physically with Alan afterwards, too. When Alan is a big boy, that's a pretty big mammoth of a man right there. That is a mountain of meat. And Ronnie instantly is getting ragdolled, but keeps coming back like just some kind of malfunctioning Oblivion NPC that can't get enough. So the question begs to be asked, why did Ronnie do this? It wasn't to protect the neighborhood or save the world or anything, because it doesn't seem like they were in any danger. It doesn't seem like there was any dangerous driving or fucking lunatic speeds and driving like recklessly. Nothing like that. So to me, it feels like he was looking for some kind of payday out of this through like a lawsuit or something. That's my guess.
I need you to kill Korea to win. You have a guy next to it who can take it.
I would if it would let me.
Side note, I hate whoever put this music here. This is so cringe. I hate
Did my game
how
just
in
crash?
the modern day and age, a video can't just have like real audio.
Oh, there it goes.
It takes a minute sometimes.
For some reason,
It just
people
took
just feel the
30
need
years to do it.
put in this kind of trash
Cool.
Facebook music that they find.
Now we just need to
Why?
convert one
Now
city
doesn't
here.
make
It will
hard to hear
convert
what's going on.
in
And
7
I can't
turns, but I
find it
am
with
sending
original
missionaries
audio.
towards
It
it.
is so annoying. Like yesterday, the story with the dogs, I couldn't find the original audio on that dog video because everyone that was posting it had to just keep putting music in it. It's so stupid, man. Just let the original audio ride. How rotted are people's brains? How
Very.
poisoned are people's psyches that they can't just hear the real audio? They need music in the background too to stay stimulated. It's so
Thanks,
cringe. I
TikTok.
hate it.
Yeah. This guy deserved much more than he got. Like, don't stand in front of somebody's motorbike. What a fuckwit.
Ronnie
Bro,
keeps
he
following
immediately
him
fell
around
to the
saying that
ground
he's
and
driving
started.
like a fucking lunatic. That is his
Oh, yeah,
Like, he didn't-
dialogue option
dumpstered.
here. This guy must have like a string on his back that you pull it and all he says is driving around like a fucking lunatic. That's his catchphrase. That is literally all he keeps doing is saying
The bike
that.
was probably
And
just
then when
loud,
Alan
you
gets
know?
His bike
and
up
that-
and is
Yeah,
about
yeah,
to try and
exactly.
leave. Ronnie then prevents his exit. Ronnie stands in front of him again, restricting his ability to leave. Alan is trying to leave this situation. Ronnie is preventing it. And then Ronnie shoves him. It also seems like Ronnie pushed the bike over as well, but you can see Ronnie also shoved him after the bike got dumped. And that's when Alan pushes Ronnie to the ground and then beats him a bit. And that's where the security camera video starts. So you missed everything that Ronnie did to cause this altercation, And the security camera footage that was surfaced a couple days ago only showed this piece to make it seem like Alan Richardson did everything wrong. It was all his fault. When really, the whole story, the real reality here is Ronnie. Ronnie smelt it and dealt it. He was the one that really caused all of this. And I think he was really hoping that this footage didn't exist.
Stay down. I think the answer is yes.
That's where the physicality stops. Ronnie does still
Just
fling
shift
some more
enter.
words towards Alan, but it ends with Alan and the kids driving off. And like I said, it's not like they start speeding off either. They stay under 30 for the most part. It's only
Just
towards like the
shift
very end
enter.
of the footage that they get up to like
We only need to
31
convert one
and then
city.
like reach a stop sign or something like
And it's
that.
this one.
But even then,
It's not
there was
working.
nothing in this entire
I don't know
body
what the
cam
fuck
that
you want me to
indicated
do.
to me
Hmm.
reckless driving at dangerous speeds in this area. So I really feel like Ronnie was just fishing for confrontation as a means of trying to get some kind of payday out of it. That's what I believe. And he instantly tried to turn around and like put his name and face out there with these interviews to garner sympathy. And I think that
They
it's
spent
been
all their
largely
Diplo
unsuccessful
favor
now that this body cam
on
footage is
those
out there. So yeah, I wanted to yap
resolutions
about it a
that
little
we
bit.
didn't even
That's
care
really
about.
it. So, yep.
Hey students, just real quick, I wanted to give a little disclaimer before today's video. I just want to let you guys know that I filmed this back in 2019. And then 2020 happened and nobody was traveling, so I put it on the shelf. I didn't think I was ever going to have to upload this, but then the sponsor reminded me that I signed a contract, so it's got to go up. As you're watching it, just please remember that this was filmed 6 years ago. All right. All right. Well, try to enjoy. Let's roll it. Hey, Mazel Tov, students, and welcome to a very special episode. That's right. Today we are sponsored by Israel, the beautiful country full of beautiful, happy people ready to welcome you to their land. So go over to Israel.com/bigmoney for 10% off your trip. Now, I've got so much to say, but only if it's good comment etiquette in a comment section where everyone else loves Israel too. Unless, of course, they're anti-Semites. 68 facts you probably didn't know about Israel. 68, that's an odd number. Why stop there? Play.
When you hear the word Israel, what goes through your mind?
Genocide.
Nothing much. Israel is a young country. How young? Just 68 years old.
Oh, that's why it's 68 facts. I can't wait to see next year's.
Israel is among the
When
10 leading countries in life
UN
expectancy.
sanctioned
Folks here live on average to the ripe
displacement.
old age of 83.
Oh, damn, that's older than Israel.com/bigmoney.
Israel has 273 kilometers of beaches, hugging the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Dead Sea.
Oh, that's all Israel. Oh, that's incredible.
According to Travelers Digest, Tel Aviv is in the top 10 for cities with the world's most
Why did they have
beautiful
a
women.
bird
And
shitting on a
yes,
guy
also
for
among
their...
the top 10 when it comes to good-looking men.
Also, Quentin Tarantino just moved there, and everybody loves him.
So what was invented?
Did he?
The technology that allows us to chat in WhatsApp, Messenger, and everything else you youngsters spend your time on. The world's first antivirus software, gesture-controlled and hands-free computers.
Man, I can't wait to visit.
Anti-jellyfish sting gel, laser keyboard, the technologies that enabled unmanned flight, cherry tomatoes, and Rummy Cup, the popular board game.
Whoa, cherry tomatoes were an invention? I didn't know that. Thanks, Israel.
Time Out magazine has crowned Tel Aviv
That's
as
funny.
gay capital of the Middle East.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's a runner-up for that one.
Have you heard of the Global Happiness Index? Neither had I until now. But apparently, Israelis are in the 11th spot out of 196
I just took Jerusalem.
All right, well, if you ask me, Israel's pretty awesome, and I don't have anything bad to say about it.
The irony.
Neither do the people in this comment section.
Love Israel from Iran. I wish I could visit Israel one day.
That's great, bro. Maybe they'll come to you. I am from Serbia, and I adore Israel.
Oh,
Best thing
Poundmaker
that
went to
happened
war
the
with
world
us.
After World War II.
Yeah.
God bless
Neat.
Israel. Love from England.
I love Israel. I'm a Muslim from Baghdad, Iraq. Well, the #1 in global happiness. Now find out where I'm from. By the way, I like Israel and their people. even though I am Muslim. Israeli love from Jamaica and the Caribbean. Love Israel from Canada. Love from Saudi Arabia. Israel is just great. Get over it, Muslims. Love from Czech Republic. It's good when individuals live in harmony. I agree. And you see, the whole world loves Israel. And I love leaving relevant YouTube comments. Yo, I be shoving eggs up my boyfriend's asshole because they're so cheap. Hey, you guys hear about this new actor, Jonathan Majors? I think he's got a big career ahead of him. Not as big as my respect for Israel, which has accomplished so much in so little time. I might even buy a house there if a bunch of property suddenly becomes available. Anyway, I'm out of here. Gotta go see Avengers Endgame at my local mom and pop theater that'll stay open forever. Shalom and post. Oh yeah, life is good. Life is good. I mean, I don't like our president right now, but whatever. This is the last time we're ever going to have to deal with him. Although I will say he has beautiful ears. Hope nothing ever happens to those. Anyway, what is there to do in Israel as a tourist? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. 10 things not to do in Israel. Oh, never mind. This is what not to do. All right. Well, also good to know and play.
Know before you go. 1. Don't smoke on Saturday.
Well, how is that enforced? That sounds like bullshit.
Oh, you got his
If you must
capital
smoke,
already.
Do it in private and far away from the
Huh?
Orthodox Jew.
You got his capital already.
I do not like the way
Not worried about it. I'm just fucking.
No,
Don't
with the
eat
religious.
without tipping.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In Israel, the
We actually
waitstaff
had
at
him for a
restaurants and
minute.
Cafes don't receive a salary, so they solely rely on the tips from generous
And I
patrons.
looked and I realized.
Orthodox Jews
Now I'm
follow
just
strict
fucking with him,
religious
killing
and
all his
social
cultists
laws,
that he
such
spent
as
all this
Mahia,
faith on.
restricting physical contact between those of the opposite sex.
Okay, so I just glanced at the comments, and everyone else is saying this is bullshit.
Yeah, we just need to
1, 2,
convert
4
this city.
bullshit. When you say
down here.
Guess what I'm gonna do
Orthodox
to
referring the
to
Orthodox
Jerusalem?
Most of us don't care what you're doing as long as you're not bothering us. I live in Israel, and half the
Goodbye.
things are wrong. Ironically, this time it's the Israelis who dislike the video, and not pro-Palestinians who get triggered whenever they hear the word Israel.
Just putting
Jerusalem
all my guys
is no
to
more.
sleep.
Not getting
All I need to do
salary.
is move
Tips is a nice
missionaries.
way of showing your appreciation for a good service. It's not mandatory. What the fuck? It's allowed to smoke inside of there. Everything in this video is completely wrong. And also, don't carry a stone in your hand. Long live Palestine. All right. Let's keep it on topic here, guys. Great list, but I got a couple things to add. First, don't do what I did and pretend to be Jewish for the free birthright trip. They got foreskin-smelling dogs at the border, and you will be assaulted by teenage soldiers. The other thing you should never do in Israel is pick a fight, because all these motherfuckers know Krav Maga, and they'll knee you in the balls and then twist your arm around in its socket till it pops out like a USB drive, which, by the way, was invented in Israel. And hey, while you're there, pick up some cheap pagers. I don't know why they're so cheap over there, but I've been handing them out to my nephews for their birthdays. Anyway, here's hoping Israel's relationship with the rest of the world stays as healthy as Joe Biden's prostate. Israel.com/bigmoney for 10% off and advertise. Okay, next up, let's talk about Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin No! Ah, shit, who died? Bro, do not make this video. Huh? What kind of haircut ghost are you? I'm not a haircut ghost. I'm you from the future. And trust me, this lesson
Haircut
is
ghost.
a bad idea. People are gonna be pissed. Why would people be pissed at this video? I can't tell you because space and time or something like that, but just don't make the video. Cut the camera, you know, go about your day, buy a bunch of NVIDIA stock, buy as much NVIDIA stock as you can. Just don't make the video. And buy NVIDIA stock. NVIDIA stock? What are you talking? Listen, man, as long as I'm not pissing off Israel, I think I'm going to be okay. No, dude, they're going to be the most pissed off. That really? Well, who else gets pissed off at this video? Liberal arts college students. Oh, I must say something horrible in this video. No, not at all. In fact, you just say a bunch of really true stuff about Israel and make it sound like a good place to visit. But trust me, man, it's gonna age so poorly. Ages poorly? What are you talking? I mean, I can't imagine what could possibly happen that would make this age. Oh wait, I got an idea. You're probably right. Let's just leave it at that. Let's not say it out loud. But yeah, you're probably right. Oh man, still doing that, huh? Yeah, something tells me this might be the last time. Oh. So anyway, are we good here? You're gonna can the video? We don't want to get in the middle of this. Yeah, no, fuck that. I'm not getting in the middle of it. Awesome, man. You are doing yourself a huge favor here. Well, hang on. What if I leave this part in and then I upload it? You mean the part where I'm telling you not to make the video? Well, doesn't that make it okay all of a sudden? Yeah, but it's still sponsored by Israel, which is bad. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, what if we get another sponsor for this video? What do you mean? Like, you're gonna dub over for another sponsor for all the stuff
Is
you're
that
saying
a
about
monkey
Israel?
emoji?
What other place could that possibly work for?
Don't know. Oh, it's
New
a
York? New York!
It's a dreidel.
Bro, you're a genius. It's too bad you're going to lose a lot of that IQ when you get into
There's a
boxing
dreidel
match.
emoji.
I'm going to what? No, nothing. Just leave your fucking New York comment. Okay, well, let me just leave it on the next
That's
video.
great.
I have queued up here.
The extent of my knowledge about them is South
tired of
Park,
living in a putrid
so
city
it's
that
probably
smells
very
like
wrong.
piss and
But at
shit
the
all
same
the
time,
Well, move to
knowing
Israel.
South Park,
Come
it's
on, there's a bunch
probably
of you
pretty
fucking
accurate to
New
what it
Yorkers there
actually
already. That way,
is.
young people in New York can stop
My
relying on
favorite is
polyamorous relationships
that
to
Moses
afford
is
rent.
like
You
both
guys get to move right next to
the
the beach, like
fucking
you planned to do in
thing
Florida
from
before
Tron,
God started firing his
and then
hurricane
also
machine
like
gun
a
across the
dreidel.
Gulf of Mexico. Don't you want to get away from all the liberal bullshit that comes with living in New York? Aren't you sick of woke
I was
leftist
thinking about
scum like
South Park
Russell
today
Brand
because
and Gwen Stefani ruining America?
I'm not
Bring
sure
your
how up to
conservative
date you
values with you to
are
Tel
on it,
Aviv,
but
where
they have a
progressivism
whole
is still
episode
young
where
enough
they
to be
change
stamped
tokens'
out.
Oh,
Media jobs for
rip
elderly New
cockmonger.
Yorkers in Israel too. Depending on how old you are, we'll probably
Huh?
give you a job.
You
where
must
you're
have just
sitting
lost
most
a
of the time,
bunch
like
of
inside
units
the
'cause it's
cockpit of an
going
American
down.
fighter jet.
What?
Plus, Israel needs as many old New Yorkers
Your
as possible
faith
because
in
they're the only
the
ones
in the
who still
area.
support Netanyahu
I just
and
saw
his
a bunch of
famously healthy
negatives.
blood cells. Look, all I'm saying is flights are cheap.
Oh,
and they'll
they
always
probably
be the
killed
safest way to
my
travel.
missionaries
This
and
comment
stuff.
is brought to you by New
Hey,
York and Israel, just like
this
Jeffrey
random
Epstein. And
faith
New York may have
is
its
still
faults,
here.
but at least we'll never have a goddamn Muslim running things here.
Hey,
Is
just
that
got
the
an
Korean one?
achievement for shopping
All right,
pulse.
well, you think that's
Yeah, I
good?
saw that. There's
Bro,
one of the Korean thing.
That is the perfect comment. Nobody is going to get mad at us. Yeah. All right. Well, my job here is done. Time to go back and enjoy all that sponsor money. Oh, hey, is there anything else I should know about? Like, anything crazy happen over the next, like, 6 or 7 years? Oh, yeah. Get vaccinated. Vaccinated? From what? All right, see ya.
Bye.
All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I wouldn't worry about, 2026 Eric over there. I'm sure he was just overreacting. Oh, shit, what happened to you? Don't get vaccinated! Vaccinated from what?
Big money.
Here outside
Was
Trump
a
rally.
much shorter video.
They're selling the American flag here, which is great, of course, but they're also selling the Confederate flag. And of course, Confederacy went to war with the United States of America. So it's interesting. We're here in Washington, D.C., and behind us is a Confederate monument. It was torn down in 2020 during the BLM protests, but Donald Trump made sure this would put back up.
Following an executive order from President Trump.
Did you see that they're putting a Columbus statue on the White House lawn?
During the Black Lives
Cringe.
Matter protest.
And here we are at the White House, the east wing of which has just been demolished.
That's awful.
So if you're keeping score, Donald Trump is putting back up monuments celebrating people who fought the United States of America in a war and tearing down
That's cool.
parts of the White House.
How nationalist of him.
Can I just get your first name?
Fred.
And what organization are you a part of here?
I'm representing the Sons of Confederate Veterans. We are a historical and heritage
Heritage.
society. It is open to male descendants of Confederate soldiers. Our meetings are open to the public. There is nothing secretive about it. We do not take sides politically. We do not take sides by
But we do
race,
vote for Donald
creed,
Trump.
color, or religion. We are simply about honoring our ancestors and teaching the true
Who died?
history of the
Traitorous
What are your
bitches.
thoughts on the Confederate flag?
The flag, which one?
This one right there.
Well, that was the battle flag of the Army of Northern
Correct.
Virginia, or the Army of Tennessee, actually, is the elongated one. Army of Northern Virginia square.
Correct.
That flag the red represents the blood of Christ. The stars, the states, the white purity.
Are you for or against the Confederacy?
I didn't know that part.
Well, we've already put one back up. So I got the one back up in Arlington Cemetery because I got hold of it.
That's
right.
And so I was able to give it back to Secretary Hegseth, and he's able to put it back up.
Donald Trump just put a Confederate monument back up in Washington, D.C. Are you for that or against that?
What if a what?
A Confederate monument that was taken down in 2020
what
put
now?
back up in D.C.
I was always taught for my 78 years that if you don't honor history and remember history, you will be deemed to repeat it.
What did you think about the east wing of the White House being torn down?
Have no problem with it.
We weren't exactly sure. We needed to orient ourselves. Which was east, which was west.
Tennessee's a
You
wild
asked
place.
somebody, a Secret Service officer,
Yeah,
where
There was a
the
whole
east
shop.
wing was, and you were kind of corrected on that, right?
He said
It had a Confederate flag as a doormat, so I made sure to wipe my
What about
feet
the one of
real hard.
Pike in D.C.? Is that good that that's back
I don't know
up?
where that one is. I don't know that one.
It's pretty close to the White House.
I almost bought one
I can only pay attention
for the
to
meme,
So not-
along with a Trump flag.
You don't like them going back up in places that aren't museums and battlefields.
Well, it all depends on who's who's
I
role
was
it is. So I'm not
blown
for or
away
against what they're, but I do know the ones
by
that I can
just
control.
how, like,
Shift
blatant
enter.
Back up in museums and battlefields.
this shit
So we'll
was.
get that done.
People would say that the flag has racist connotations.
No, they hijacked my flag.
Okay.
That's the flag of my ancestors. Small-minded individuals hijacked it and made my life harder because of that.
Interesting argument.
You don't think that maybe now that flag is just associated with that, and when you associate with it, you're associating with the kind of the hate and the racism?
No, I do not. We didn't go up north and attack them.
They attacked
came down
us.
here and attacked us. We defended home and heart.
Do you think it's heritage, not hate?
That is correct.
Couldn't it be both?
No.
Couldn't it be both?
The news isn't just about what happens anymore.
It's about how the story gets told. Iran. When our world conflict.
Why are my bombers
And
just,
against
like,
that.
randomly?
Shift enter.
It has nothing to do
I'm
with racism.
fucking doing shit.
People think of it because
You don't need to.
You know,
Well, I
it
want to.
represents slavery and then anti-slavery. Do you understand why
Is
people
that Mark
think
Norman?
What about people that don't understand the swastika?
Swastika.
Oh my god.
Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, the swastika
The
is a sign of
swastika.
peace.
No, it's not.
Hitler.
No, it's not. No.
Not the argument you want to be making.
It is not. It is not a peace symbol.
It never was, right?
I'm sure in some culture it is.
Sure. I mean, there's always
Took it.
something,
In
right?
1935, when he became chancellor, he took it and turned it into evil.
But do you want people wearing a swastika around?
I don't care if they wear a swastika
Cringe.
around. It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother you.
No, because it doesn't mean what everybody thinks
Yes,
it means.
it literally does.
But could you understand
There's a
if
church.
people?
There's a
But could
church.
you understand if people didn't want to see a swastika
Yeah, I
around?
can understand it.
So could you understand why the Confederate flag might make people feel the same way?
No.
We're down the street from the Capitol. That was a place where they were running around with Confederate flags on, I think it was January 6th, 2021, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So they put Confederate flags in there. The Confederate monuments are going back up in D.C. It's almost like the rise of, like, the Confederacy again.
A little bit. A little bit.
Do you think the war ever really
so
ended
weird.
for some people?
You know what? On January 6, 2021, I asked someone that very question. I think there's going to be a situation like the Civil War.
Eventually.
What side would you be on?
Look at my mask. That should
Oh,
be
only
traitors,
libs wear
baby.
mask.
You'd be the Confederate side.
Absolutely.
Do you think the Civil War ever really ended?
No.
No? Are you
Oh, look, my
in
little
favor
city
of,
has
an America
somehow
First
retained
agenda?
loyalty. I don't know how.
I don't know if I could really say that. That might be a political statement, and we do not involve ourselves in politics.
You guys don't take sides. The Sons of the Confederacy doesn't take sides.
Correct.
How many members of your
What about the
organization
daughters?
are black?
How many are black? Probably more than you would be surprised. I personally do not have the census of the nation.
There's maybe 4.
If you had to do a ballpark, how many would it be?
If I had to do a ballpark, I have no idea. I don't even know how many members we have.
But if you had to just guess, like how many
What an
members
org.
are black?
I can tell you how many total members we have.
America first? Yeah. All right.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
It's got the Confederate
chicken
flag
shit
now.
and-
Part of the Civil War was fighting for the rights of slavery.
The guy going, got it.
Confederate. Right.
Land of the
free home of the brave.
It's got a Confederate
chicken
flag
shit
now.
and-
Part of the Civil War was fighting for the rights of slavery.
Actually, it was not. Read the New Hampshire monument to the Union soldiers. It says specifically, this monument.
But who are you? Who are you? Jason Zelda. I'm Captain Brigade Commander. Who are y'all?
Why did that guy just interrupt us in such a rude way?
Why did he interrupt you? Because he thought that you were harassing me, which you're not. You haven't harassed me. You've been saying and harassing. You've been saying.
You're a friend here.
That he does not want our name.
Why do they
registered
act like
in.
liberals?
You want to do an interview?
No.
It's very funny.
Right now.
All right.
I do not want to do an interview. I don't have anything very nice to say.
Okay. All right. You don't have to do an interview.
I want to know what this is about.
Okay, it's none of your business. Fuck off, Grandpa.
I love. No, I don't want to do an interview. Let's go over here and talk. Like, bro literally twisted his own arm into the interview, I guess.
Hilarious.
Okay, no, you were yelling at us. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Okay, I'm really excited about this one, and I already know it's gonna be a disappointment. But the idea in my head is strong with this one. What do you think this video about Miss... Okay.
I am political. Every child
Pause, please.
is equal.
YouTube,
and
please.
that-
What do you think this Mitch Rachel video is about? And what do you think?
I wouldn't even begin to have a clue. I don't know. Did she say something else about how genocide is bad and people got mad?
I mean, of course. When aren't they mad at her?
I'm gonna assume it's got something to do with the girls' school in Iran. Bombing children bad. Breaking statement from child entertainer. Like, is that what this is? Give me something.
Yeah. Well, who do you think is making this video to be mad at Miss Rachel as well?
See, I was trying to get it from the font. The coming up makes me think it's not something like a Dave Rubin. I'm going to say it won't. I don't think it'll be Democracy Now. The way you're implying it is it's going to be something like Breakthrough News.
That would be funny. Them being mad at Miss Rachel for being against killing kids. That just wouldn't make sense. No great works to steal.
Is it Crowder?
Our care shouldn't stop at what we look like, our family, at our religion, at a border.
Ah, yes, a child educator who wants to do away with a department that is most actively deporting or arresting child sex predators. But I'd say you're obtuse, so it'd be an insult to people who are obtuse. Miss Rachel, what a piece of Miss Rachel. Okay, really wanted to touch on this because there have been a lot of which one sticks out to you? A lot of controversies with Miss Rachel, and she kind of goes away, flies under the radar, and then reveals herself to be who she actually is again. Then it goes away. If you are having your children, if you are allowing them, you're sitting them down in front of Mrs. Rachel.
Victory.
If you're a conservative, God-fearing American,
We
you are
have a
doing your children
basic
a
need
disservice.
to believe in
Religious
something
victory.
greater
We haven't
than
gotten
ourselves.
religious victory yet.
Yeah, we have.
We
Have we?
crave solace in the darkness.
Yeah, it was the one Indonesia
light into
game.
our path.
Ah.
Thanks to you, we found meaning amid the cosmos.
Thanks to you, all other religions no longer exist.
Well, I mean, there is that
Victory.
one Korean city.
True.
Left a few Anglican cities as well.
minority religions to be dehumanized and used as fuel for genocide later. Yeah, you can't weaponize secularity, but you can weaponize Islam. Oh my god. Main menu. Who do I play now? I'm playing military person.
So, Miss Rachel, a few different controversies. Most recently, she's anti-ICE, pro-open borders. She, of course, embraces LGBTQAIP for all ages. She basically all but endorsed Mamdani, also supported the idea of increasing child care, how much you want to bet they're going to be showing those kids, Miss Rachel, and naturally supports Palestine, Hamas, and doesn't like the Jews in general. This is what you've seen, what you've caught. If you believe that art is a reflection of the artist, then you'd have to go through the whole catalog to probably get the picture. Oh, this is what my children are watching. So if it's Mrs. Rachel, keep your kids away.
Steven, it's Ms. Rachel. You come over to my house. You get my wife's name right. Oh my God! Look at her. She's hating Jews, Steven. She's teaching kids to pee in the potty, Steven, and that is anti-Semitic.
And pee in it.
Did you make a song? Steven, did you make a song about hating Jews? It's okay that I made a song about hating Jews because it's ironic to mock Miss Rachel. Cool, Steven. By the way, looking really fucking bad. You want to know what he looks like? You want to know what he looks like?
Yes. Always.
You're close.
What? Why is he wearing a shirt too small for him? Is it because he's insecure? I don't know.
And why are you hiding under the covers?
My God! Do I look foolish?
Well, what in God's name have you done to your face?
Well, I got a chemical peel. You look like a monster, dude. I was just trying to live up to all of your expectations of me.
What expectations?
Physical perfection.
What?
Clearly, the success of the bar has proved that I've achieved physical perfection, and now there's nowhere else for me to go but down from here, so now I'm hanging on by a thread.
Why don't you lay off the skin treatments for a while?
Yeah. Oh, you don't think I should mess with my face anymore? Well, right now, it looks like you're wearing a mask of yourself over your face. Not a good one. Not a nice mask of myself. Not a good one. Do you guys think that a normal mask of me would look good?
Oh my God.
I believe it was Mamdani or someone on the left who said, yeah, if conservatives come for Miss Rachel, well, then they got another thing coming. Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because it's time
It
for
looks
Miss
like
Rachel. What a piece
his
of
around his eyes is aged, but nothing else has. It's very weird.
Let's go through the issues one by one.
Or maybe the
here.
reverse.
Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Miss. It's Miss. I gave her too much credit.
I figured.
It's Miss. It'll be Miss.
She didn't get an MR to go with that.
She is.
Where's
obviously
yours,
pro-open
Stephen?
Borders. Check all the references. By the way, we stream 11 a.m.
What
Eastern
happened there?
Every day, weekdays.
A little bit
If
of
you're watching
domestic
clip here.
abuse.
She was
A
campaigning
little bit
to
of
close the ICE facility,
making sure you
in
only
Dilley,
have
Texas,
one
which is
car,
even
so
worse
she's
if you
trapped.
understand that there have been terrorist assassination attempts,
Giving
at
people
multiple ICE facilities
shit for
in
not being
Texas.
married. Okay.
And she urged, of course,
All right, bro.
people to join her crusade against any type of immigration enforcement.
Which is more important, a child's life, a person's life, or backlash? I just urge everyone, especially those with huge platforms and privilege, to speak out, to use your voice, because when more and more people say this is wrong, it becomes not controversial.
Yes, a child educator who wants to do away with a department that is most actively deporting or arresting child sex predators.
What?
But I'd say you're obtuse, so it'd be an insult to
source,
people who are
Stephen, what?
Miss Rachel, what a piece
Source needed.
Thanks, Billy. She also
Citation,
states
please.
That no, you know what? I'm not hiding from this. I am political.
Some people might hear what you're saying and view this kind of advocacy as political. How do you see it?
I've been thinking about this a lot, Mike.
I think
And I've
Stephen's
changed my mind.
been hitting the pipe a bit too hard.
I am political, and
Might be
it's
putting a little
political to
crystal in
believe
that
that
pipe
children
instead
are
of tobacco.
worthy of love and care.
'Cause goddamn,
and that every child
bro
is
just be
equal,
making
and
shit
that
up.
Our care shouldn't stop at what we look like, our family, at our religion, at a border.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Word salad sounds like something that's compassionate, but you notice what she didn't say, and I don't see her focus on this a lot because this would be patriarchy. This would be traditional Western values, which of course we wouldn't want to maintain here. Hey, actually, it's your actions that define you. She'll say it's not, it doesn't change with borders or what. Hey, how about you tell us what does matter and what does define children? People who think this is nice because it's compassionate, no. She's consistently focusing on the wrong thing and teaching your children the wrong message, and these controversies are just the one that you've caught. What a piece of shit. Also, her sidekick, who we'll get to with the gays, Jules, weighed in on ICE as well. It's creatively lazy and very gay.
Did I kick you? That was you. Oops. I thought it was a rando.
I'm still here.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Matchbox Leslie.
I don't see you.
I'm literally in the lobby.
Taken from the school, taken from their homes, taken from their siblings, and the life they've always known, taken by the
Hold on.
I don't see you. It says disconnected.
It didn't tell me anything.
It says you were kicked.
Go eat your muffin, you're retarded. All right.
Let me just save the config. I thought it was some
Everything about
rando
that
because
is
it was
off-putting.
being
Take them
weird.
from their home. Take them from. Okay, we haven't taken children from their home. I went on an ice ride.
doesn't even
once and clicked the
say-
link in the
oh, there
description.
you are.
First person was MS-13. Second person was a child pornographer.
And they were her kids.
They were her
See, I'm at the
own
bottom
children.
for some reason.
But they should stay with her.
Ah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. We had to follow the woman. She dropped her children off at a grade school between alleged pornographic pictures, and people would then cover this in the news if not for the documented footage. Woman separated from her children. You want to make children less safe because they never actually offer any solutions, just feelings. That also is a bad message for your children. Sidekick Jules also a huge piece of shit. Which brings us to the next.
Who are you?
We have
And Matt?
Borders, ICE, okay. Miss Rachel, you probably noticed this, but it's actually far more subversive because it's a more regular occurrence than most parents probably realize. Don't have your kids watching this.
No.
Musical numbers. She has her sidekick, who's LGBTQ.
It's funny. Oh no, not the itsy bitsy spider. Oh no. About the rain. I was listening
And
to
here's the
that,
thing, too, when
Steven.
you look at Miss Rachel. A lot of you probably watch this stuff on YouTube. They do have links and they promote their social media. So it's not like this is very far for your children to go and watch all of the other content, to be clear. And these are people who came up with new media. So it's not like an actor who has a personal opinion was asked in Vanity Fair or something like that. The messaging is follow us, absorb everything that we can give. Your little minds are sponges, and then you go to these other profiles. Well, this LGBTQ.
I don't do the letters. I did the joke again.
Co-host.
I did the
is
joke
very
again.
open about
Now
his
it's
music
even
choices.
funnier.
Today is my 2-year anniversary for top surgery. Yay! Now, some of
Miss
you might be
Rachel is
watching
promoting
and
Top
you're like,
Killer TV. I'm
"What?
Stephen
Mommy, what's
Clowder.
top surgery? Trans and non-binary and queer and all these other labels that I didn't know. Don't click off.
Hey,
those
liberal, my
videos.
wife
We
left me.
are at a point in our nation where trans people like myself are
I'm
being
triggered.
stripped of their rights and their
A trans
humanity.
person is on my
Want you
screen.
to know that you're not alone. Since, being denied the X on my passport, I decided I'm just gonna lean in.
Good for you. I'm so happy for that for you.
Did you see the screen name? Jules Sings for Littles?
Yeah.
Why are we
Jules
letting
Sings
these
for
people
Littles.
around kids?
Yeah. Why? Hey kids, great. I'll show you this clip. Happy Pride Month.
You know who
Here's
shouldn't
my
be around
sidekick on
kids?
social media. Yeah.
Everyone involved in your production.
Correct.
Okay? That's the person who I don't want around children. Because that's fucking scary, Steven. Who you picking?
Not sure yet.
You want military?
Yeah.
Oh, Caesar's. So, by the way, Caesar's actually kind of broken in the barbarian clans mode.
Okay, why?
Well, look at his ability.
The trade route thing.
Nope.
Oh, the conquering cities.
See, it's also barbarian outpost.
Ah. Huh.
So, like, you can literally camp your units on the outpost.
Mm.
And then just farm the outposts for gold.
That's hilarious.
It's like he was designed specifically for the mode.
Interesting.
And then basically, all you want to do
Rush the
is
swordsman.
rush Legion, and then legions can chop trees to chop out more Legion.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Legion rush is the best swordsman rush that you can get.
Okay.
His unique building sucks, but who cares?
Hey, top surgery. Mom, what's that? It's where you cut off your breasts.
I don't think they're
sweetheart. Do
talking
they grow
about
back?
that on the Miss
No.
Rachel show,
well,
Steven.
But she says it's okay for me to do that. It never would be. Let me ask you this. Before the year 2015, just picking a general year, when will your children ever be introduced to the idea of cutting off their breasts?
Right.
Even the gay community, before it was GTQ.
You're doing all the
silent
letters.
F. They said, well, of course, no one's coming for your kids. Children, they should be allowed to have childhoods and develop. Well, not anymore. Here she is saying, Happy Pride Month, and be sure to give us a follow.
Happy Pride to all of our wonderful families and friends. This month and every month I celebrate you. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so
I
glad
can't
you're
believe
exactly
it.
who
She's
you
supporting.
are. To those who are going to
She's
comment, they can't
supporting
watch the show anymore
Pride
because
Month.
Of the support. No worries.
Wow.
Have a much
And
better
would you
day.
believe it,
God
Steven?
bless.
She's doing it on a platform where you have to be 14 to be on it. She's not doing it while she's singing Itsy Bitsy Spider. Can you believe that, Steven? The Chinese Communist app, Steven.
Montezuma is interesting.
Yeah, I like Montezuma. But he's good on slower game speeds. The slower the game speed, the better.
I am not chasing fame or views. I'm standing strong in love.
And this is one of those things, too, that sounds really good as messaging.
It is.
Why should you Did she just say, can you play it again? She said, perfect the way you are. I love you exactly the way. What is it that she said?
Something like that, yeah.
Happy Pride to all of our wonderful families and friends. This month and every month I celebrate you. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're exactly who you are.
Okay, pause.
To those who are going to
or end it. I'm so glad you're exactly who you are, little Jeffrey Dahmer. It's such a stupid
You're
thing.
fucking weird, man.
If you're a parent, she's not. She wants to be the parent to your children.
No.
We'll get to her policy support.
No.
With Mom Donnie.
Sounds like you do,
She's
though.
not a parent.
You
As a
want to
parent,
mandate what
you want
kids
your
do.
That you love them, obviously, no matter what. But I'm so happy that you are just the way you are is a horrible message. Is a horrible message for children. Used to be, think of the Davy and the dog. Well, you shouldn't lie, Davy. Well, you shouldn't yell at your mom, Davy. Yeah, let's teach kids that, hey, you are a work in progress. It's a binary decision.
Binary?
And the reason that you've been put in this position is because of people like Miss Rachel and the people who control public schooling.
This is all Miss
Their message,
Rachel's
they've decided is affirmation above all else.
Yeah.
What if there are problems? You don't want to affirm the problems. A parent affirms the child.
Hey, you know who
Your
is a
job as
problem?
an
The
educator,
person
or
who
your
wants
job
to
outside of the
have his
family
pregnant
is
wife
literally to
touch
encourage
toxic dog
behavior and
medicine
nothing
that says
else.
do not handle
So
if
either
you're
affirm
pregnant.
or teach correct. Which one is more
Okay.
loving and which one?
Now that we set it up, back to the real news. You gonna hit start?
I am still picking.
Oh, you're not gonna be Caesar?
I don't know yet. I'm still looking.
NASA has unveiled plans for its first lunar mission in over 50 years. NASA Administrator Jan Isaacman
Bro's so
joins me
quiet
now.
compared to
So,
fucking loudmouth.
why are we going back to the moon? And
Whoa!
what are we going to do when we get there?
Was this dude in the Donkey Island from Pinocchio? Look at Jackass.
Yeah, what an excellent question. So, for 35 years, presidents have called for America's grand return to the moon. Really wasn't until President Trump took the first. Yeah, what an
We're now giving the guy who defunded NASA credit for the new moon mission. Are we for real right now, Fox? What are you looking at?
Thomas.
It's not going to be a land map.
Okay.
The roads are really beneficial with Rome as well. The other Rome guy is good as well.
Nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna go with Caesar.
He's just gonna, you know.
Rupel.
All you need to do is get on one barb camp. Like 300 gold early game for taking out a barb camp. Insane.
It says not owned.
Huh?
It says not owned.
What do you mean not owned?
I don't know. That's what it says. Guess I'm not playing Julius Caesar.
Oh, you have to link your you have to link the account to the EA server.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Just forget it. You can do it some other time.
Okay.
I'm gonna go potty.
excellent question.
Okay.
So, for 35 years, presidents have called for America's grand return to the moon. really wasn't until President Trump took the first steps in making that achievable. He established the Artemis program during his first term, which committed America to going back to the moon. On my first day on the job, on his second term, President Trump said, go back to the moon, and this time to stay. Build an enduring presence, build a moon base, and realize the scientific, economic, and even a national security potential of being on the moon. So why are we going back? We're going back to fulfill a promise to the American people. We're doing it for what we stand to learn from scientific discovery, economic potential, and I'll tell you what, to inspire our kids to want to grow up and take us even farther in the high ground of space.
When we get to the moon and establish the base, do we then go on to Mars?
Absolutely. That's one of the best reasons to go to the moon. Look, the moon is a couple days away, but it is a great proving ground for us. We're going to get our American astronauts, NASA astronauts on the surface of the moon. We're going to start to interact with the lunar regolith. We're going to do in situ resource manufacturing where we work with the water ice to make propellant. And I'll tell you what, that is a critical capability you're going to need to be able to do when you send American astronauts to Mars someday. They're actually going to have to make their propellant on the surface, and then that's how they come back home from Mars to tell us about it. Not to mention, you're going to need nuclear power and propulsion in space. The moon is a perfect proving ground for that. And again, you're going to someday take nuclear power and propulsion farther out into the solar system, explore the outer solar system, and bring it down to the surface of Mars to help make that propellant.
I mean, you know me. I'm a pretty big critic of the Artemis program. If anything he said was true about Donald Trump being involved with the Artemis program, I would have even more to criticize about the Artemis program. Okay. And also he said something else that was stupid for a second there. He was like crediting Trump for literally fucking like using NASA taglines about going back to the moon and crediting Trump for them. What are we doing here? Hang on.
Surface of the moon. We're going to start to interact with the lunar regolith. We're going to do in situ resource manufacturing, inspire our kids to want to grow up and take us even farther in the high ground of space.
When we get to the moon and establish the base, do we then
go back to the moon, and this time to stay? Build an enduring presence, build a moon base, and realize the scientific, economic, and even a national security potential of being on the moon. So why are we going back? We're going back to fulfill a promise to the American people. We're doing it for what we stand to learn from scientific discovery, economic potential, and I'll tell you what, to inspire our kids to want to grow up and take us even farther in the high ground of space.
When we get to the moon and establish the base, do we then go on to Mars?
Absolutely. That's one of the best reasons to go to the moon. Look, the moon...
No. That is not one of the best reasons to go to the moon.
Best reason to go? Because I wanna.
I mean, they certainly are using Mars to help sell the idea.
But that's about it. Mars sounds pretty cool.
I mean, there's a lot of marketing around the Artemis program, but like, get real, dude. Get fucking real.
Where did I put this stupid box?
You gonna hit ready?
Yeah, I was waiting.
You're gonna be Emperor Hirohito?
Yes.
You gotta try Yongle sometime.
Yeah. For now.
You're gonna play Yongle and you're gonna be like, oh my god.
Why he's good.
Your capital will have like 30 population.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. All your cities will be above like 15 pop. He's insane. He's really stupid broken. But he was like one of the last people released, so.
Yeah.
Go back to the moon, and this time to stay. Build an enduring presence, build a moon base, and realize the scientific, economic, and even a national security potential of being...
From the first stirrings of life beneath
for the last leaders
the great
to be
beasts
released
of the
all
Stone Age.
would be
To
like the
man
China
taking his
pack,
first
the last
upright
3,
steps, you have
knowing
come
how
far.
much
Now
of their player
begins your
base is in
greatest
China
quest. From
was
this
smart.
early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Your Majesty the Queen Victoria of England, extend your reach beyond your borders and across the face of the globe. Worry
Across
not
the face of
over
the
the
globe.
possibility of defeat.
Look at her with her
For
little
your
fan.
loyal redcoats and overwhelming navy
Boo,
will surely
redcoats.
carry the day. With your
Yeah.
calm and steady touch, you can bring all lands under England's sway,
Fuck England.
establishing a true Pax Britannica.
But once I get redcoats is when I'll also
What are they?
focus.
Line infantry?
Muskets.
Ah. That's pretty good.
On the moon. So why are we going back? We're going back to fulfill a promise to the American people. We're doing it for what we stand to learn from scientific discovery, economic potential, and I'll tell you what, to inspire our kids to want to grow up and take us even farther in the high ground of space.
When we get to the moon and establish the base, do we then go on to Mars?
Absolutely. That's one of the best reasons to go to the moon. Look, the moon is a couple days away, but it is a great proving ground for us. We're going to get our American astronauts, NASA astronauts on the surface of the moon. We're going to start to interact with the lunar regolith. We're going to do in-situ resource manufacturing where we work with the water ice to make propellant. And I'll tell you what, that is a critical capability you're going to need to be able to do when you send American astronauts to Mars someday. They're actually going to have to make their propellant on the surface, and then that's how they come back home from Mars to tell us about it. Not to mention, you're going to need nuclear power and propulsion in space. The moon is a perfect proving ground for that. And again, you're going to
already got a natural wonder.
Farther out into the solar system, explore the outer solar system, and bring it down to the surface of Mars to help make that propellant that we're going to need to send astronauts to and from Mars with great frequency.
I remember when we landed on the moon in 1969.
I love this.
It galvanized the world. You held the world's opinion really very closely.
Do this more.
Today, I don't think there is quite the same amount of interest. Do you think you can stimulate this interest with a trip to Mars and the moon?
Well, you know what? July 20th, 1969, we certainly captivate the world's attention when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the moon. You know, we had a lot less TV channels back then, sir. I'll tell you what. So it's kind of understandable that.
Look at me. Ready? Get fucked.
What? Because there's barbarians there?
Yeah. Get fucked.
It's a slinger, though, so rush him. Rush him with your warrior.
Mm. Oh,
Then you'll get that early gold.
Yeah, true. It is raining. Rip.
Is it still raining? I hadn't noticed.
No motorbike riding today.
That some of the public's interest is attracted to different things, but I'll tell you what, April 1st, Artemis 2, it's going to be the most important human spaceflight mission in more than a half century. We're sending NASA astronauts and one Canadian Space Agency astronaut around the moon, farther into space than we've ever sent humans before.
Not just we. It will be the farthest in space ever.
True.
On a 10-day journey back safely here to Earth, which will set up for subsequent missions. We're going to be launching moon rockets in 2027. We're going to be launching again in 2028, where American astronauts will return to the surface. It's only a matter of time before NASA once again captivates the world's attention.
We will be watching. Jared Isaacson, thank you very much for joining us, sir. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. NASA has unveiled plans for its first lunar mission in over 50 years. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacson joins me now. Sir, why are we going back to the moon, and what are we going to do when we get there?
Yeah, what an excellent question. So, for 35 years, presidents have called for...
We just started over?
What? No.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, the video.
Yeah.
Time before NASA once again captivates the world's attention.
We will be watching. Jared Isaacson, thank you very much for joining us, sir. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. NASA has unveiled plans for...
What is happening? Did I hit repeat on accident? I did.
Wow.
God prophesied in the book of Isaiah that in the end times, nations like Australia would be economically besieged. As global oil suppliers...
Bro, are you recording this from the moon? That's a multi-level joke. He had to be there for the first one.
By the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, Australia's critical dependence on foreign imports is being exposed. This matter of national security is an ominous herald to the fulfillment of that major prophetic event soon to afflict the land down under.
Leave my scat alone, you fuck.
Bro has a mic on him.
Hey,
so
I got a relic.
By looking at it, I'm just going to take a guess. That is whatchamacallit, LR44?
The mic.
The battery.
Couldn't tell you.
LR44. Yes. The little mint batteries, you know? That look like candies that you can just swallow.
Yes.
So, I guarantee you, the last time they used that mic, they left it on and the battery's dead in it. And so they're just getting the on-camera audio. And they're like, well, we already recorded it. Why record it again? It's not like these batteries are cheap as fuck and last forever as long as you turn the mic off. There's no way this audio is coming from that lob.
Moment of that major prophetic event soon to afflict the land down under.
It's definitely onboard camera audio. DSLRs are notoriously bad for their onboard mics.
Oh yeah.
That's why you always want to get a shotgun on the top of it as your backup, which are good enough, but not great, but they'll save you.
Yeah.
On average, fuel prices in Australia have leapt 50 cents per litre since the start of the Iran war.
Bro,
in rural...
I just got that tribal village, and it gave me a boost to archery.
That's great.
Great start so far.
Australia, service stations have begun rationing, and some farmers are already struggling to get their produce to the cities. Some economists are warning that if the Middle East conflict continues, food prices could spike by at least 50%.
Hey, careful! You should have grabbed the tribal village with the...
And fuel could rise to $3.50 per litre. In an effort to ease pressure, the government has...
Or how'd you get... You got a tribal village that gave you them?
Nope.
You produced them?
Yeah.
That fast?
3-turn. 3-turn slinger, 3-turn
nice.
warrior. It's a 3 production spot.
Yeah. And then I wouldn't even disband this camp at first. Just keep it to farm it for the gold.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because it'll also give my units experience.
Released 20% of its minimum stockholding obligation. Up to 762 million litres of petrol and diesel will now be released from...
I'm not... Get better audio. I'm not doing this with you. This was the same org that did that shitty video games video.
And subscribe on Rumble. I'm live there 5 days a week, 11 a.m. Eastern, where free speech is still alive. Go to Rumble. Get off the social media ghetto that is YouTube. With a lot of homosexual activity. There may be some on Rumble, but I haven't seen it.
Sorry, chinchillas. I don't care about this guy either. Now this is a video I care about.
Happy International Women's Month. When we talk about historical movements and figures in history, oftentimes the focus is on men, and women unfortunately get overlooked in the greater scheme of things. So I figured making a video like this would be a great entry point for people to learn about the women of the past and the women of today.
Be very clear, there is a genocide going on in front of our very eyes.
And I even opened up the topic of this video up to you guys on the Instagram page and incorporated some of the
Great logo.
most popular ones, so many thanks to you guys. And sorry if I left out any, there were a lot of choices, and I was thinking that I could always do a follow-up video, or you guys down below can comment your favorite ones and fun facts. So without further ado, let's talk about some of the most incredible women in history who didn't just
Let's talk about the most incredible women in history. Cut to ISIS flags. The women of ISIS. But ones that are underrated, you got them, the women of the TPLF.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will ever say them.
stand for change, but fought for it, made it happen, and made their marks with their sacrifices and determination. The Night Witches, officially the 588th Night Bomber Regiment of the Soviet Air Force, were a product of both dire need and progressive policy. With the USSR reeling from invasion in 1941, Marina Raskova successfully petitioned Stalin to form women's combat aviation units. These young volunteers, many in their teens or early 20s, were given obsolete Polycarpov
You know what I don't have data on?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, as I've said, like, statistically, naturally, women are going to be more proficient with a rifle.
Yes.
Because they don't have testosterone. I'm curious about if there's any biological advantages to being a pilot.
That's an interesting question.
Especially back then, I don't think it would matter that much.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe today, with how you regulate G's,
yeah,
it might be more beneficial to, like, the muscle mass that men have. I don't know enough about it, you know?
Maybe.
Two biplanes. These were crop dusters from the 1920s, slow, made of plywood and canvas, with no radios, armor, or parachutes. Stalin gave them a really bad starting hand, but also wanted international attention for the Red Army's incorporation of women into active war scenarios. However, as such with human ingenuity, their tactical innovation was born from these limitations. They would fly multiple sorties per night, cutting their engines to silently glide into enemy positions, drop bombs, restart their engines, and then make their exit. The psychological toll of this method was unable to be ignored by the German troops. They received the nickname the Night Witches due to the German soldiers comparing the sound of their lightweight planes gliding to a witch's broomstick, which I don't know how they would know that, because witches don't exist. Or do they? By the war's end, they had flown over 20,000 missions, dropping thousands of tons of bombs and incendiary shells, along with aid for Soviet troops. They proved that women could not only endure the rigors of combat aviation, but could turn technological disadvantages into a tactical signature. And due to their sacrifices, creativity, and determination, we can thank them in playing a part in defeating Nazi Germany, and look back on their accomplishments with pride.
Check the signal.
Our hope is that one day our situation will change, that we women will be treated with respect, justice, and democracy. On January 1st, 1994, the Zapatista Army of National Liberation, also known as the EZLN, launched an uprising in Chiapas, Mexico to fight against poverty, neoliberalism, and the North American Free Trade Agreement. NAFTA directly endangered indigenous Mexicans by flooding the country with cheap, subsidized American corn that small farmers simply could not compete with, destroying their livelihoods. And since maize isn't just a crop, but a huge part of a lot of indigenous cultures and identities.
No, I didn't know that was
NAFTA and corn.
Over NAFTA. Interesting.
Specifically about farming.
Crazy.
That's why today the coffee is a big thing with them.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like you're going to outcompete America with your corn.
Yeah.
communities, this economic collapse was also seen as an attack on their entire way of life. The Mexican government's decision to prioritize the international trade deal over its own rural citizens shattered trust and pushed communities like the Zapatistas to rebel. Led by Subcomandante Marcos, over the course of 12 days, the mass rebels seized cities and demanded counsel with the Mexican government. They also built self-governing communities that have lasted to this day, but the road has been brutally hard. The Mexican government never fully honored the peace accords and were credibly accused of having right-wing paramilitary groups kill civilians. However, where we really get into
and
the meat of
then
potato,
those paramilitary became the Zetas. Yep.
Very cool. Weren't they also backed by the CIA?
Trained
Was that
by
the
the
Zetas?
Navy SEALs, I believe.
Navy SEALs, okay.
Probably CIA involvement too, but like the brutality of the cartels today wouldn't exist without the Zetas.
Yeah.
potatoes of this section is Comandanta Ramona. Before joining the Zapatista movement, she was an embroiderer who earned a small wage selling crafts, and she was initially illiterate, speaking only her native tongue, Tzotzil. She became one of the first women to join the EZLN in the early 1980s and rose to become one of its 7 founding female commanders, dedicating her life to fighting for indigenous and women's rights. She also helped draft and pass the Revolutionary Women's Law in their autonomous zones, which guaranteed rights to participation, health, and freedom from forced marriage. Her most famous act was in 1996 when, despite being gravely ill with kidney cancer, she left Zapatista territory for the first time to travel to Mexico City and spoke for indigenous rights and women's rights in front of 100,000 people.
Epic.
Her presence showed the Mexican government and the people around the country that she was a living face of indigenous struggle that the Zapatistas represented. At a point, she was so popular across Mexico that vendors and markets would create dolls of her. Unfortunately, Comandanta Ramona passed in 2006, but the movement has still survived to this day. Facing the new threat of violent drug cartels encroaching on their land, the EZLN announced a major restructuring in 2023. They dissolved their public municipalities to reorganize into an even more localized form of government. The Zapatista story is therefore still not over, in that they remain a movement that has inspired other movements worldwide. The Akashinga, meaning the Brave Ones in the Shona language, is a revolutionary all-female anti-poaching unit operating in the lower Zambezi Valley of Zimbabwe. Founded in 2017 by former Australian Special Forces soldier Damien Mander, the group was established on a powerful premise that empowering women from marginalized rural communities could become the most effective and sustainable force for conservation. Unlike traditional paramilitary-style anti-poaching forces, the Akashinga focuses on community-driven conservation, hiring and rigorously training women who are often survivors of abuse such as single mothers or ex-wives, providing them with economic independence and a profound sense of purpose. They are trained in tactical combat, investigative skills, and wildlife law enforcement to protect key species like elephants and rhinos from the devastating impacts of poaching. And besides the positives of nature conservation and women finding newfound independence and strength, as their members earn an income, they reinvest.
And like as we've talked about before, when it comes to certain areas, the only other opportunity is like being a child soldier for many places.
Yeah, we've spoken about
especially
this a
with
lot.
women.
Yeah, I mean Ethiopia is a good one, and we wrote the whole article about it too. Like it's a big thing, and the US allows it.
Into their families and villages, fostering local support for wildlife. This community-centric approach builds trust and intelligence networks, making conservation less confrontational and far more effective. Overall, they're a great example about how gender unity and overall working class solidarity can be applied to conservation efforts. So while we're talking about all-female units, let's move over to somewhere different in the world.
What is their reaction when they're fighting with you on the battlefield?
سر دست جن گرک نین کشتن بر جنه بچوک دبینن جنه وک هبون نابینن جنه وک امبیجن دیروک نابینن.
I love
the women's protection
that he didn't include the whole they believe that if they're killed by a woman they'll go to hell thing. Because it's such bullshit.
Complete myth, is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I want to say, like, even in there's a French movie, Girls in the Sun, and there's a whole scene where he's like, "Please, can't you send somebody else to kill me?"
Interesting.
Yeah. And, but, like, yes. And it's not just ISIS. It's the entire culture in Syria is a patriarchy and still is a patriarchy, including the zones operated by the autonomous admin. Which, I don't know, is it still the autonomous admin?
I think so.
Units, also known as the YPJ, emerged in 2013 as an all-female fighting force in the socialist region of Rojava and has been an instrumental group in fighting ISIS and protecting women in the region. For the YPJ, the struggle against groups like ISIS is inseparable from a broader fight for women's liberation and the dismantling of patriarchal systems that have long defined the region. As citizens of Rojava, they believe in socialist-influenced democratic confederalism and define themselves by the slogan Jen Jian Azadi, meaning women, life, freedom. Their core mission is to build a world where women can live freely and equally, a goal they pursue by defending their land, challenging societal stereotypes, and establishing structures like women's houses to provide safe havens and support. Also, as a fun fact, a lot of ISIS fighters are scared to fight the YPJ because, in their twisting of Islam, they believe that if they're killed by a woman in battle, they'll go to hell.
God damn it, bro! God damn it! I literally just said, I'm so glad he didn't include a quote where they said that shit. No. If they die in battle, they believe they are guaranteed paradise. It doesn't matter who kills them. The reason they were afraid is because that for every woman on the battlefield, they killed 100 ISIS fighters. Okay? That's the fear. That's where it comes from. I now have to dig through Instagram to find a video that I have posted. Did I hear a ding dong?
Uh-huh. I'm getting rid of this barbed
They
wire.
believe that if they are killed by one, they will not go to heaven. Instead,
of course, it's from RT.
That's the thing. This is like, it's something that people inside the units have said.
Is this one of these fucking, like, drop bear shit where they just fuck with foreign people?
No. It's like a legitimate thing that they like say and pass around, but like it's a whole thing.
they will go to hell. So if they want to go to hell, they should keep fighting us. These girls set an example to women all over the world, and we are extremely proud of them.
In more recent times, following Assad's fall, the YPJ and their allies in the Syrian...
The reason why especially they started cracking down on this narrative and distancing themselves from it is that many Muslims are involved in the organization.
Yeah.
So to have this thing where
it's alienating.
Yes.
It makes sense. Especially with the way that their project wanted to go.
and democratic forces have faced sustained attacks from the new Damascus government, HTS, and Turkey-backed factions. The violence has centered on strategic areas in northern Syria, involving heavy clashes and advanced weaponry. Amid this escalating conflict, Kurdish forces have also accused their adversaries of deliberately destabilizing the region by facilitating the release of ISIS prisoners, which has worsened the situation. While a ceasefire and integration agreement was reached in late January 2026, the security situation still remains tense. However, the good news is that the YPJ has not disarmed, with high-ranking leaders stating that their weapons remain necessary and that they would continue to fight for the citizens of Rojava, especially women.
Not Rojava.
The story of Pulan Devi, the bandit queen in India, is one of the most interesting suggestions that I got and educated myself about. A woman from the low-status Mala class, she was subjected to child marriage, abandonment, and a gang rape sanctioned by upper caste Thakur villagers. This trauma and outrage towards the patriarchy led to her joining and eventually leading a band of dacoits in the ravines of central India. Devi and her gang would go on to primarily steal from and target upper caste landowners, affluent families, and local officials in the Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh regions of India. So basically a real-life Robin Hood. In the late 1970s, after being kidnapped and brutalized by a gang of upper caste dacoits, she was eventually rescued by the second-in-command Vikram Malla, who shot her rapist, who was the current leader of that gang. Unfortunately, later on, Vikram was murdered for this, and Devi was captured and brutalized again.
Damn. Okay, give my scout XP. I don't give a shit.
Okay. So, might as well full screen this so it's not cut off. Okay. The role that women played left its fingerprint in history.
For example,
the war in Kobani, of all the fighters, 80% were women. From the coordination team to the units on the front line, they were women. The idea that, the idea that they were women and if a woman killed them, they would go to hell, this is not true. This wasn't true because ISIS attacked us sending a lot of their men. For example, they would send 250 terrorists for 30 of our comrades. We have an expression, you ruin them. You ruin their plans, their tactics, their goals, their existence. The victory of Kobani was epic, and with the participation of women, it became heroic.
Is the video meant to be playing?
Huh?
Can't hear anything.
No audio? Weird.
First in 1996 and then 1999 as a member of parliament for Mirzapur. In office, she became a fierce advocate for the poor and for women, leveraging her own traumatic history to champion the rights of those who, like her, had been silenced by caste-based oppression and patriarchal violence. And I'm sorry to say that her life was tragically cut short on July 25, 2001, when she was assassinated by masked gunmen outside her home in New Delhi. A death widely believed to be retribution for the Bemai massacre. And no matter your opinion on her or her actions, it's inarguable that she did champion women's rights and fought for what she thought was right.
Be very clear, there is a genocide going on in front of our very eyes.
In our more modern times, I would like to talk about Greta Thunberg. While most of us grew up watching her strike for climate change and her career as a staunch environmental activist, she has now also become a notable pro-Palestinian activist. Around September 2025, Greta risked her personal freedom to join the global Samud flotilla to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza region. According to reports, the Israeli Navy intercepted the vessel in international waters, after which Thunberg and hundreds of other activists were detained and transferred to Ketziot prison, a facility typically used for Palestinian detainees. Once in custody, activists described harsh treatment. Thunberg reportedly told Swedish officials that she was held in a cell infested with bedbugs and left dehydrated, while fellow activists alleged physical abuse, including being dragged by the hair and forced to kiss the Israeli flag. And if you've watched this channel or heard my takes on Israel, none of this is surprising at all. Her detainment and the harsh conditions she and her fellow activists endured served not only as a testament to her personal bravery, but also as a direct example of the very systems of oppression that she's seeking to call out. It remains undeniable that Thunberg has used her global platform to spotlight both the climate crisis and the crisis of Palestinian sovereignty, forcing the world to confront uncomfortable questions about our planet's future, the right to protest, and the hypocrisy of geopolitics. So although she is a bit of an outlier in this video, I still think she deserves a spot, and hopefully her actions have inspired many more to keep an eye on the situation and other situations across the world. So as usual, free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, and free all the oppressed. As usual, if you got this far, thank you so much for watching. This video was a behemoth to make. I had like so many cuts.
Cool logo.
I mean, that's what I said.
Like technical difficulties with going on a trip and the audio got messed up. I forgot my mic too.
I was curious because I definitely noticed some audio errors, but not enough for me to care.
Yeah.
Stuff that I would let slide because like I'll just normalize and like not listen to it again, you know?
It was a lot, but it was a great learning experience. Had fun editing it. So thank you once again. Should have more commentaries coming out that aren't as long video essays, but we'll be working on those in the background. Sorry for the yap, just explaining myself.
No worries, brother. Yap away.
I'm just right. You know what's easy?
Re-recording.
No, say, you know what's easier than writing and editing your own videos?
Paying someone to do it.
Doing an interview.
Oh my god.
With 5th gen IW smiley face.
But like I said in the beginning of the video, if there's anybody I left out, which of course I probably did, it wasn't on purpose, comment down below and just, you know, you guys could get to talking. And if this one bangs, I guess, not I guess, I'll do another video. I'll do a part 2 with all the new suggestions. So thank you, like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See ya.
That 5-day timeline for pause in operations, would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the President of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
Can I ask you about the TSA lines?
Sure.
Are the TSA lines, that we've all seen the video of that from various airports, is that going to be what ends the stalemate in Congress to get DHS funded?
Well, look, it's the Democrats who have led to this stalemate over the past 6 weeks. The President and the Republicans' position has been very clear. Fund the Department of Homeland Security. And we've attempted in good faith numerous times, both the President himself and lawmakers on the Republican side on Capitol Hill, to go to the Democrats with reasonable offers, with real solutions. They'll ask for something, we'll give them that concession, and then they say, oh wait, that's not enough, actually. So I think that's why I said earlier, the cruelty is the point. They want this chaos. They want to distract, I think, from the success of our military overseas right now, totally obliterating the Iranian regime. And it's very unfortunate because there's only, the only people that are suffering from this are the American people. And I hear that Democrats might be flying out of town tomorrow. How convenient and lovely of them that they get to go to the airport and that they'll get to go home to their families when you have families, TSA workers who are suffering. You have people across the country who are missing flights for funerals and for work commitments because of Democrat politicians on Capitol Hill. Mary, in the back.
Thanks, Carla.
Hey, quick question.
I do.
Are you
Thank you.
stupid?
She might be. Or evil.
The war on fraud is just getting started. One Minnesota millionaire blowing the whistle on the state's welfare.
I know a great place to look if we want to see some fraud.
Programs. He was able to legally qualify for food stamps despite his high net worth.
I strongly support.
He's elderly.
Oh my god. Can't make this shit up.
He qualified for food stamps because he's elderly. Also, you have to do yearly interviews to stay in the food stamp program.
Oh, do you actually?
Yes.
SNAP benefits for truly needy individuals. But when we have nearly 1 in 7 Americans receiving food support in the wealthiest nation on earth with historically low unemployment rate, something is wrong.
So wait, I thought so. Once again, this guy is basically saying that he committed fraud. I'm gonna commit fraud to prove a point.
Here's a banger video I'm putting in the private chat here.
Might call the current eligibility rules fraud by design.
It's not just Minneapolis. YouTuber Nick Shirley has moved on from Minneapolis into California, where he has discovered what could be another major scandal.
Could be.
Okay, I am 100. I won't say 100. 95% convinced now these meme pages that I've been talking about for a few weeks now are PSL. Because I'm sure you've seen this, like, Iranian professor that's going around and making the rounds on the news media. Well, the video I just sent you is Breakthrough News platforming this guy.
You know what's interesting about this guy? Like Drew Plavlo, he clearly hasn't showered. Like, bro, you're going on television.
At least shower.
There's over 35,000 licensed daycare facilities inside of California. These people are underneath a different program, and what they're doing is they're creating these daycares, and then they're living off of government subsidies. So these houses will have these daycares in the middle of a neighborhood, and these families are completely living off government subsidies off of the 10 kids that they have enrolled.
That interview was part of David Asman's new special, Fox Business In-Depth, War on Fraud. It airs tonight, 8 p.m. And it's not just about catching criminals, it's about protecting programs that tens of millions of Americans depend on. And David joins us now. Talk to us. What did you learn?
Well, first of all, Nick Shirley is doing God's work again. I mean, he's doing the old-fashioned stuff of just knocking on doors. And why more reports?
Knocking on doors, asking, show me the children. Let me see the kids. And I need to inspect them to make sure they're the correct gender.
Don't get scoops like that is beyond me, although more are getting enticed in because it's so rich. Let's talk about how rich it is. We spent $5.5 trillion during the pandemic. Both administrations spending money is just awash. Plus, it happened during the Biden administration, at the same time when they opened the borders. So the U.S. had this big sort of hat on saying, rob me blind. And people from all over the world came in quite freely because there were no borders, came in and started doing it. We focus on Somalians. And in fact, Nick Shirley's finding out that in California, a lot of these so-called daycare centers with no kids are run by Somalians as well. So Somalia was in particular looking at the U.S. and realizing it was the gravy train and we're going to get on it. But there are Chinese communities that were getting on it. There's people from all over the world that were coming in. Essentially, what is happening now is this administration, first of all, they did close the borders. And they're trying to investigate it. We have Dr. Oz on. He's talking about, he thinks he can cut $100 billion in waste and fraud out of Medicaid, Medicare over the next couple of years that he has left.
That doesn't.
Oh, God. That's the opposite of what we need, bro. These dinguses.
What did you expect?
Can't even pay 1 month of interest on the debt.
And you think of the $5.5 trillion. There's all sorts of money that went out for education. It's not just
Dr. Oz thinks he can get even more people to not have health
that
care.
went through K through 12 education, a lot of it being manipulated.
And then what's great is that they'll buy more of the snake oil that Dr. Oz endorses because they don't have access to like legitimate medical care. Isn't that great?
Isn't it just?
That's pretty neat.
by the teachers' unions, et cetera. So there's a lot of money out there. Cash flow, just to focus on Minneapolis, we all know about Minneapolis. Turns out in 2024, people left that small Minneapolis airport with $343 million in cash. In 2025, it was $350 million in cash just going out of the airport. That doesn't include the remittances that were sent by mail, by electronic means. So, I mean, it is extraordinary how much fraud there is in this
The
nation.
fellow we had on from Minnesota, he used that phrase that this was fraud by design, right? And I just think it's interesting. He pointed to a stat and said, when I see 1 out of 7 Americans on food assistance, I view that as a failure of the wealthiest country on earth.
Right.
But if you were in the Obama administration or the Biden administration, you view that as an indicator of success.
Yeah.
You want more. I remember Obama, you know, in the aftermath of the Great Recession, those guys were like, we are so happy to say we have gotten more people on SNAP benefits. And you're like, that's not the goal. But so part of it is the design, David.
I've got a pop quiz question for you, Taylor, because you're always giving it to me and I don't know the answer to it. What's the name of the treasurer in Minnesota?
Oh, gosh.
It's a trick question.
That's hard. There is none.
She's a brilliant human being.
Wow.
Yes, there has been none since 1998. There was no treasurer.
Oh my God!
They do that?
This is the opposite of what I want. Pause, YouTube, for fuck's sake! Laggy as fuck. Fucking potato stream.
How does the Congo have a third city already?
Some of the AI get extra cities to start.
Great.
Why, you want to kill them?
Yeah, he's forward settling me and it's pissing me off.
Yeah. It looks like he might be coming over to start some shit with you.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. That's why I'm body blocking him.
Well, I mean, he might send military.
Well, he's got a settler here. So.
Yeah, and then he might take the military he has and move him down on you.
Well, if he does, I'm going to take his shit.
And we see what's happened. I mean, who's minding the store? Where did that K through 12 education money go? Where is all this money go? We're finding out a lot of what's happening.
We do have a governor, an attorney general, and an auditor. Some of those guys.
We also have a treasury secretary who has closed down a lot of these electronic transfer payments, particularly among people. One of the things you have to prove now is that you are not on government assistance. So the money that you're sending out can't be sent out by taxpayer. It can't be taxpayers' funds that you're sending out. So there are crackdowns, but I'm afraid to say that Dagan is 100% right on this. There are hundreds of billions of dollars that are just unaccounted for. It's like the whole country didn't have a treasurer watching the store.
Hey, I know where you can get billions of dollars real quick, guys, if you really care. If you really care about the taxpayer, too.
Individual who got SNAP benefits, who's a millionaire.
Right.
That is the rule, not the exception.
That's fraud. That's what you should say. That is fraud. He committed fraud. Like Drew Pavlo.
In more than 40 states in this country,
I'm going to commit fraud to own the libs.
Right. There is only an income test to get on food stamps. However, in the one big beautiful bill.
So the dude, they don't ask for food stamps. They don't ask about how much money is in your bank account, right? So if you're retired, right? So if he's a millionaire, he probably doesn't have to pay into like the retirement fund where he gets a certain amount of money per month from his retirement fund that he's paid into. If he's already wealthy, he doesn't need to live off that retirement fund. So on paper, it would probably look like that he is somebody. But like, you can tell he's definitely retired because he has enough free time to go and apply for food stamps that he doesn't need.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Republicans imposed work requirements on working age individuals, they in essence bigfooted that rule, because if you are able to, they force you to go out and earn an income if you can. So
They actually don't. I actually am able to claim all of this as work hours for food stamps. You don't need an income, actually. Literally, if you just volunteer, it will be enough to qualify for their new rules.
So if you're somebody with millions and millions of dollars and you think you're going to go get food stamps, they force you to work at least, it's like 4 hours a day, roughly, 5 days a week. So that was an end around to fixing that problem of having no asset test.
But we've become so accustomed to this overcharging and paying out what has been overcharged. We just had breaking news from the Wall Street Journal, by the way, autism therapy. That was where a lot of the scandal was operated. And not just in Minnesota. This is one in Indiana. Autism therapy firm was paid $340,000 per patient. It has just been removed, barred from getting any more Medicaid because of the work that Dr. Oz is doing. I don't want to give him all the credit because a lot of people have been looking at it, but $340,000.
And we all know autism isn't real.
Because you spoke with Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Emmett Oz. He broke down just how bad this problem is. Take a listen.
Let me give you a high-level number. We think there's about $100
Hi, I'm at
billion
Wagner's. I'm getting a crudité.
Fraud,
Hi, is
waste,
this the
and
guy
abuse.
that's not a doctor?
To put that in context, if we just
So
were
yes, he's a
taking
snake
out
oil
fraud, waste, and
salesman.
abuse in Medicare, we will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. So all those folks who are worried that Medicare is not going to be there.
Will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund while cutting the life expectancy of Americans in half.
For them after they finish working their whole careers, you have a lot more confidence in this beautiful social safety net, the crown jewel of our program, being viable if we get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. So when we talk about these other states that are in trouble, please remember that goal and general affordability of health care is of primary importance to the president.
I think he's 100% right, David, and I don't want any fraud, waste, or abuse. I'll take the $100 billion. But when Elon Musk did Doge and fell short of his $1 trillion mark, everybody kind of poo-pooed it.
Right.
You know, what difference was really made? So do you think that the average American will look at this $100 billion and appreciate what they're doing here?
The individual examples are so good, and unlike what happened with Doge, where there wasn't that kind of follow-through that we were all hoping for, and that frankly discouraged Elon Musk, among others, because he didn't see the fall. He thought it would be, all we had to do was expose this stuff, and then there'd be a crackdown. Now it looks, it may be too late to get some of the big high rollers, but it does seem to be happening. But where there were pockets, it's the pockets of this fraud that is the worst. And one of those pockets, of course, is Minneapolis, but Los Angeles, California, right now.
Los
We're talking
Angeles.
about a city that has gone unattended for much too long.
Which one? You sent 3 links. Which one you want?
Any of them will work. One turn encampment.
Dr. Oz made a Nick Shirley style video where he drove around accusing random Armenian-owned businesses of being fronts for organized crimes without evidence. Grey Wolf's occupied government. I mean, that's what I was about to say. Isn't he like... Was it him who... No. Eric Adams had the flights to Turkey, right? But I want to... No, Dr. Oz lives in Turkey as well. He has a second residence in Turkey.
Of course he does.
Tim Pool?
Sure, we can do the temple one.
Chris Bledsoe wrote down a vision and handed it to the Pentagon. It said, during an Iran-Israel missile exchange in April of 2026, thousands of orbs will rise from the ocean. That was 14 years ago.
Are we talking about like alien orbs?
I guess so. Got no clue.
What?
Ago. April is 2 weeks away. Now, of course, this could just be internet nonsense. A video that was sent to me that is seemingly a crazy guy saying crazy things. Apparently, this guy had been abducted by aliens, and they shared with him divine secrets. And he wrote a book about it. Many people have shared that book. And in the UFO space, well, they find it also interesting. But there are many things interesting happening today that are leading people to believe we are in the end of times, that the prophecy will be fulfilled.
This is why
now, I don't know exactly if this is true or not. I tend to think not, but there are many interesting signs, or it's easier to say there are individuals that are trying to make the end of times come.
Yeah.
There have been many people who noticed meteors falling through the sky, a loud boom in Ohio as a meteor ripped through the atmosphere.
Wow.
We are now learning that a comet will graze the sun and may disintegrate, creating a light show in the sky for all of us to see once again in April.
That's right.
About
It's
2
the
weeks away.
apocalypse, baby.
On top of this, of course, we have the exchange between Israel and Iran as things light up in the region, and questions of whether or not this is part of some grand prophecy. You know, as time has gone on with this war and in politics, many people have hyper-focused on Israel. And of course, I find much of it to be frustrating. And I've asked these people, why is it that those who are so Israel critical are propped up? If Israel's really in control, why put people who hate Israel on the front page of YouTube? And the response? In order to bring about the end of times, the world must turn its swords on Israel. And so they're trying to manufacture the Messianic era. Recently, Netanyahu said the Messianic era will come soon, but not by Thursday. So is this really what they're after? Well, there have been people trying to breed a red heifer, which, again, is another component of the prophecy.
Tim? You don't need to do all this. Like, these dominionists will just tell you this. You don't need to link it to, like, orbs rising from the ocean and comets. What are we doing here, Tim?
Fulfilled. My friends, I can't tell you what to believe. I can only show you what people are claiming. And while
and by show you, I mean I'm going to run away when things happen.
These individuals, such as in this video, say that orbs will rise from the oceans in April of 2026. I'll play the video for you.
I'm good.
We have strange going-ons with alien disclosure. Did you know that there was an NSA cryptologist who said aliens are real, and this was a long time ago, and said it was mainstream science? This is not a fringe conspiracy guy. This was considered normal, and as he described it, scientists take it for granted that aliens do exist, and we can communicate with them. That's why they've been trying. Now we have Trump saying he's going to disclose information on aliens.
This guy also calls himself a journalist, by the way.
Of aliens.gov, and researchers involved in advanced aerospace propulsion and UFO research disappearing. Perhaps I'm connecting dots where dots need not be connected.
No
but either
way.
way, I do think it's interesting to explore these ideas and the big question.
When is the red cow coming?
And what does that even really mean? My friends, I take you on a deep
Not your
dive
friend.
into a world of potential nonsense or deep
potential nonsense. Tim? I don't know. This is, even for you, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Prophetic visions. I guess it's going to be up to you to decide what you think is true. But
Did
the reality
Russia
is,
pay you to do this?
You know, people have predicted the end of times a lot.
Yeah,
it's never come to be.
they're called cult leaders.
But I would simply say there are many signs that I find to be all too interesting, perhaps indicating that we really are in some kind of prophetic era, or
I bet
that there are powerful individuals who believe this to be the case. I remember Alex Jones was talking about this. He said it's not that
when he
we
was
are
drunk on your podcast,
facing
you're talking about fucking Joe Rogan's vagina.
Who believe it and are trying
Remember
to
that,
manufacture it. So the signs that we see are actually just man-made manipulations.
Okay.
Perhaps.
1 second.
But let's
Can we
take a
both
deep
save?
dive. And
So save the game. Just in case that this doesn't go my way.
Oh, you're declaring war?
Uh-huh.
Hang on. What do you get more I'm sending some stuff down to you to help.
Okay.
So if you wait a little, they'll come.
I kind of want to do it before his city gets walls.
Is he building walls?
I don't know.
No. No walls here.
Mm-hmm. Hence
No
why I
walls.
want to do it before he builds walls.
Well, I mean, if you only want to take this front one, it shouldn't be that hard.
Well, he hasn't built a battering ram. But he just got a heavy
He
chariot.
has a chariot, yeah.
So he's at that
I
segment
mean,
now.
you have just put a slinger on your fort, and there's nothing he can do to you.
Yeah, I know.
see what actually is going on as of
declaring the
right
war.
now, and then I ask you to comment, do you believe it's actually what's
Did you
happening?
save?
Will there be a return of the Messiah?
No.
Will it be aliens? Will the world actually end, my friends? I don't know. But let's dive right in first with this video. Now, before we do, head over to timcast.com, click join. You will.
In 2012, when I told this. Okay? 2012. One thing she told me was, when you see Iran and Israel exchanging missiles.
Wow, who could have predicted that Iran and Israel would fight each other? Real Nostradamus over here, huh?
Literally nobody saw
And I
this coming.
saw it. The way she tells me is a vision of, I see it like a living picture screen. I could see the rockets flying. Then all of a sudden, orbs appeared out of the ocean and everywhere.
The guy even has crazy eyes.
And I told the government.
Oh my God. Pause it.
If this happens.
Do you see the account under this video?
Lousy B.
Yep. Do you know who that is?
Nah.
Australian Nazi.
Cool.
Very cool. So, remember how I've been saying that the conservatives here have been moving towards using American language and appealing to Christian nationalism rather than any Australian values? Well, Tim Pool's using her, so that's cool. This motherfucker is moving another settler up.
Yeah, they do that.
The orb's going to appear and wake people up and stop it. That's what she told me. April 2026. Yeah.
Tim, are you for real with this? This is what we're doing today?
It's going to be Chris Bledsoe says April 2026 is when it all happens. But I can tell you this, when I told this to the government.
Boy, this
about
sure won't age terribly
I just
for you,
repeated
Tim.
what she told me. They immediately put remote viewers on. And all of a sudden, all the remote viewers are saying, oh my God, 2026, 2027, something is going to happen.
2026, Easter. What will happen? The star will, the alignment she told me about.
Are we for... This guy got on one of the biggest podcasts, too? I guess Alex Jones gets on. I mean, Alex Jones is actually a name, though. Who the fuck is this guy?
It says, yes, Regulus will be visible. and high in the night sky on Easter Sunday, April 5th, 2026.
Cool.
What's going on?
Regulus would be
What's
on
going
the-
on? Tim, it's astronomy. We discovered it a long time ago. Hell, even Mesopotamians had a pretty good knowledge of astronomy. They actually knew, not that the Earth was round, but they knew that the sky was a dome, at least. Right? So they still thought the Earth was a flat plane, but they knew that the sky was a dome. That's pretty advanced knowledge for the first civilization.
Yes.
They also understood atmosphere and how we are able to breathe. And, you know, they associated that with gods, but they still understood a concept and associated with gods. You know, it's like you look at some of the stuff like the Lesser Key of Solomon and stuff.
Yeah.
But like a lot of these older demons and stuff, it would be associated with actual disorders like anxiety and stuff.
Okay.
So like exorcisms kind of like were an early form of recognizing cognitive and mental disabilities in people and not actually knowing how to treat them.
Okay. Interesting.
Rising in front of the Sphinx at that moment.
Some researchers suggest it could have been in April because of one of the key alignments involving Regulus and planets like Jupiter occurred in the spring around 3 or 2 BC, which may align with the timing of the nativity of Jesus and the appearance of the Star of Bethlehem.
There'd be a new knowledge. Well, I had no idea if this was even possible, you know. But these astronomers run it through the machines, and it comes out that that star is going to come up on the horizon in Easter of 2026.
Easter 2026.
I gave him the specific time. And it was with Robert Grant that I told him about this alignment and all. And he's like, oh my God. He's been looking for this ruby. This little ruby you have to find and place it between Paul's.
Are we for real right now? Are we for real right now? Are we for real right now? We're doing Indiana Jones, Fifth Element, fucking unlock the pyramids, aliens built them shit?
That he knows is.
Can we get Graham Hancock on here to restore
so
normalcy?
funny that he's using this fucking chick's page. I swear she's not a real account, like AI woman.
Well, maybe. Maybe not. It could just be a guy who sold a book and has got another story to tell. But let's go through what's currently going on.
Is this really all you have to talk about?
Netanyahu
Tim?
says Israel will reach the kingdom and make it to the Messiah's return. Now, this video went massively viral because it was translated as Netanyahu saying, we will reach the return of the Messiah, but not by Thursday. Basically, what he was actually saying is, to those that believe in the Messianic era, trust me, it'll happen, but it's not happening right now. And I think the point of the message was stop believing.
The point of the message was to fucking signal to Dominionists, you know, the way Trump signaled to fucking QAnon and other stuff. What he's doing, Tim, is something that's called a dog whistle for Christian Zionists to continue support. Because the preachers, I guarantee you, all the preachers out there who fucking push this shit built sermons around Netanyahu saying this.
This war is the prophecy. Now, some said, but he pointed at the Messiah's return, indicating it's Jesus. Well, I actually sought out a translation, and it is the way Hebrew is spoken. It could mean a return of the era, his return, or just the era itself. So it doesn't. I don't believe he was conveying to Christians Jesus is coming back. I think he was talking generally about the Messianic era, which could be interpreted in any way. Middle East Eye reports. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Friday said that Israel will reach the kingdom and make it to the Messiah's return.
I hate you.
Netanyahu said Israel is achieving unprecedented gains in the war with Iran and that the campaign is reshaping the Middle East, adding that Israel's status as a rising superpower was strengthened.
You know what he's actually doing here? He's taking attention off the very real Christian Zionists. by associating it with this flim flam.
It's a good theory.
Perhaps. But I might throw it to Benny Johnson. Now, I don't know that Benny Johnson was literally trying to proclaim that the end was nigh. But I do love this clip from Media Matters because I don't understand why they're clipping right-wingers at this point. This is not even a shocking, like, right-wing video. It's Benny talking about the war. And he says, with every passing moment, the apocalypse grows nearer. I am not trying to be glib here. Let me actually play the clip from Benny.
With every passing moment, the apocalypse grows
Let me ask you something, please.
I'm not trying to be glib here. We literally watched
a
massive...
What do these two characters on the screen right now have in common?
They were both funded by Russia?
What?
No way.
That sounds like a conspiracy.
ballistic missile take out a massive chunk of the old wall in
So it
Jerusalem.
turns out I can't get over
in the
that.
shadow of the Al-Aqsa
Great.
Mosque.
Too much deep water.
The Western Wall. The
No,
Dome of
no,
Rock,
it's,
the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
too
Look at
many
this.
borders
This could
in the
have
way.
killed a lot of people if they were worshiping their Muslims, Jews, and Christians. Obviously, this is the most
Hang on.
holy site in all of the world. You can see the damage
No.
that was done, how it just took out a huge chunk of the wall, the roadway. And if this was the mosque, I mean, the mosque is like thousands of years old, right? I think it was built in like 600. Dude, it would be toast. Iran could have like actually bombed one of the holiest places in all of Islam. Of course,
Why'd
they
you
would have.
say? Why'd you say it like that?
Indeed,
Islam.
indeed. Anyway,
Indeed.
something that's been happening all throughout Israel, but of course throughout Jerusalem, where you see puffs of smoke and debris on this, without question, you know, the site of Solomon's old temple. And as you see it, I mean, the ballistics flying over, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point. You get the point.
No.
The apocalypse grows nearer. Again, I don't know
No.
if Benny was actually trying to imply literally the end of days. I think, kind of. Maybe. Well, take a look at this.
Dude,
From Times of
everything
India.
is him sitting
The
on a
Great
fence,
Comet is
even
heading for the sun
the
on
most
April
like
4th. Timing, visibility, and best tips to watch. See 2026 A1 Maps Comet. The sky could host a brief but remarkable event in early April. Astronomers are closely tracking
Who the fuck
a newly
put this
discovered
together for him?
sun-gazing comet.
Do you think?
Sun-grazing, sorry.
Do you think he's
named
just into this?
C2026
Like,
A1 Maps.
I'm not
as
sure.
reported by University.
bro, this is like more in depth than he gets on. Like, he's actually reading more than the first line of an article.
It's impressive.
If only he
warrior.
could make this effort with like regular news, huh?
If only.
He only knows how to fucking spew nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It was first observed in January. This is expected to reach perihelion on April 4th, 2026, where many suggest the comet could actually disintegrate in the sun's corona, creating a light show for all
Cool.
of us to see.
Yes,
They're
we're
gonna
all
say-
gonna go stare at the sun.
So true. I'll do that.
God damn it, Poundmaker just got... Okay, give me... Oh my god, what a ripoff.
Its visibility from Earth before reaching perihelion, it's expected to move to the constellation Fornax, Eridanus, Cetus, and Pisces. During late March, its brightness may improve to around magnitude +10, making it potentially observable with small telescopes under suitable conditions. Due to the comet's proximity to the sun, ground-based observation will be difficult during its closest approach. Sun-based instruments provide the most reliable method, etc., etc. Honestly, I doubt we'll see anything. I mean, if you're really looking for it, you might capture it. Here we go from Cleveland.com. Ohio's back-to-back meteors among 5 U.S. fireballs in 1 week. 5 fireballs in
What?
1 week? What is going on?
What is
Outside
going
reports
on?
Comet Maps saying
Astronomy.
you could see the comet
Tim.
of the year next week. Here's how to view it. They say it could be as bright as Venus. Meaning, my friends, you'd be able to see it with the naked eye.
Wow.
It's known as a sun grazer. The proximity could spark an incredible early April comet show, or it could end a disappointment with the cluster breaking apart as it approaches our bright star. From Cleveland 19, another bright fireball lights up Ohio skies, the second within a week. Check this out. Steve Skohek, he says, there have been a lot of fireball meteor sightings lately. There's supposed to be a new meteor shower, but I never seen anything like this. I've compiled videos from every event I could find and put them into one thread. I count 8 separate sightings. People have been noticing a high density of meteors ripping through the sky. Now, the truth is, my friends, wow, that one's massive. Here's the reality. This kind of thing does happen all the time, and it might just be that people are looking for it. And that's the truth. Here's Ohio and Pennsylvania, a meteor ripping through the sky. Look at that, and disintegrating. Same one from Ohio, but from a different dash cam. Take a look at that.
Take a look at that.
We've got this one in Missouri. We've got this one in East Bernard, Texas.
Look at it.
Wow. Someone caught that one. Houston captured this one, ripping through the sky. California. All of this happening in March. People are noticing these. Portland and Seattle. Now, while some of these videos he posted are the same incident, there's about 5 unique instances. Maybe it's nothing. But I'm going to play you this a little bit about that guy, Chris Bledsoe. And this is from, what is this guy's name? I don't know. This is a video that people are sharing. It's not getting super viral, but this is what people are suggesting.
You want some UFO secrets? I don't do this very often, but I'm going to confirm with firsthand knowledge a story that you can now read about publicly. If you don't know who this guy is, you need to find out. We can start with my little debrief here. His name is Chris Bledsoe. He's a very successful contractor and builder in the Carolinas. He owned his own company. He was very successful, had a lot of money, did not need to create any extra notoriety or money for himself. In 2007, Chris had an encounter with a UFO near his home in North Carolina.
And since then, has he created a lot more money for himself? I mean, he was appearing on fucking podcasts and shit. He hasn't profited from this at all. You know who he is. You wouldn't know who he was if he didn't fucking say that he was a fucking in an alien ship and shit.
He reports he was taken on board, taken to a specific location, shared a lot of information with him regarding stuff that he was supposed to share with humanity, and then he was returned back home safely. Now, shortly after,
I'm going to jump forward a little bit because this we already know from the beginning.
This overt sabotage, he kept telling his story in talks that he was giving in person-to-person communications. And government agents kept coming around his house to ask a bunch of questions.
Oh, no.
Some of whom who were really friendly, and some of whom who weren't, making death threats against his family if he didn't quit talking.
Maybe.
I believe it.
This is UFO community nonsense. But
maybe. No, Tim.
We've got this story from people4.org. Glenn Beck believes that
Glenn Beck is a Christian Zionist. Also, doesn't he fondle women?
Probably. Conservative, right?
But that's why he got fired, and that's why Elijah Schaffer hangs out with him and is employed by him.
That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Him and Bill O'Reilly, I believe, were all wrapped up in that Murdoch diddle business. I'm pretty sure.
Fun. In the end of days. Really?
I'm sure Glenn Beck has never said this before.
I don't see our evangelical churches standing up en masse to this fight, even so much as educating Christians about what the Islamists really want. I think we're certainly seeing a robust
exposing
experience.
Islam.
People going back to the Catholic Church, but do you see the Christian community at large here in America understanding what I consider to be a clear and present danger?
Yeah.
So I will tell you, I'll go further than you will, and probably most will, and probably what's good for me. But I believe there is a possibility that we are living in the end of days. Especially what's happening with the 12ers in Iran. I've been talking about them for 30 years. They were so radical that the Ayatollah Khomeini said they could not be part of the revolution, which, by the way, the revolution to overthrow Iran was Marxist taking the colleges and the Islamists taking all of the religious, combining and overthrowing. And then after the Islamist revolution with the Marxists, they killed all the Marxists. But anyway, the 12ers
They
are
more like they
so
sniped the revolution
dangerous
with the
because
help of the
they
West.
believe that the 12th Imam, the Mahdi, is coming. And when you wash the world in blood,
What is this, fucking
the
Dune?
Mahdi will come, and that will bring it'll bring Jesus, who they believe will testify to Allah, and say to Christians, "You're on the wrong side." They are right now. Many of the 12ers in Shia Islam are saying that Donald Trump is the Dajjal, the Antichrist. They are fighting a religious battle. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter.
This is a point made by many individuals, that whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, because there are people who believe it and they're acting in accordance with those beliefs. So again, you may be a secular individual, or you might be even Christian who's like, I don't think it's really happening right now, but there are people who do, and that's been the argument. People who are trying to breed the red heifer to make it happen.
I knew we were gonna
first
red heifer. I called that shit.
Test run for biblical sacrifice for
All right,
third
I've
Jewish
saged this
temple, end of
motherfucker's city.
times, and Jesus' return.
It's
I
on.
asked
It's
Google,
mine
tell
now.
me this is not real. Are there people
But
actually doing
he's
this?
circling around with warriors,
Right-wing
but I'm
Israeli
about to
groups, notably the Temple
make
Institute
an archer.
and Bana Israel, are actively breeding or sourcing perfectly red heifers. Primarily
I called
imported
it.
red Angus from
I
Texas
told you he was
to
gonna
fulfill
fucking talk about
biblical
red
prophecy
cows.
requiring their sacrifice for ritual purification.
I knew
and
we
the
were gonna
construction
get
of
here.
a third temple in Jerusalem.
Wild.
5 heifers were imported in 2022, with efforts
You're a
ongoing to
heifer.
find an unblemished candidate for potential sacrifice, causing significant religious and political controversy in the region. The aim is to find an entirely red, unblemished heifer, no spots, hair must be uniformly red, that has never been put under a yoke or used for labor.
Okay.
According to Jewish tradition, in the book of Numbers, the ashes of a red heifer are needed for the purification of individuals and the priesthood, a necessary step for building the third temple in Jerusalem. The Temple Institute has cooperated with the ranchers in Texas to import red Angus heifers. 5 such heifers
I
were
hope they
imported.
build the third
The
temple
project
so that
involves the
nothing
Temple
can
Institute, often in
happen.
partnership with Christian supporters in the U.S., who see this as a sign of the end
Oh
of
my
times.
goodness.
Oh boy.
Christians believing we're in the end times. You know,
When has this ever happened?
like literally in the Bible. Like literally the first Christians thought Jesus was going to return in their lifetime. So there that is.
The effort is intensely political and controversial. The potential location for the sacrifice is on the Mount of Olives, targeting the site near the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa Mosque. The potential, Al-Aqsa, the potential to alter the status quo of the Temple Mount, a heavily contested religious site, has led to friction, and it was monitored by Hamas as a violation, mentioned by Hamas as a violation for the October 7th attack on Israel. While earlier candidates were deemed unsuitable, the current group of heifers is monitored closely to see if they remain free of blemishes that would disqualify them for sacrifice. Indeed, they may actually be the fated red heifers, or more importantly, they're
Sure they are.
trying to make it happen. Interesting. But what is this? That these Islamists believe Trump's the Antichrist?
Seriously.
Well,
what is with the amount of effort Tim put into this?
It is a bit strange.
My friends, about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, actually, I had on a couple of amateur eschatologists,
Who?
as I would describe them. Young men who believe that we may be facing the
Uh-huh.
end of times. And
They're
the
called
Antichrist may
cultists.
come. And they told me that the Antichrist would have some injury to his right side, either both his arm or hand or face.
So now you're saying Trump is the
Well,
Antichrist.
I asked Brock, would the Antichrist be injured in his right side anyway? Yes. According to one key Old Testament prophecy that many Christian interpreters link directly to the Antichrist, he is described as sustaining injuries specifically affecting his right side.
Keep in
namely his
mind, Old Testament, no Christ, no Antichrist, and no devil.
Wait, really?
Yes, the devil doesn't even...
That's
the devil's
all New
not in the
Testament?
Bible. The devil
didn't
is a
realize-
fucking invention after Christianity is
Look,
founded.
man, I don't
They borrowed
fucking
it
know
from
this
like
shit.
Zoroastrianism and shit.
That does not
Horodamagdu
surprise
and
me.
shit. So, like, early Gnostic Christians or believed in dualism, where it was a battle between good and evil, and modern Christians believe that too. And like, if you think about it, right, where they actually fear Satan and they think Satan is gonna like take over, that means they believe that Satan could beat God, and also God would be all-knowing, so he would know the future and would create Satan to then defeat him. So their inherent belief is blasphemy. If they actually believe that the devil can win the battle against heaven. That's, and also God would have to create the devil because God created everything. So kind of doesn't make sense. Kind of some holes in their
just a few
system here.
Right arm and right eye. Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. A sword will be on his arm and on his right eye. His arm will be totally withered, and his right eye will be blind. The passage is widely viewed in eschatological end-time studies as a description of the future false shepherd who will deceive Israel and the world, paralleling the Antichrist figure.
Yum, yum, yum.
You think when they're talking about Israel there, they're talking about the country?
Or the biblical figure?
Or the guy?
I literally, there was some Zionist
New Testament.
fuckhead that was like, oh, but we have a biblical obligation. I'm like,
injury or
bro,
attack, his right arm becoming
Israel is a person.
Implies
you
loss
fucking
of physical power
knob.
or strength. His right eye becoming
There's
completely blind
zero
points to
mention.
impaired
Like,
vision.
can
Many
we
scholars and commentators
Can we like
this.
just address the fact that the notion of a state didn't exist until the late 1700s? So how the fuck can a book written in a zero?
Well, Jack, I just told
AD,
you God is all-knowing.
Or whenever the fuck the
He
Bible
knew
was written.
states were going to exist.
How can a Bible written in ancient times, essentially, probably the edge of ancient times, predict Israel, the state?
Classical
when it's
era.
literally Jacob renamed as the first person, and I believe it's the leader of Jews. The followers of Israel are Jews, correct?
Well, Jacob's the son of Abraham, who's the founder of the covenant.
Yes. Okay. So, but that is
He's the
that
other
is the story, right?
Isaac is the one who is almost sacrificed. Jacob is the other kid.
Okay, but that's more or less how it works.
And then I believe
the followers of Israel
Moses
are
is
Jews?
a descendant of them as well.
Interesting.
But I don't know for sure on that one.
Yeah.
Bro, I can produce a boat in this little Dead Sea looking thing.
To the Antichrist's fatal wound in Revelation 13:3, which is healed in a counterfeit resurrection that
It's
amazes the world.
Generally accepted by actual biblical scholars that Revelations is about the Romans. It's not about the end of the world, actually.
I've heard this as well. I have also heard this.
Zechariah is providing more specific
I
physical
could wipe
details
him
about
out.
the wound or related
I could
injury,
legitimately wipe him
especially
out.
since both
None of
involve
his
a
shit
sword and dramatic
has
recovery.
walls.
Note that Revelation 13
Yeah,
itself
that's
describes
what
the
you
end
want to do. Is you go to war early before they get walls.
Specifying right side, right arm, right eye, or detail, blah, blah, blah. Zechariah is applied to the Antichrist.
He's not even defending his cities. He's going for my capital.
Cross-referencing. Interesting. Some interpreters treat the right arm and right eye as partly figurative, representing the Antichrist's eventual loss of authority and spiritual blindness, rather than strictly literal
That makes
scars.
sense.
In short, yes. Biblical prophecy indicates the Antichrist would be injured in his right arm and right eye. This is one more distinctive physical description tied to him in the end times teaching. Interpretations vary. Literal physical traits, symbolic meaning. The right side connection is clear in intent. Okay. Some
Great.
say that it was not the right eye necessarily, but that something on the right side of the face would be injured, seemingly fatal, with a remarkable recovery. Gee, I wonder what many people are saying now about
Sharp
who
air.
this could refer to. Is there an individual who suffered what appeared to be a fatal blow?
No.
Appeared is the correct word.
Before
No.
having a miraculous recovery?
No.
You know who
No.
I'm talking about.
None
Indeed,
of-
my friends, many people believe
No.
that Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Now, some people have said, yeah, right. Trump's he's charismatic, but he's nowhere near charismatic enough, and he doesn't know enough about religion to be
Does
the
the
Antichrist.
Antichrist need to know about religion?
But some say this man who would attempt
I
to
don't know
bring
if the
peace to the Middle
Antichrist is
East
even in the Bible.
was injured with what appeared to be, at first, a mortal wound when a bullet struck the side
And
of
like,
his head.
if it is, it's
and
in
he
Revelations. So they're talking about the people who were persecuting the Christians at the time.
Yeah.
And if anyone's the Antichrist, it's Martin Luther. Am I right?
falls down. He gets up covered in blood. He raises his hand and says, fight, fight, fight.
Oh my god.
Within a week or two. Not a scar.
Wow.
Yeah.
A seemingly
It's almost like he
miraculous
didn't.
recovery.
It's almost like the air cut him.
Denied he was even shot.
He wasn't shot.
Now,
The
believe
air
whichever-
cut him.
Whatever you want to believe. I'm not saying it. But of course, I know
Spicy
you're
air.
all saying, yeah, okay, fine. Maybe that fits. But his arm's not withered, right? I mean, it says his arm would be,
Lol.
The Daily Beast. Trump slathers bruised hand in makeup to swear in new goon. Yeah, they've been talking about this nonstop.
What a title!
That Trump's right hand has a massive bruise that is spreading.
Well
And he is
done to
covered
whatever
in
editor
makeup
put that
doesn't
title.
match his proper
That's
skin.
amazing.
Could this just be wishful thinking? Could this be people trying to make the prophecy appear
No.
to be true? I mean, what if there's no real Antichrist? It's all just prophecy, but there are people trying to manufacture an image of it. Yeah, I don't know. Believe whatever you want, man.
Amazing.
But it's pretty dang crazy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'll give you
What
this
the
one.
fuck?
Where Clown World says, please, God, just send the meteor already. Okay, yeah,
What
we
does
get
this
it.
have to do with anything?
It is a trans woman and a woman, I guess.
You guess?
Who's got gigantic fake breasts and is pregnant, or maybe they're both women. I have no idea. And this one's got what we call baboon lips. Baboon
Is
butt
that
lips.
what we
and
call
people
them?
are like, yeah, okay. Just bring it on.
Who's we?
Well,
Why
at the
was
same
that
time
in
as
there?
all of this,
Because he wanted to
I
talk
can't
about
tell
it.
you, again, what to believe. You comment below and let me know what you think. But we had this story from Fox News, and I covered it yesterday. The missing rocket scientist with ties to UFOs.
Uh-huh.
Could there be a bigger picture here? Could this
Hell yeah,
be a
I got
cargo
suzerain
cult
of this city-state,
misinterpretation
and
of
now
what the Earth is truly
the Congo is wasting
now, I
his
know,
military
those
on the
of deep
city-state.
faith will say no. Aliens are demons, and the scripture is correct. But there's another, more secular interpretation. The cargo cults of World War II.
Cargo
As
cults.
Allied
Love
forces
cargo
flew
cults.
their planes over these islands that had never made contact with advanced civilization before.
Advanced.
These planes would fly in and land, bringing cargo, food, supplies that they would store here, fuel, and then they would take off and leave. Well, the natives who lived there did not understand what they were seeing, so they built effigies of these planes and bowed to them, begging them to return. They called this the cargo cults. So what if, thousands of years ago, aliens visited
Oh my
Earth
God.
and brought with them chariots of fire in the sky?
Oh
which
my
landed,
God. We're going
bringing
full Von
supplies and
Daniken now.
resources, forbidden knowledge, and left.
Amazing.
And the story that was told was that here's who we are, here's what we do, and of course it
Hell
was
yeah,
misinterpreted.
great general.
The people believed them gods, angels, but in fact they were aliens.
Okay.
Extraterrestrial beings,
So-
more advanced.
Donald Trump is a lizard person? is that
I think that's the only natural conclusion.
And that's how he heals. He has the regenerative properties of a lizard.
Exactly. He can drop his tail. He dropped his ear.
Bro, you know what? This is why there's so much research. He just had AI do all the sources for him. That's what it is.
Dude, a meteor just fell right on my unit.
It's the end times.
It's only 850 BC. It's already the
And
end
throughout
times.
thousands of years,
It's
that
over.
misinterpretation,
If you're the
it bred a
Congo.
religion. In fact, it bred
Here, have a
three.
delegation.
And they're all mad at each other. Maybe the aliens came back and they were like, what is this? They have no idea what we were talking about. Now they're fighting. Maybe. Or
Maybe
they
Men
really
in
are
Black
demons.
is actually
Maybe they
real.
really are entities. Because, I mean, based on what we think
There's
we know
little aliens
now,
that control
traveling faster
people,
than
and when
light,
they
it's
die,
not
their
possible.
faces don't
So
come
how
up,
would
and there's a
aliens
little
even
guy
get
inside.
here? Unless they're interdimensional beings or something else. You believe whatever you want, but for the faithful, it's very easy to see. Someone may be trying to manufacture a fake prophetic moment, messianic return, or it could be real. For those of you that are atheists or secular, this could be aliens. That aliens visited Earth a long time ago, and now they're coming back. And the stories are all true. Maybe the orbs will rise from the oceans.
Nope.
I don't know. But I'd like to show you this from NSA.gov.
Pretty confident.
It's an old document from Lambros D. Calamos. Calamajos. This guy was not a conspiracy theorist. He's a widely regarded, widely praised, and respected NSA cryptologist who said, "We are not alone in the universe."
Well, that's a pretty obvious
statement. A few years
statement.
ago, this notion seemed far-fetched. Today, the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence is taken for granted by most scientists. Well, who is this guy? He was born in Alexandria of Greek parents. He died in 1977, and he was also a flute player. Well, how about that?
A crystal flute.
He joined the army in
That's
1941,
exactly what I was thinking.
hoping his interest in cryptology could be put to service. After World War II, he was assigned to the Army Security Agency. That's it. In 1955, he established the NSA Technical Journal and served as technical advisor for the rest of his career. A flutist.
Flutist.
So I asked Grok, who was he?
Grok,
I
think
asked
for
him,
me, please.
Did he say aliens were real? Yes.
Well, I
In his
mean, he's
1965,
certainly not
66
thinking for
paper,
himself.
Communications with Extraterrestrial Intelligence, he said, as I already read. He was on to cite scientific reports, including calculations by astronomers, etc. How far away they might be, what communication methods they would use. This was not a fringe or conspiracy claim. It was mainstream science in the 60s, aligned with the early SETI era, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence project Ozma, Cocconi, and Morrison's work. He did not claim that aliens were here. There was a separate 1969 NASA paper, sometimes misattributed, UFO Hypothesis and Survival Questions, but Kalimajos, is that how you pronounce it? Main public statement of the topic is the one above. In that context, he does note that some scientists consider the extraterrestrial hypothesis for certain UFOs as plausible and not to be dismissed outright. But this was secondary to his communication-focused work. Interesting indeed, my friends. So where it all comes together. We are looking at war in the Middle East.
No way. Who
I
started that?
Tim is like, well, I can't talk about war. War is real. I have to figure out a way to cover this somehow.
That does seem what it is.
We've had war in the Middle East my whole life. But there are people who want to make this moment happen. They want to manufacture
Yeah, they're called
the
neocons.
end of times. There are certain groups. I watched this great documentary talking about it.
Oh, God.
They believe that the end of times, as predicted in the Bible, is predictive. It is telling you what will happen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, I
There are
don't think
people
that's
that
correct.
believe it is descriptive, not prescriptive or predictive. That means there are people who believe it is describing what did happen at the time, not what will happen. They are saying this is what happens. This is what happened to us, and it could happen again. And then there are people who believe it is instructive. That is, everything you read, it is telling you what you need to
those
do
people are insane.
to make the Messiah come.
Come?
Or return.
Speaking
Whatever
of
it is, I'll throw it to
come,
Alex.
Do you just
I like
tickle his balls?
There's that Egyptian like creation story where like the brother tricks the other brother into thinking that he's a lady and just pinches his thighs together and lets the guy put his dick between the thighs until he comes, and then he like catches the cum or something and uses the cum for something, and then actually uses his own cum to do the thing that the other guy thought he was doing or something. Look it up. Look up ancient
your scout
Egypt
made
god cum myth. There's a lot of cum. A lot of cum in a lot of these things.
Your scout made it.
Jones.
People
There's a video
juice.
that I reposted actually earlier. It's amazing how Alex Jones sounds like a nut job.
You know, you do too right now.
And he was ranting about artificial intelligence and the elites, and this was 6-7 years ago.
And this guy really coming
and
in
we
with
look back
one
on it
unit.
now and we're like, he was completely correct. He has also talked about people who believe we are in the end of times or who want to make it happen. So cast aside your doubts. Maybe the meteors and the comets and the orbs and all that is nonsense.
It is.
But I think it's fair to say, whatever you believe, there are certainly people who do believe it, like Glenn Beck was pointing out. And whether you think it's true or not, they are acting in accordance with what they want to happen, with what they believe is happening, or what they believe they must do to make it happen. You know, in the end, I think we'll probably move on from this and we'll say there was no end of times or whatever.
Really?
Bro just wasted 30 minutes of most
Everybody's
people's
time.
lives.
Hmm.
I mean, we got something out of it at least. Now, I found something, okay, and I saved a few of this guy's videos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And this can be a test to see if we're libs, because it says if we don't laugh at this stuff, then we're libs, and if we do laugh, we're conservatives. So I figured,
got it.
This has got to be a great comedy test, right?
Has to be.
Okay. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure there's got to be...
Do you ever get dressed and
I'm
just
sure
be
there's
like,
got to be at least one thing in here
That's funny.
that's funny. And I guarantee you, nothing will be him. And I imagine this is just going to be Sniper Wolf style
Level
content,
stuff. Yeah.
where he does even less work than Benny Johnson. But he has like 500 of these.
Interesting. Curious fellow.
damn, I look good.
I mean,
I did.
she's actually, like, it's not healthy or anything, but she's not ugly. She is pretty.
Today.
You know, and she, no, she does look nice. That's a nice dress. Her makeup is on point. Her hair looks great. She does look good today. What are we laughing at?
The cut got me.
I did today.
A bullshit? A bullshit.
Wait, are we supposed to be...
Welcome back to If You Laugh, You're Conservative.
To make America great again, right?
We're being harassed over here, sir.
That's the
Harassed by that First Amendment.
third time I've heard the buzzword today.
They're in my space.
We're on the curb.
And shouting things.
You know, for being the party that wants to defund the police, they sure call them over a lot.
Shouting.
That's true.
We've been monitoring them, so they're not shouting. There's nothing wrong with their presence alone. As long as you guys aren't doing anything to intimidate and invoke fear into people or provoking argumentative comments.
Does tampon Tim count as like an inflammatory comment?
He's trying not to laugh.
It's a pretty stupid question.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Let's go find you one.
Let's go.
What's your type of guy? You have a boy-
Saying that 2 + 2, if you say it's 4, that's racist. I mean, that sounds like we may be mischaracterizing. If you can quickly sum it up.
No, that's not mischaracterizing it at all. Math is basically racist under this ideology because it says there is no such thing as an objective reality. So 4 might not be the right number. 2 + 2.
Didn't this lady say Hitler's in heaven?
No idea. Probably.
He's really losing it at this.
Digging.
Might actually equal 5.
To a liberal, everything is racist. Bro woke up and chose violence for real. Oh no.
Johnny's mom has 4 children. North, south. What's the name of the 4th child?
Johnny.
No, that's incorrect. It's west.
No, it's Johnny.
No, are you dumb? It's north, south, east. What's the next one?
Or west, if we were talking about a compass.
Exactly. I'm right and you're wrong. It's west. You get it?
This is what it's like to argue with women, man. Johnny's mother has 4 children, Johnny being one of them. And then she said,
"Wow, thanks for explaining it."
Imagine asking a
Thanks
riddle
for
you don't
explaining
even
it. Wow.
understand the answer to.
Oh, you're bending down. You sure you aren't going to break a hip? You know, my hips are actually in better shape than your hips. You want to tell me why that is? I don't know. Maybe it's because I exercise and you don't.
I smell some purple hair burning because she just got roasted.
Is it disrespectful if your boyfriend likes other girls' bikini pictures?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Disrespectful?
Yeah. Totally disrespectful.
Okay. Do you post bikini pictures?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is that not disrespectful to him?
Wait, no.
Why is it? Why not?
No,
why?
it's not.
Why?
Because it's just different.
What do you mean it's different?
It's just different.
Okay.
It's okay if other men look at...
I mean, it's their relationship. She can put boundaries where she
Exactly.
wants to have boundaries, bro. Jonah Hill over here being mad that his girlfriend, who's a pro surfer, is in a wetsuit and posting a wetsuit on
Did he
Instagram.
really do that?
Huh?
Did he really do that?
Yes.
Oh my
yes. Dude, you don't know about the bro, the dude is like,
oh my god,
like straight up, like, I don't think he's hit anyone, but it is the Crowder mindset.
Yeah, okay. That's concerning.
Let's look that up real quick. Which will be funnier? Yeah. Here's the quote. "My boundaries are, you do everything that I tell you."
Great. What a cunt.
Here's a short of a girl just spilling tea. Let's try this.
Jonah Hill's text messages to his ex-girlfriend Sarah Brady has the internet.
Sarah Brady, aka a pro surfer. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like she was posting bikini pics at the beach or something. She was like, here's me at work for my job. And he had an issue with it.
Divided. Let's get into it. I won't read every text so you can pause to read the whole thing. I believe she also shared more text messages, but I'm just sharing a few of them. Sarah posted on her Instagram story, "Looks like Jonah had some boundaries in their relationship." Sarah says, "If your partner is talking to you like this, make an exit plan." Looks like Sarah is a surf instructor. Jonah didn't like her surfing with men or posting bikini pictures online. When Sarah posted this, she said, "F it, see the misuse of the term boundary." Looks like there's some history here because at the end, Jonah says, "My boundaries..."
So,
1/3 of
plain and
all
simple,
the hospices
if you need...
that Medicaid pays for
Oh, fuck,
is in
Fox
that
News
one
is
city,
playing in the
Los
corner.
Angeles,
Shut up.
California.
Surfing with men. Her job.
Yeah.
Boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men. To model, to post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit. It was a wetsuit. To post sexual pictures. Friendship with women who are in unstable places, and from your wild recent past beyond getting a lunch or coffee or something respectful. So not even women are cool with him.
Great. What a cunt.
With you based on the ways these actions have hurt our trust. So this relationship seems to already have some trust issues. Here's a conversation Sarah had with, looks like, one of her friends about her therapist. Here's some more text messages that Jonah shared. In these texts, Jonah says that he respects her surfing and what she wants to do with her life. But again, it looks like he has some boundaries that he wants Sarah to follow if she's going to be his girlfriend. Here he's talking about Dr. Stern. She says Dr. Stern is the couples therapist we were seeing once a week for about 4 months. Pause to read the whole thing. A lot of mixed reactions about this online. I have my own thoughts, but let me know what you think. Jonah Hill's text messages.
Sounds like he's a cunt.
It does.
Like, if Like, if she wants to post bikini pics and the boyfriend isn't cool with it, then get a new... Like, then it's not going to work out.
Also, why do you care? They get the look, you get the touch. Shut the fuck up.
Get my body, but my boyfriend can't look at other women.
Well, I'm female and he's male, so it's different. Because I'm a woman and he's a man,
Like if
so it's different.
Run,
a girlfriend of mine was posting bikini pics and people were telling me, I'd be like, yeah, she's hot.
I'm not paying for
What do you want to do?
It's your birthday, cool, but I'm not doing that. It's 18.
Get fucked.
Why do you gotta pay
18 friends. She wants him to pay for 18 friends?
for all y'all food, though? You brought 18 friends. I'm finna leave you. You staying here with them or you coming with me?
Chick in the black looks like she can eat, too.
Are you? Whoa, bro!
Yeah, this is when you leave.
Why she thinks women are smarter than guys.
Women are smarter than men, and we live so much longer too, just because we're not stupid. Like,
It's like,
for example,
pause it for a
the
second.
submarine.
You know what's funny about
There's
that
no-
video specifically? He doesn't have an issue
Nothing?
with like, well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that video, right? But
No, I said you said, you know what's funny, and I said nothing.
Well, so
By the
like,
way,
he will
Sniper Wolf level reacts.
Yeah. Like he will sit here and fucking wax poetic about this, but he doesn't talk about how like that's an abusive relationship and he should fucking leave. And like it's just women be womening. That's the extent of his brain. Like that's how hard his brain thinks. Is just a woman moment. Not recognizing that this is literally abusive behavior.
Oh, look, a fact warrior. How can you not support as American? What?
What? How can what? Rephrase that, please.
How can you not support as American? What?
Women on the submarine.
Well, there's nothing to clean at 13,000 feet at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that was a violation.
That was
I
staged.
think my problem is I'm holding a lot of fluid. I can't hardly pee.
Really?
I mean, I don't know what. I mean, you.
What do you mean you don't know? And you think that you're not eating and you're getting...
I don't want to get malnourished either.
Do you look like you're malnourished?
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Well, that's because that dude, what's his name? Dr.
The
Now
the doctor guy.
from that show,
Mm.
like, is genuinely funny because he's just like, he just doesn't give a fuck and just brutally cuts these people down.
Oh, okay.
That
so,
had nothing to do with being conservative.
No, because I am not American. Just curious. How can you not support Trump as an American? Okay, I am also not an American. Here's my take. Okay? I have been seeing Donald Trump and his supporters for, let's say, since 2020, going on tirades about how Biden is this tyrannical person, canceling free speech, coming for your guns, all that sort of thing, right? Okay. Do you know what the oath of enlistment is? Oath of office? Do you know the text? Do you know what it says? So when I'm looking at the behavior of Donald Trump, specifically in the context of immigration and customs enforcement, I see it like this. The American Constitution protects the American citizens to free speech, which includes monitoring and observing and being in the presence of police during their operations. And in response to this, Donald Trump has ordered his goon squad to murder, arrest, and harass American citizens while claiming that he's only targeting illegals. Okay? So when I'm listening to Donald Trump speak, I'm expecting actions that align with his words. And as far as I've seen, Donald Trump does not live up to any of his words. Not a single one, right? Here's another plot, let's call it a plot point, all right? Donald Trump starts the Board of Peace, claims that he should have gotten a Nobel Peace Prize and that he is the president of peace, and then gets dog-walked into a war, which has now destroyed the entire global economy and is putting billions under financial stress, all for his own benefit, and his team's benefit. Okay? So when you say, how as an American can you not support Donald Trump? Okay, Donald Trump serves the tiny minority of Christian evangelists who pay his bill. That's essentially all it is, right? So Donald Trump doesn't actually serve the American people or the American interests, similar to how One Nation in Australia doesn't serve Australian interests, serves American interests, which serves Donald Trump's interests and the Christian nationalist interests. So when Americans shouldn't be completely in opposition to Donald Trump's existence. The metric is too harsh? How so? He literally started a holy war. No. I agree. No war is holy, but you're not comprehending what I'm trying to say here, right? Donald Trump and Israel are motivated
I'll give
by
you 2 guesses who
Judaism and Christian nationalism. The Iranian government, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the regime, is motivated by Islamic theocracy. They are not going to quit because of their theocratic true believer status, whatever you want to call it. Pete Hegseth has been telling the soldiers that they've been ordained by God to bring back the Messiah.
I mean,
Israel
has
also been saying
this. Charlemagne. That's
right?
That's a little
so
history joke from the 100
So
Years'
you can
War.
say no war is holy, but a holy war is a war dictated by religion, and that's exactly what this is. And that is why everyone should oppose it, because there should be, in 0 cases, any wars justified through fucking religion. But that's just my opinion, right?
That's like
this
your
is
opinion, man.
That's my take as a non-American, as an observer, as somebody who is not a nationalist, who despises nationalists. If I was to be a nationalist and an American, I would not support Donald Trump. But that's, anything to add?
No.
No.
she voted for. Girl harasses Gaston at Disney.
I bet you she didn't vote.
And is asked to leave. Did you know that there's no Tarzan at the Disney theme parks because women were sexually harassing him all day, every day? I wonder what would have happened if a dude put his hands on a Disney princess.
They probably would have also been told to leave.
I would imagine so.
How about respecting personal space?
That's too hard.
Let's just reverse the roles right there. and see if he'd be in handcuffs.
What makes a guy easily unattractive? Not driven. Not driven. Just like when he talks about other chicks.
When he doesn't have a fresh haircut, when he doesn't have style, when he looks like a frog. Like, just come on.
I like how she's out of breath just standing there.
What is the capital of the United States of America?
The capital? Springfield.
That's a great answer.
What is...
You know, at least she's a Simpsons fan, right?
Would you rather have a gay son or a bad daughter?
My daughter.
Why?
Because I was the gay son.
Would you rather have a gay... What would you guys do to meet Taylor Swift? Craziest thing you would do?
Divorce my husband. Sorry, I love you, but divorce my husband.
Come over here.
Wow.
Just introduce yourself. Right here.
Here's your bill.
Thanks.
I got it. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need you to pay for my meal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why is there so many numbers?
That's total. Without tip.
I thought it was a phone number.
Would you still hold on a second, John?
You know what? I'm feeling super traditional today.
But if I was born in Israel, okay.
You can take it.
If I was born in Israel,
Hey, look, somebody who is born in Israel is in the chat.
wait, really?
Yeah, I believe so.
I mean, it's
Yeah, we have
very
Israeli
interesting.
chatters.
Jewish, not Israeli. How
Oh,
dare
I
you,
thought
John?
you were Israeli.
So, from my understanding, the education in Israel kind of like shoves the Holocaust in their face, and then it kind of softens them up. This is like my interpretation of what I've seen. It kind of softens kids up to kind of have this mentality that like they're targeted because they're Jews, sort of hammered into them. And I could be completely wrong here. Like I haven't looked into this that much, but from what I've seen, this is my interpretation.
I mean,
that
there
it
is
kind
a
of
shitload of
like
anti-Semitism and stuff.
yeah, like a soft propaganda, and like the anti-Semitism thing exists, and it's good to like teach people to be aware of it. But the way that people defend Israeli genocide is insane, and I can only assume that this is because of Israeli education.
From New York, same thing.
Yeah, right. That the Israeli education system has its like ties. I'm sure it does have. I'm sure there are like Israeli schools in New York that also teach this kind of thing. Like it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Like it's an ethno state. So it's like, I don't know, like sure, if I was probably from Israel, I probably would support it because I'd be convinced that Muslims are this evil entity that wants to just wipe out Jews when realistically it's just Palestinians being genocided for 70 years. Being like, can you stop, please? Like, you were literally put here by the UN after the Europeans completed Hitler's genocide and refused to repatriate their citizens.
Yeah.
Like, nobody wants to talk about Europe refusing to repatriate the citizens, creating this fucking problem in the first place.
It would be one thing if they were like, we don't want to live under Stalin. We don't want to go back.
But it was like most European countries said, nah, bye.
Yeah.
Which is great. You know, it's really shows you that they truly were the good guys, you know? Never again, right?
I mean, if the Europeans were so moral, it would be really hard for Tucker Carlson to platform people who say Winston Churchill is the real villain of the war.
True. Well, you should, like, Americans should blame Israel as much as they blame Donald Trump. They should also be blaming fucking Chuck Schumer. Realistically, like, he's spearheading the Democratic push to support Israel. So, like, what's the difference?
Somebody has to do something.
Where's my mouth sounds? Wait, they probably didn't come through for you. Hold on. So I have a feeling the entire cable is fucked, because even that had interference.
Did it?
Yeah.
Play a longer bite.
Give me a second.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Yeah. Well, did you check the other side of the connection?
Yeah, I pulled it out. I'll try it again.
Because if it's not the cable going to the mic...
This is pretty
Yeah. So, it's not the cable that's going to the mic, it's the intermediate cable. You're muted, so...
The one that goes to the computer.
Okay. Which is also, it's also XLR?
No, this one's Type-C.
Oh, okay. Well, Type-C is super fragile.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. You probably have another Type-C, right?
I have tons.
Yeah.
But this one's like a heavy-duty one.
Yeah, I mean, like, my cable's kind of fucked on my mic.
We'll see.
I have another one.
We'll see what happens. Give me a second.
Is there any tension on the cable?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. So
But
like
it's a right angle cable.
That's why I loop mine through the mic, just so it doesn't put as much downward tension on the cable.
Yeah.
Try and get it as horizontal as possible.
Hey, actually, you know what's funny? Korean person in the chat. Ugh. Do you know, are you able to actually get these out of the country? Because I've been trying to figure out whether this is a real one or not. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I'm kind of curious whether they actually leak out of North Korea into, like, South Korea.
They said that is real.
A friend in China got me a couple things. She got me this, which is neat. Little picture, right? And also got me this pin, and like it's pretty like thick and heavy duty. So I'm convinced that it's probably a real one, but it could easily just be a reproduction. I'm not sure. Show the stamp. So from what I know, this book is from 1969. So that, I think the stamp probably...
how I use internet if otherwise, yeah. I mean, wasn't there a North Korean Steam account?
There was, I think. But I was more asking. I was more asking whether those pins, like, is there any flow out of North Korea of people might want these? Because I'm just curious.
I imagine China is
where they would go. That's what I would assume. And Kim Jong-un playing Dota 2. Playing it with Assad.
Assad's too stupid for Dota. I think Assad plays Fortnite. Because he's a man-child.
Yeah, maybe the North Korean embassies would have them, maybe. I don't know. And it's a pretty heavy pin. Like, It's a hefty. I was very surprised when I actually got it in my hands, how high quality it is. Like, and then like in comparison, I also, for the fun of it, got a little North Korean flag one as well, and this one is dog shit. So like in comparison, I'm convinced that this is a real one, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't actually know much about the Korean War, to be honest. I know they did a massive beach landing, and that was like the last big one. I know that South Korea almost lost. Chinese came in and ruined them. And what, it just got stuck at the 38th? And then it stopped.
It went back and forth, I believe.
Okay.
The Aussies.
Yeah, the Australians were a big part of Korea. A lot of Korean War veterans from here. I actually saw the other day a flag on an RSL, which is like our return veterans thing. And I was like, a yellow flag with 3 red bands. What the fuck is that? And I'm like, that must be South Vietnamese flag. And just looking it up now, it is. So the RSL, instead of flying the Vietnamese flag, flies the South Vietnamese one. And I just thought that was very funny. Oh no. They're trying to take back their city. Oh, he took my fucking builder, that's what it was. What a cunt. Whatever, I'm gonna siege this motherfucker's city.
Thank you. I'm so honored.
Well, that was a lot.
You can be strong tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
When the numbers are low.
I'll be strong and independent at McDonald's.
Would you like to apologize?
No. She's the greatest player, the female player that ever lived. Then the lady said to me, I don't remember which one, but she said, why did you say woman? Why didn't you just say the greatest, tennis player that ever lived?
For me, tennis and men's tennis and women's tennis are completely almost 2 separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because no, it's true. It's true. It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster, and they serve harder, they hit harder. It's just a different game, and I love to play women's tennis.
Man, finally an athlete who gets it. That's why we need to ban transgender women from women's sports.
Hey, did you know there are new studies coming out that there's no actual advantage?
Pay gap hard at
Pretty
work.
cool.
It's just a light jog and she is gapping them. Oh, what are you doing tonight? Oh, just out for a light jog, running away from the police. The music is perfect. Y'all, she was wearing flip-flops.
They're called thongs.
Again, let's just reverse the roles. The dude would be in handcuffs, right?
Excuse me. What's your name? Let me see your badge. Let me see your badge. I will be calling the CEO, and she will not have a job. I assure you, you will not have a job. I am the richest woman in the world, and people treat me like shit. because they don't know who I am. I'm richer than whoever you want to think about.
That's great.
Cleveland, Ohio, LeBron. You guys know LeBron. I'm richer than LeBron.
You're richer than LeBron and flying commercial. You don't even got your own jet, girl?
I left my boyfriend and I've been traveling for 10 days and I've slept with 22 people in that 10 days.
Congrats.
Hey,
my goal was 20
that goes hard.
and I just hit 22
That's
this
two
morning. It's
per
1
day.
PM now here in Paris.
That's something.
I need to check out because I'm going home. I really doubt I'm going to get another one on the board, either on the plane or like on my layover. So I think 22 is where we're going to cap it out. But how did I go?
How did you go? All I can say is mom and dad must be so proud.
I love
Who gives a shit?
I love it.
We have to give her the word. We have to give her the word.
I hope she used protection.
Face of evil, man.
Because they're French, right?
What?
It was in France where she was doing
was it?
that. Yeah, so
yeah, make sure you use protection.
for the French. Gotta protect yourself from the French.
Video of that trans woman, you know, a dude that's dressing up like a chick that wants to have a uterus implanted into him so he can have the first trans abortion. That's when you want that Thanos Infinity Glove where you can just snap it away, man.
Wow. You want to kill half of the population?
Pretty cool.
Because one person, like, was either trolling or... I imagine they're trolling to trigger people like you. Little cucks like this little guy who gets triggered by people saying something that ridiculous.
The economy. I haven't really eaten nothing since I've been here.
You're not gonna fade away. You're gonna be fine.
I still have to eat something.
No. You're eating the food that belongs to the next 4 years ahead of time.
I don't eat the economy.
What's something in your life you still can't believe happened?
The airplane crash.
Say more. You were in a crash?
No, I fell in love with a man and couldn't have him because I was married. 3 years later, I got a telephone call. This is Cabin Airlines. Your husband just died in a crash. And so I was able to marry my beloved 3 months later.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds like witchcraft to me.
Why? Oh, okay, no worries. It would work.
Already?
It would work.
Already?
What?
That's fun.
Who's this? I have no idea what this girl is.
They love to reject men, but they don't like to get rejected.
Is it okay if I touch you during our consultation?
Absolutely.
And my pronouns are she, they, if you are comfortable sharing yours.
Any all.
Any all.
Any
Oh, no,
all. My
pronouns
are shut up.
One thing you miss about your ex.
Don't you worry about it, King. Don't you worry about it. There's better girls out there. She's for everyone. She's for everyone.
And if you want your house clean, hire me a maid. I'm not a slave.
No. I agree. I'll hire the maid and I'll marry the maid.
A marriage should be mutually beneficial. Should be in it together. The wife could say, "Oh, you need to hire a cook. You need to hire
agree.
a maid.
If it's
I'm
not
your
mutual,
servant."
leave.
But the husband could say, "You need to hire an
Conservatives
electrician,
will
a
start
plumber,
crying.
a contractor, all these things that men typically do around the house." I don't know. If you're married, how do you get it to work?
What do you think, buddy?
When I was in college, I used to substitute teach for gym class at a high school, and we had a Samantha that was Sam, and we had to call her Sam and let her run with the boys and fall behind in the lap times on the mile, just get obliterated in any kind of like push-ups or physical kind of competition. It was a friggin' clown show.
Who the fuck? I wonder why you still aren't doing that, huh? Still waiting. I guess I'm a lib because I haven't laughed.
What do you want? I got a husband, so what do you want?
Okay. You also have a flat tire.
Can you
No, call your husband.
You look like if I was your dad, I'd leave you too.
You look like your OnlyFans is free.
Oh, that's epic.
You may have dumped me, but look at me now, and you can't ever have it again.
So, I mean, Tony, do you have any regrets seeing that she looks so great today?
She looks the same as when I left her.
I am trigender, which means like a triangle, I have 3 genders.
The caption, try to go to a psychiatrist.
Male, female, and non-binary. And the difference between trigender and gender fluid is that I feel all 3 of these genders at the same time, all the time. It doesn't ever shift or change, or where I feel one gender more strongly than the other, like gender fluid tends to be.
Oh my God, I'm officially divorced! Yes!
Thank you.
Oh my God! I'm officially primary custodian of the kids. What about the child support? That's it?
Uh-oh.
Tony, that's crazy.
Turn the cameras off.
Why? Are you kidding me? That all of this financial burden with my children is on me?
Oh, you were so happy before. You were jumping for joy.
This is up.
My second pimp taught me like how to cook. I'm like, baby, why do I need to learn how to cook? I'm a hoe. He's like, you are a woman first.
The moment Ben Affleck knew J-Lo was for the streets. Y'all, she's got more rings than Michael Jordan.
They went that way.
Okay, male or female?
Neither. They, them.
What?
That's their pronoun.
Okay, so how many were there?
Oh my God, one, you idiot. They're non-binary.
So does non-binary have a hole or a pole? We just need to clarify.
I thought it was finished.
So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man? And do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're gonna make the same if you do as good a job.
Boom, roasted. How women rank each other's attractiveness versus how men rank them.
Where do you think you would fit yourself in this one then?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because I feel like personality is a big thing.
The girl who I found most attractive was Jordan. She has a great personality and she's confident.
Dope. 3. Oh, see, I thought this was...
2.
3. Thanks.
I'm waiting to laugh.
I'll say 3. See, I would say 3 and then 4. I'm not saying you don't have personality, but I'm like...
I was surprised at them placing me at the bottom.
Where do you...
You were surprised. I mean, maybe if they're all black dudes, you would have had a chance. You might have ended up at 3 or 4.
If you had to give me an option to either get undressed on the street with a bunch of random strange men who aren't trying to force themselves into the women's restroom, or go into the women's restroom full with men who demand to be in there because they say that they're women, I'll take my chances out on the street. You know why? Because the average man is probably safer than whatever freak show is trying to insist that he has the right to come in and watch me undress.
The same women
Who's doing
who say
that?
they'd rather be alone with a bear than a man are saying that men
of course
dressed
he
as women
doesn't
should be
understand this.
in their changing rooms, in their bathrooms, in their showers. Make it make sense.
Okay, so if I wanted a high value man, what do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can't get one. You're 37 with 2 kids.
Okay, so question number 2. To number 1 again, do you know any good jokes?
Gender equality.
Oh, no.
You would never cheat on her?
Never.
Huh? Wait, what'd you ask?
You would ever cheat on him?
Yeah, I would, but he wouldn't.
Whoa.
What? I think more women need to be in these types of street interviews. It's just revealing some secrets here, man.
You're still wearing your engagement ring, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm gonna give it back to him. Do you want it now?
Sure. I mean,
Don't give it back. Well, no, I'm not gonna keep it.
Right?
Here.
Thank you. That's a Bitcoin.
100% guarantee she would not have given it back unless it was televised.
Where you going?
Are you single?
No, I'm
Okay.
my boyfriend.
Oh,
Her boyfriend was about 30 feet behind her.
are you single?
Okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
my boyfriend.
Yeah, you know, he's there. Too embarrassed to be walking with her, but you know.
You think you a boss,
I'm a boss.
but you're not the boss. And since you think you are the boss and you can boss me around and boss up and go behind my back, maybe it's just time for me and you to just separate. Stop. I tell you, stop. And you know what? Stop.
Is it? It's supposed.
Stop.
What part of?
What do you do?
What part of abuse on men is supposed to be funny? I thought these were supposed to be funny, conservative
I'm
memes.
wondering.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay.
You can't trust entrepreneur anymore. We all know what that means.
Do you have any businesses we can be on the lookout for?
No, just not right now.
You put your coochie online. Why don't you put that on your LinkedIn bio? He directly popped the trans woman's balloon.
Yeah, this is this clip is actually based as fucking not funny because he went up and popped the trans girl's balloon and all the girls popped their balloons after.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing. How's Australian politics? Fucked.
Oh my, bro, was it?
You don't want a woman with a penis? How dare you?
Bro, just acknowledge they're women.
That's funny.
Who is better at communication, men or women?
Women, for sure.
If men are worse at communication, why do so many women expect men to read their body language rather than just be direct?
Oh my God. I don't know.
Are men expected to be mind readers?
Yes.
Is there a difference between what women say that they want in a relationship and what they actually respond to?
Absolutely.
If so, how are women better at communication?
We're not.
But you just said that they were.
I lied.
Can men menstruate?
Yes.
And why do you say yes?
Because I do,
You do.
and I'm a man. So.
Uh-huh.
I'm not a feminist. I can actually cook.
I'm a feminist. Watch me cook.
Come over and join their team in the ST.
How do you confuse a liberal? Ask them for specifics.
Hey, did you
Tell
know
me more
only
about
women
that.
crash race
Give me
cars?
an example. They fold like a lawn chair in a hurricane. I'm still waiting
That
on
was
this magical
one of the dumbest
white
things
privilege.
I've ever seen. Legitimately.
He said, how to confuse a liberal, ask for more details. What? I guess I'm confused now because he asked for more details.
Just start kicking in.
We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
Where's your body count?
I mean, less than 100. You know.
Is that her dad?
Who cares?
No, not say anything. That's all right.
Okay.
Probably
Man.
between 100 and 300.
Oh,
Clearly lying.
I don't know. As somebody who has sex with both women and men,
An expert, one might say.
I just don't see this existing in the gay community type of stuff.
Hmm.
What about you?
Is it less than 10? Is it less than 20?
Less than 20.
There you go,
Less than 20.
You believe that?
I mean, I feel good. I ain't even gonna lie. You look like you can pick me up. I've been staring at you. You look real strong. I ain't that strong.
It's just the same page.
I'm 24.
It's literally the same content.
Expired.
Expired.
He's doing less work than Sniper Wolf.
Do you need something? Do you need something? Okay, I thought so. Keep it pushing.
If you're getting rude, you can leave. Nobody was looking at you any type of way. I don't own the gym, I work here. Yes. And if you're getting rude, then you can leave.
That means what?
I can call the police and have you trespass right now. Would you like that?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, let him know.
That's what we'll do. So right now, you can take your stuff and head up front.
You know what's funny about this clip though?
Cut the
She
cameras.
did get kicked out because she was actually in the wrong.
She got trespassed. Love it.
Huh?
Up a guy.
She was completely in the wrong. None of the guys were looking at her. She just got sort of egotistical about it. Started mouthing off and then got kicked out. Like, she was literally in the wrong. Like, nobody was doing shit. It's a very embarrassing video if I was her.
But he didn't even show the context anyway.
No, exactly. Like, it's just showing that she got kicked out. Like, it's like if you show... There was that Joey Swole guy did one about some woman got kicked out of Gold's Gym for harassing a trans person. And of course, they went on the I'm the real victim thing when Gold's Gym literally has a policy saying that this is a thing and that there's actually a recorded history of this woman harassing trans people for just changing in the change room. She got kicked out. And went on a big sob story about how she's the real victim. Very funny.
Say you want up tonight.
Oh, I got a good one.
He liked her for 7 years and she friend zoned him. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we hang out whenever you
7
get back?
years, bro.
No, I do, yeah.
Absolutely not.
My man.
I'm
My
gonna
man.
go with someone else.
Go.
Oh.
In my day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car. I'll just go to the mechanic.
What is 88 plus 22?
110.
That's incorrect.
Would you rather have a high-profile job for no pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year?
A high-profile job with no pay.
I am a woman. Of course I know how to do an oil change.
80 in red. Hello, madam. I want to give you some free cash.
See, that's
Free
always
cash.
funny.
Friday for you.
I know how to do this. Instantly fucks it up.
Yeah,
That is
it was
always
that
funny.
one was actually a skit, though.
Oh, was it actually?
Yes.
That's funny. That makes it even funnier that it's in this video. He's run out of money. He's only producing warriors. I've starved him dry.
No
And
cash.
I've retained some.
Wow.
Today, start working on not touching your face because one main way viruses spread is when you touch your own mouth, nose, or eyes.
That's true.
Don't leave me. Give me a ride.
You got some money?
Yeah.
How much money you got?
What?
Do you agree that women belong in the kitchen?
Absolutely not. How else will the rest of the house get cleaned?
Do you agree?
We actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton created gravity?
Oh, what in the hell is she talking to?
Whoever created gravity, someone did,
Trisha is
but we
pretty
don't
stupid.
actually need it.
No, he's upset that Ethan has makeup on, even though Ethan is dressed up as James Charles.
Yes.
So he's upset that Ethan has makeup on. He's more upset about Ethan's makeup than Trisha talking about gravity.
Stupid. Yeah. Which explains
There
his
was a
mentality, doesn't it?
I'm on Earth before gravity existed?
Yes. Who created gravity, babe?
I don't know. God?
Let me
The
ask you a
suns and
serious
the
question for a
stars.
second. If your baby mother doesn't want to be with you, why would I?
Now let me ask y'all a serious question. Just follow me. If your baby daddy don't want to take care of his kids, why would I?
I don't cook, I don't clean, but
if you're just dating somebody, their kids are not your responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's why the whole, like, joke about, like, he's not the stepdad, he's the dad who stepped up.
Yeah. Big thing.
Let me tell you how I got this ring.
You were nice until he married you, and then you showed your true colors.
Oh my gosh. Was that a kid?
Yeah, it was also staged.
Not
I make too much money to make that.
That's probably why it's funny.
How much money do you make? How much money do you make?
30,000 a year.
How much?
30,000 a year.
High roller.
How much money do you make at the end of the year?
I make 14,000 a month.
I'm not impressed.
14,000 a month.
I didn't ask you for this, but I told you how much I make a month.
Good for you.
How do you make that a month?
I sell solar.
Solar?
Solar, yeah.
So you make 14 grand a month?
Yes.
So 168,000 a year.
I want to see what you look like under the mask. Like, why are you hiding your face?
I'm hiding my face for the same reason you're wearing makeup.
Boy, no way, boy.
Think about it like this. A man with only one wife,
Doubt.
okay, that's good, he's faithful. But a man with 3 women, that's 3 times more faithfulness than the beta with only one wife.
You know, just really, no, it doesn't make a damn lick of sense, man.
What's your body count?
I don't have an
My body count is 50 to 60 burgers a day.
exact number. I have an idea.
Range is fine.
Probably somewhere between 50 to 60.
Wants equality, gets equality, complains about equality.
I just had to drag my AC out of my car to my apartment building. 3 guys passed me. None of them offered to help. None. 0 out of 3. Why? Because you couldn't lift it? You were too scared to lift it? Is that why? Am I intimidating?
What does this
Am I
have to
more
do with
masculine than
equality?
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Would you rather get $5 million or cancer?
What?
What's the cash with the 5 mil?
Straight to your bank account, $5 million or cancer.
What's the cash for cancer?
You get cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty basic.
5 mil, I guess.
She tried to cook, but she wasn't in the kitchen.
I guess I'm conservative. I laughed.
Lost my virginity really young at like 13, and then by 15 my body count was like 40 or 50,
By 15?
and all the guys were like 5 to 10 years older.
Oh, these are things you should be sharing with your therapist, not on a podcast.
Do you think men prefer a natural body or a BBL?
Natural.
BBL.
Natural.
BBL, 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 BBL,
BBL.
BBL, BBL.
Do you prefer natural bodies or BBL bodies?
Natural.
Yeah, they'll continue to say that. Like, I love the whole meme of, like, women don't even know what they want. You know?
It's pretty stupid.
Yeah, because it'd be the men who not know what they want.
No way.
We are very different.
That's all I need to know. Thank you. I don't have time.
No, shut. Please.
Chad.
Let me talk.
You have a good night.
No, but we can be friends.
good
You don't
night.
want to be my friend.
What did she say?
No, shut.
BBL.
BBL, BBL.
Do you prefer natural bodies or BBL bodies?
Natural.
We are very different.
That's all I need to know. Thank you. I don't have time.
No, shut. Please.
Chad.
Let me talk.
I think he's demonstrating why she wouldn't want to be in a relationship with him right here. If she's being like, I'm not really that into you, and he's fucking huffing and puffing over it.
Yeah.
You have a good night.
No, but we can be friends.
good
You
night.
don't want to be my friend.
You know, 40 years old. I ain't got time for that little.
If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women?
Well, that's a whole nother story.
Really? I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry. I'm not angry. I can hear it in your voice. I'm not angry. Your voice. I'm hearing my voice, and I sound pretty calm. You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that. Okay. And you've just given me a condescending look, and that's another reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done, and thank you so much.
So if you met an attractive man and y'all had a good conversation.
Thank you, she's in the way. Hey, we're ready for questions.
What's your name?
I'm Key.
And you?
I'm Brady.
Why do you think it's appropriate to just run up in our interview mid-conversation?
I ain't gonna lie, they white and I don't give a fuck.
I
never have.
Are you just looking for attention?
No, never. I never gave a fuck. We want to be funny. Come up in the video.
But if I'm in the middle of a conversation with two people...
I'm sorry, y'all. He feel disrespect down below.
Wait,
so what's the problem now?
I thought that was Haktua for a second.
That wig color is appropriate because she is a clown.
We are girls. Anywho, what's next?
You know, when they say black people can't be racist, they haven't heard the new Kanye West song yet.
Fine. She's minding hers. Oh my god, Tor!
Feminism and...
That was the closest thing to a joke in this whole video.
Yeah.
It literally had a punchline and a setup there. Like, with the right crowd and atmosphere, that would be a good joke.
Mm. Oh my god.
A
I'm
nutshell.
literally 2 era score from the golden age.
Okay, let go.
It just makes you a dumbass hoe.
Me?
What would you rate this guy on a scale of 1 through 10?
A 3.
Oh, damn. Word.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an influencer.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What would you
recognize
rate
her.
yourself on a scale of 1 through 10?
A 10.
You think other people agree with that?
I don't care what other people think. Confidence is key. Period.
Hey, bro. What would you rate this girl on a scale of 1 through 10?
What the fuck? That look like a fucking lizard, man. She a 0. I ain't gonna lie.
True
Staged
or false? Only women get pregnant.
True.
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 Very true.
Absolutely true.
True or false? Only women get pregnant.
False. False. Because there are trans people that exist, and trans men can also be pregnant as well.
False.
And what are your pronouns?
They, them.
That I would just love oversimplifications. I'm standing on the train and look at all these men. What happened to giving up your seat for women? No man offered me a seat. Excuse me, are you going to get up?
What?
Are you going to get up?
Are you pregnant?
No.
Are you for equality?
Yes.
Then fuck off.
No respect.
So what would you call it if my daddy issues have caused my entire life to revolve around getting attention from guys?
I believe the woke term is trauma, but the medical term is called being a whore.
This page
100%.
just does the
I knew he
same
was gay. I
reaction
didn't think he
image.
was that gay.
No, Peter, he's not gay. He's a woman stuck in a man's body.
Yeah, gay.
It's totally different.
Sounds the same.
Well, it's not.
Okay, so he wants to be a woman so he can be a lesbian?
No, he'd date men.
Gay.
So how many guys have you been with in one night before?
Like,
How tall does a guy have to be to date you?
6'3", 6'5".
Okay, so how tall are you?
I'm 5'5",
Okay.
5'7",
So how tall do you think I am?
5'5",
And how tall are you again?
5'5".
I do not have to have a driver's license to drive a car. I am not. This is not a commercial vehicle.
Okay.
Okay, libertarian.
I know my rights.
Okay. You're under arrest.
You know, this morning he really pissed me off. You know what he did? What? He opened the door for another girl.
She was in a wheelchair.
No way.
Hi, my name is Erin. I use she, her pronouns, and I am this.
Would you tell me, please, who is the boss of your house? I'm the boss. What do you think? You're his wife, are you?
What do you say?
I said, who is the boss? Who is the boss?
My husband.
What is your nationality? Greek. I'm Greek. Is it always that way in Greek households? The husband.
The thing is that this is a fucking ethnic joke about Greeks more than it is about society, huh?
Yeah.
What is the boss? Yes. Don't the women, the wives, have anything to say about it?
No.
say you had a man and you said, hey, when you go to escape, I would like you to dress modestly. What would you say to that?
Sorry, honey, we're breaking up.
Same.
Correct.
No man is ever gonna tell me what to do, how to dress, how to talk, nothing.
Good.
Feminism, how it has ruined women.
What would you do if I couldn't cook?
Get you some cooking classes and call your mother and say you failed.
Any conspiracy theories that you've heard, like, or seen?
That's just unnecessary. The whole, like, it would have been... That's Sneeko, so I'm not surprised, but come on, bro.
On the internet that you think that could be true?
That goes on you.
You're a feminist.
Yeah.
What is the difference between a feminist and a knife?
What sort of a comparison is that? I don't understand.
Should I tell you the answer?
Yeah.
At least a knife has a point.
You didn't need a spot for that.
He never does.
She don't need no man.
Reach harder. That's all you do. Reach harder without me and you're fine.
You did not need a spot for that.
Did she fuck it up now?
Bet she chose the bear, too.
What were some of the things you were told about men while growing up?
Don't trust them.
Do you prefer a man who is a gentleman or a bad boy?
Bad boy.
We do not appreciate being filmed for this.
Oh, he's not filmed. He identifies a camera. We just kind of, I'm glad it's funny to you.
It's just very confusing.
He's an attack helicopter.
Feminist, and I don't hate men.
you are a self-described feminist. What is a woman?
Charlie Kirk, really?
Why do you want to know?
I'm infinitely curious.
What's a man?
You're looking at one.
Nah,
I have one question.
not anymore.
Okay.
So, would you eat meat for $1 million?
No, I would not, because I am a vegan and I am proud to be vegan. And I already have $1 million, so.
You're gay, right?
Yes, I'm gay.
So, would you eat my meat for $1 million?
You're done.
That one there was a violation, personally, I wouldn't have it.
Why are you against Trump?
Because he's an evil dictator.
What do you think his most evil characteristics are?
He's a capitalist.
Okay, so are you a socialist?
Capitalist?
I'm a communist.
Communist? Okay. Where has communism worked?
It's kind of worked in America in a way back in the day. No? Definitely very into Asian men.
What race do you think I am?
White to Asian, maybe?
I am Asian, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Can we hug?
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
One city
Great
state.
writers. Great scientist.
What city state?
What's the difference between a baby
I did
and a feminist?
militaristic.
What?
At some point, a baby will grow up
It
and stop
doesn't
crying.
matter. I'm only putting one vote in for it.
Okay, can you pick religious then?
just from selling fans.
Huh?
Only.
Can you pick religious then?
I don't know what I picked. I picked whatever I thought the AI would.
Sure. What
Normally when it's this early, it will just be writer. They're either going to do writer or they're going to ban Great Prophet.
Okay.
Only fans. That's all she's.
No, only fans.
That's it. All she sold was fans, and she made this much money.
You big deal. Like, you mean
You have a boyfriend.
Mikey, you got some news. Tiffany's no longer my girlfriend.
Thank God, dude. That woman was the
Skip.
craziest person I've ever
Staged.
met.
Oh, hold up. We're engaged now. She's my fiance. She's no longer my girlfriend. She's my fiance.
Oh, Mike.
I am so sorry.
See?
She's your fiance.
Told you.
Mikey.
Being in the army is worse than being on OnlyFans.
Wow.
You're selling your body to the government.
Yeah. She's right.
Except on OnlyFans, you're not guaranteed to even make any money. At least in the army, you're getting paid, you're getting benefits.
Why do you wear suits everywhere? Every place you wear a suit.
Why do you wear that hair everywhere?
Different hairstyles.
Yeah, but it's still not your hair. Did I say something?
I can hear that silence. It's pretty deafening.
Buddy, he pooped his pants.
She ain't even denying it.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because like transgender.
Stop.
Don't say that on camera. Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
and
stop,
you can
stop,
switch
stop,
back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth. Like
I know. Yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
18% of 100.
She was fine.
Are you sure this is general knowledge? This is a lot.
This is very simple math.
Wait, let me think. 18% of 100.
Yeah.
70.
Again, I think Joe Biden had the most goated response to that question.
No. Okay, 82.
Very wrong.
2 + 2 = 4. Agree or disagree?
I mean, it depends on what the 2 is. Is it a pregnant mom? Is it 2 pregnant moms? Because that's more. Everything is not as simple.
I mean like math.
Just like 2 pencils plus 2 pencils.
The number 2 plus the number 2.
I would say for the most part, yes.
What do you mean for the most part?
Like I said,
What?
there's some variations where, but the thing is, even that is a flawed concept because it's actually that pencil is billions of atoms that are vibrating. So we've come to call it one pencil, but it's actually however many atoms vibrating on the same frequency to make this appearance, this optical illusion that this is a pencil.
Did you know that men are going to arrive in heaven 30 minutes earlier than women will?
How?
Bible says it. Revelation chapter 8:1. When he opened the 7th seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. Where you going?
What video made you laugh?
That was an okay joke at the end, too.
Now he does a military emergency because his military strength is lower than mine.
What did you think of the end joke?
I didn't hear it.
So he said, men go to heaven 30 minutes before women. And he opened the Bible and he read Revelation. He said when he opened the 7th seal, there was silence for 30 minutes. Like, that's like a grade school joke, you know? But it's not like the worst type of that type of joke that I've heard. You know what I mean? Like, for that type of joke, it was one of the best ones I might have heard. But I don't... I'm an adult, so I don't think that's very funny.
Yeah.
So, I think we both laughed once. Does that mean we're conservatives?
I guess so.
Hey.
Whoops.
Whoa.
Drop a comment
Whoa.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Conservative Vibes. I'm CV.
Bro got a fucking softening filter on.
That's hilarious.
Look at that shit. Tell me it's like, it's not just out of focus, bro.
That's great.
And I'll see you in the next video.
Wow.
Much fun.
What a great video.
He really wants peace. Okay. His military emergency failed, so he gave up. That's fine with me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rania Kalik, and this is Dispatches. The U.S. and Israel are pushing the region toward a potential catastrophe in their war on Iran, threatening strikes on its energy sector and preparing for the possibility of a ground invasion. But Iran isn't backing down. Instead, it's signaling it's ready to escalate across the region and the global economy if this war continues. At the same time, Washington appears increasingly erratic, issuing ultimatums one day, retreating the next, while claiming negotiations that Iran says don't even exist. So, is this brinksmanship or the early stages of a war that could spiral far beyond anyone's control? And have the U.S. and Israel badly misjudged both Iran's capabilities and its willingness to fight? Joining me to break it all down is Mohammad Marandi, professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran. Professor Mohammad Marandi, welcome back to Breakthrough News. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Well, you know, it's tough times right now.
Fucking
I'm talking to
bugs.
you from Lebanon. You're in
I'm
Iran.
fucking
two
so sick of
countries,
these box
that
elder
are
beetles.
at
Blowing my
war,
nose, pulled the
same
tissue away.
people
There's a fucking
aggressing
box
against both of
elder
us.
beetle on it.
And I guess, you know, let's just get right into it. I'm talking to you a day after Trump retreated from his 48-hour ultimatum. He had said that Iran has to open the Strait of Hormuz or else face strikes on its energy infrastructure. And then, of course, he backed off after the Iranians threatened retaliation across the region.
I want to come back to this because there is stuff, specifically new stuff, that I wanted to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm hoping this is the video. I hope it is. There's a speech that Trump gave that is just contradictions.
That's great.
So I'm hoping I found it, but I'm not sure.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is, we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Cope.
Honestly, that's not a contradiction. He said he wants them to come help, and then says he doesn't need them.
Yeah, well, you got your fucking boats. Use them.
This is not the one I was looking for. The one I was looking for is way more ridiculous. All right, now.
I think the 2 + 2 = 5 argument is incredibly silly.
What's 9 + 10?
21, obviously.
You stupid.
And the strategy of Iran is clear. They want a resistance. They say that this war is about resilience. And they believe that they can continue for 6 months. But Trump can't resist more than a month.
Okay, this is called the Trump Report.
Welcome, everyone, to the Trump Report. We're going to have a...
Okay, we're off to a good start with YouTube.
conversation right now with Dr. Mohsen Sazegara, who was one of the founders of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He is now living in the United States. He's an opposition politician. He had an unsuccessful, I shouldn't say unsuccessful, he attempted to run for president of Iran in 2001, but was disqualified by the Guardian Council, who vets all candidates. He has a PhD in history with a dissertation in modern Islamic history in Iran, the modern Islamist movement and movements and personalities in Iran. And he is, and one last thing that's important, that for what you stood for, Dr. Sazegara, you spent 112 days in jail in Iran in 2003. So let's get into our conversation. I want to pick up where you were, which is that this is a war that you see turning into a quagmire. There is
Quagmire.
no clarity about whether or not negotiations are going forward between Iran and the United States in the near future. What are you hearing, Dr. Sazagara?
President Trump threatened and that in 48 hours will attack to infrastructure of Iran, energy and electricity infrastructure of Iran, if Iran doesn't open Hormuz Strait. But he extended it for 5 days. That will be on this Friday. And at the same time, the day after, he said that they have sent messages and received messages from some people inside the regime, very important people, and they're going for negotiation. And then the Israelis media started to say that.
Okay. I don't know. I was like, I just wanted to see if, I just wanted to see what the Trump report was going to be. A little boring. I mainly wanted to look at actual news stuff.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human, as
On what?
on a human level, not as the president
What?
of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is.
President Trump, on.
Give it a second to buffer, because it's YouTube.
On a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human, as
On what?
on a human level, not as the president of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. We killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead.
Cool.
The backdrop to another election night today in America is, of course, Donald Trump's war of choice in Iran. And right now, the entire planet is hanging on every word about that war that comes out of this administration, which is quite normal, because when there's a war, the president's the commander-in-chief. World leaders, both our allies and our foes, they're all watching. Energy CEOs are watching. And global oil markets that will determine the price of gas for the foreseeable future are reacting. American service members and their families wondering if they will get called up for duty in yet another Middle Eastern war. They're watching. Stock traders, shipping companies, airlines, Americans traveling stuck abroad who can't get home, and there are still many of them. Everyone is carefully scrutinizing every single sentence uttered by the Trump administration about what they can expect to happen next. And that's a problem, because everything this administration says about the war is a pile of hot, steaming, contradictory nonsense. I mean, just take Donald Trump's ever-evolving answer about how long this war will last. A pretty pivotal question. Yesterday, Trump gave a phone interview from his golf club in Doral, Florida, of course, in which he said, "I think the war is very complete," pretty much. I mean, great if true. And that offhand characterization, muttered over the phone from a golf resort, was enough to send sinking global stock markets into a sudden rally. Newspapers around the world blasted Trump's words in headlines as though this was a clear signal that this war with Iran would be ending very soon. And look, you should be able to take any president of the United States at his word. But just the previous day, Trump's own Secretary of Defense was saying this.
What I want your viewers to understand is this is only just the beginning.
That was the day before. This is only just the beginning. And that is obviously very different from the war is very complete pretty much. And incredibly, Hegseth and Trump actually gave those contradictory statements to the very same news network. So who are we all supposed to believe? Trump, who says the war is pretty much over, or Pete Hegseth, who says the war is just starting? Trump was asked by reporters about that very contradiction.
It had no walls.
And here's what he said.
This is my best opportunity.
You've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it both.
last?
We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
It's both, everyone. Literally cannot be both. Maybe he ends it, maybe he doesn't. I mean, in other words, Trump's market-moving, international headline-making comments about the war being almost over were meaningless. It's just something that he randomly blurted out to a reporter on
conservatards
the
were
phone from his
triggered
golf
because she said we'll
It's
circle
the same
back
with all of his
a
messaging
lot.
about this war. I mean, for days, Republicans
Yep,
have been
I do.
tying themselves in knots over whether or not to call this a war. And they were kind of in a tough spot because Trump kept calling it a war.
We're doing very well on the war front. I have to go back and look at the war. You know, we have a lot of things happening. We have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. We may have casualties. That often happens in war.
It's actually branding on this whole Iran war that he was kind of consistent on. But then yesterday, Trump decided to give his war a little rebrand.
But we took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. Short-term. Short-term.
Uh-huh.
So now the president's war is a short-term excursion, emphasis on short-term. He's now talking about the war like it's a weekend golf trip, just a short little excursion. Remember, this is the same president who said just last week that wars can be fought forever and very successfully. Nothing Trump says day to day has any real meaning. Every pronouncement is liable to change on a dime. And it's not just coming from Trump himself, it's really his entire administration. I mean, at the start of the week, oil prices skyrocketed after Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway through which much of the world's oil supply is shipped. And then today, Trump's energy secretary, Chris Wright, took to Twitter to announce that the U.S. Navy, quote, successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the tweet right there on the screen. That single tweet sent the price of oil tumbling back to earth because it sent the message that oil tankers would perhaps be able to get through this very key strait moving forward, which means there wouldn't be the same reduction of available oil in the marketplace and prices would then come down. The Wall Street Journal reports that Wright's tweet may have wiped out nearly $84 million worth of value in just one oil-linked fund alone. Nice. But then Just 10 minutes later, Secretary Wright suddenly deleted the tweet. And the White House then confirmed that the Navy did not escort any tanker through the strait, as Chris Wright had claimed in his tweet. And a few hours later, Reuters reported that the U.S. has actually been refusing near-daily requests from the shipping industry for military escorts, telling them the risk is simply too high, according to sources familiar with the matter. So the Energy Secretary then basically tweets that the U.S. is helping oil tankers navigate around Iran. That happened first, causing massive swings in the global market for oil. And then he quickly deletes his tweet, and the White House comes out and says, yeah, that never happens. And to top it all off, we learned that actually the U.S. has been refusing to help oil tankers because the risk is, of course, too high. These are life and death issues that affect the safety of shipping workers in international waters, and it has massive effects on the global economy, including the price of gas paid at the pump every single day by millions and millions of Americans. So what does the president have to say about all of this, what I just outlined there? Does he have a plan for how those oil tankers can navigate safely out of this war zone? Well, here's what he told his buddies over at Fox and Friends.
So, Brian, you did a phone interview with the president of the United States. What is his read on this?
So I asked him, how do you get the prices down? I know how much you care about oil and gas. And he says, tell these tankers to get to it. We've wiped out most of their launchers. Here's exactly what he said. These ships should go through the Strait of Hormuz and show some guts.
What a solution. Trump says oil tankers and all of the people working on them should just sail on through that deadly strait and show some guts. Which is even crazier when you consider that CNN reported today that Iran has begun laying mines throughout the Strait of Hormuz, according to people familiar with an intelligence report on the issue. And the president just told civilian oil tankers to
This
show
is
some
obviously
guts
old news, but
and start sailing through there anyway. Almost as if he maybe realized his mistake or someone told him it was, who knows. He posted to Truth Social this afternoon demanding Iran remove any mines in the strait or face consequence, quote, at a level never seen before. You know, the man loves a threat. It's quite obvious they are just making this all up as they go along. In another poorly thought through effort to curb rising oil prices, the Trump administration is reportedly considering easing sanctions on Russian oil. And this despite the fact that Russia is, of course, an ally of Iran. And the Washington Post cites 3 U.S. officials who say Russia is providing intelligence to target U.S. forces. Today, the real estate guy Trump made his envoy for the Middle East was asked about that contradiction inherent in easing sanctions on Russia at a time when they are helping to target and kill U.S. troops. And here's what he had to say.
Do we think that the Russians have shared intelligence about the location of U.S. military assets? And if they have, why would we be giving waivers on Russian oil sanctions?
Well, I'm not an intel officer, so I can't tell you. I can tell you that yesterday on the call with the president, the Russians said that they have not been sharing. That's what they said. So, you know, we can take them at their word.
You don't have to be an intel officer to know that you can't trust the Russians. Just see 2016, see the war in Ukraine, see any number of things Vladimir Putin and the Russians have done in recent.
That's great, dude.
Watermill.
Done here.
I don't have any rivers.
Let me just move over. Can we move over? Let's get out of this. Is that more comfortable?
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other.
Unreal.
But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had that.
Jared. The dynamo.
And the dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner.
The globby.
Boom the shot.
Is that more comfortable? Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit. And
what does it mean?
I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But we have, they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening.
All right.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone, because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
So I think fucking with the cable there at the back of my computer worked.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
We're back,
That's
baby.
what I was saying. That's what I was saying, is that it's probably if it's the soundboard, then it's probably not the cable going to the mic.
Yeah.
The man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. You know, it's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the Son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the Son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed.
See?
Okay.
What did I say? What did I say? He just literally said he won't say who the people he's dealing with.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want him to be killed.
You did say that the other day.
No, I said that earlier.
Oh, was it today?
Yeah, where I said two things have got to be happening.
Yeah. Right on the money.
Mr. President, you deployed. Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now. You know, nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country. But perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you've deployed ICE agents to American airports. Newsman, sir. You've deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a very good job.
You've deployed ICE agents.
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you
What a
want?
baby.
I'm taking CNN over Newsmax.
What
You believe
exactly
it?
are you looking for in these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
The what now?
Enriched uranium before you can end this.
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium. If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
Bro's naming all the countries he learned very recently.
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it. Let me just talk about the others. So ISIS
The Democrats inflame it. Bro, you're literally bombing a country. What are you talking about?
Bro's brain
now,
is
you know,
soup.
I'm a big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, you know, murderers, criminals, and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr. President, why do they wear masks not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country?
Because the people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc.
How do you know, dickhead?
There are many. They're people that want to come into the country, or that people want to leave the country, go into maybe their home country. So I didn't think it was an appropriate look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street trying to find one of the 11,888 murderers that Sleepy Joe Biden led into our country.
Elon Musk,
What about the rapist, Trump? You gonna do something about the rapist?
No, he is.
No, of course not. You gotta protect your buddies.
Well, it could happen. It's amazing. There are people that are really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats. It's just so you know.
You can keep saying that, it doesn't make it true.
Was approved. This is done. The Democrats went in, and they want to have radical left lunatics come into our country. They want to have
radical left.
They want to have murderers come into our country. They want to have open borders, and we're not letting it happen. That's what this is all about. They don't want voter ID.
Sure,
They
champ.
don't want proof of citizenship. They don't want mail-in ballots. They're so corrupt. What they want, the only thing they want is mail-in ballots. So we also added, as you know, into the Save America Act. And it's called Save America. It's not the Save Act. But we added no transgender mutilization of our children.
Mutilization.
And no men in women's sports.
Sir, Elon Musk, if these talks go well, and you reach
I don't think he's going to be a newsman.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace.
Should have told them to commit.
Peace. If this happens, and you know, I can't guarantee it, but I think it's
not to the war.
My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals. My whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen, and why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning, sometime their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money.
I'm getting denounced by everyone.
One shot, it's gone.
Oh.
It collapsed.
I probably will be too, because
Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal.
Be angry
and there's
with
got to
me.
be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons
This
anymore. They're agreeing to that.
motherfucker.
Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Who?
You said
He-
you want to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched uranium? Are you going to
It's
send
very
What?
easy. If we have a deal with them,
He
we're
fucking
going
put
down and we'll take
a
it.
settlement on this fucking island where I was gonna put it. Now I have to go back to war with this cunt.
I was trying to settle that island, but there's no shallow water to reach it from my side.
And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system.
My people need land. Who are they to? Who are you to say they cannot have it? All right, done deal. Go fuck yourself.
System be lubricated.
Now I'm going to destroy his entire civilization. Fuck this guy.
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money.
I'm gonna make
I
so
can
many
tell you,
fucking
when
samurai.
this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Mr. President,
When can I make cause? What do I have to get to make cause?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego last week at the end of the
I need to make an aqueduct.
Not nationalism, because I think nationalism is army.
If you were in my position, And I asked you that question. Do you really believe I'd give you an answer?
His army? Okay, it's not that
We're
high.
going to talk about strategy. Yeah? Let in by Biden. It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy and his border czar, Kamala, who never saw the border. Never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there.
Okay. Oh my God. Yes. This is literally this is what I was looking for, and it's Hassan reading the thing I was looking for. It's not him.
Gaggle, barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots on the ground.
How can you do that in 60 seconds?
At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17, he asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. Press gaggle, barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told...
breaking.
Well, sorry, you're wrong.
We know he's...
Iran. At 12:41, he says it was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open the Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. What are we doing? There's no way.
Oh, we're. Did you hear the next thing though? There's actually we've had some developments since this. Where now it appears that we may jointly operate Hormuz.
Yeah.
Did you see the Dylan Savage?
Well, sorry, you're wrong. Pentagon weighs deployment of air troops to Iran. If you blink, you will literally see a role reversal. And my favorite thing, because as you might know, dirty commie and all, I have this principled stance that money is more fake. This is the fakest money has ever been. Okay, there's no world where the stock market is associated with any fundamentals whatsoever. We have never had money be so fake in our entire lives. While this guy is contradicting himself, sometimes in the same minute, sometimes in the same sentence, the stock market is leaning into whatever they want to hear, and they're going, "Oh no, it's great actually." Now all of a sudden, the markets are stabilizing.
Well, I do think it was really funny though that the market went back to taking a bit of a and oil went back to increasing as soon as Iran said, "Hold up. We're not talking."
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
It's actually pissed me off.
good.
At
7:04 a.m. Eastern today, President Trump said the U.S. and Iran have had a productive discussion to end the Iran war. Okay, boom! At 7:10 a.m., S&P surged 240 points, adding $2 trillion to the market cap. 27 minutes later, Iran completely denied all of President Trump's claims and said there has been no contact with the U.S. At 8 a.m. Eastern, the S&P 500 had fallen 120 points, erasing $1 trillion in market cap. There is a $3 trillion swing market cap in 56 minutes just in the S&P 500.
Yeah, I love that. The S&P 500, famous for its volatility. You know what you never see, you don't hear anybody say anymore?
What?
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, that's
true.
I
think we got to be
eviscerated.
We are in something.
Bro,
and we're not out of it, and it's not ending anytime soon.
When Francis Fukuyama is running around being like, countries need to develop nuclear sovereignty pronto, is over. Energy industry insider in Iran tells me the following, and it's stunning, says Shrita Parsi. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel minus $18 discount, i.e. $47. Today, it produces 1.5 million barrels per day and sells it at $110 with only $2 to $4 a discount. And this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased, but are now being sold as a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. And on top of that, they're making them pay tolls if they want to pass the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, and they're the way that they're making those tolls work. So, like in the 1970s, one of the ways that America dealt with the oil shock in 74, in 73, 74, and then in 79, but especially in the earlier phase, was that America, we left the gold standard earlier in the decade, but the biggest, one of the biggest, most unheralded parts of that was that we did, we recycled petrodollars by selling all of these governments, crazy huge weapons. That was part of how we fixed all this. We used that geopolitical tumult and that circumstance to reweight the dollar and recreate, and help, restore a stronger dollar by having, these Arab governments spend, and Iran at that time, spend crazy amounts of money with us on F-6, on fighter jets and whatever. Now, like Iran arguably is, trying to force a similar kind of thing, because not only have they, clearly they're in the money, as Trita Parsi tells it in some respect, but now they're also saying no, the only way the oil goes is if you pay us in yuan.
Yes.
Meaning that they are trying to
destroy the petrodollar system.
Exactly. And granted, the petrodollar system is it's a bit of an antiquated way of looking at it, just because it doesn't.
It's also one that I feel like they just kind of threw that out there for China.
It's the image. It's about how it looks.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was the contradiction I was looking for. Look at this ghoul.
That their military infrastructure is being...
Look at him. Come on.
I've changed government too much. Fuck.
What, you went to anarchy?
Yep.
being degraded.
YouTube.
Is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
Here's Chuck Schumer. He showed up on that show with Joe and the wife. They hate each other, but they do a show together. And here they are. And Chuck refuses to say whether it's good or bad that Iran's military has been degraded. This is just so pathetic. Chuck, nobody likes you. Go home.
Wow, Dave has a point and was right about something for once. Chuck's so bad he makes us miss Nancy.
Thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me, epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979. Is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
It's you can't, because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No. I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart. But I think I threw it away. You have the military side, you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously degraded?
And again, I have to tell you, Joe, first, you can't, what's going to happen 3 months from now?
Chuck, that you are just a pathetic nothing. I cannot believe I'm going to do this, but I agree with Chuck Scarborough. I always call him Chuck Scarborough. That's the newsman from NBC New York in the 80s with Joe Scarborough. Get me an image of Chuck Scarborough. Would you find me an image of Chuck Scarborough? He was a much better broadcaster than Joe Scarborough, but he actually asked the right question.
Have no room to
because
criticize
he just
broadcasters,
reiterated
Dave.
exactly what I've been saying here. There's a military portion of this, and then there's a political portion of it. And what he's saying is you don't have to agree with any of this, but can you at least acknowledge that the military part has been a success? They don't have control of their airspace. The Navy's gone. Like, Obviously, the answer to that is yes. Why can't you say that, Chuck? You could say, you know, I wish Donald Trump would have had more Democrats involved, or we should have gone to the UN, or just like the laundry list of nonsensical things that you mumble out about everything that you guys do. But you could still say that it has been a military success. You don't have to say, well, in 3 months, we don't know what will happen. That is actually true, and we can hope that.
It's a big map, but it's a water map. So the islands are going to be more
Wall Street Journal, maybe. Yeah, Schumer slams $200
contested
$100 billion funding request. I'm trying not to be cynical, but I'm trying to be hopeful. Chuck Schumer blasted the idea of a $200 billion funding request for the Iran war in a speech on the Senate floor Thursday, calling the number preposterous and unacceptable. Quote, let's be clear. If Trump wants $200 billion, that means he believes we might be in a war with Iran for a very, very long time. $200 billion is more than what we spent even at the height of the war in Iraq. It's more than we have spent altogether in Ukraine. It's an indefensible number, one of the most wasteful and unthought out budget requests I have ever heard in my time in the Senate. Now, he goes on, it's ridiculous. It's beyond the pale. Such a large amount of money for a war that no one knows the goal, no one knows the conclusion, no one knows the path. Trump changes all of these things, the goal, the path, the cost, every day, and he wants us to spend all this money. Okay.
I could do $1.80.
That's the point. It's like,
What happens
come to us for
in
40 billion and we'll do it.
You just don't.
This is too
have any
expensive,
policy
but I
cards.
do want to buy. I do want to buy. But this is way out of. I mean, here's the problem, and I said this to Senator Van Hollen. Like, why are we asking any questions where the Democrats are? There's a very easy place for the Democrats to be. It's very explicit. It is. How much do you want for the for the war?
Anarchy for
it is
turns.
$0. That's what we're prepared to give you. $0 for this war. Here he is on Morning Joe. Another opportunity to say this. And he cannot articulate it because he desperately wants this war to happen. He wanted this war to happen from jump. And he realizes, like, oh, no one in my party, well, not no one, but the vast majority of my party doesn't want it. And I want to hold on to this position for a while. Good.
The world economy is in chaos, etc. And so we're now so deep, and Iran sees that they have real leverage here, that it's harder and harder.
All right, so Senator,
here's how we ought to get out.
No, hold on a second. Okay. You got to answer my question first.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me, epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979, is it good that their military infrastructure...
Pause it for a second. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through this. I know it's annoying, but I've been alive since 1979. I'm trying to think of what the epicenter of terrorism has been in my lifetime.
To be fair, it's on their welcome to Iran sign when you drive in.
Welcome to Iran, epicenter
Because
of terror.
this country suffered a major terrorist attack in 1993 at the World Trade Center. And guess what? It was not from Iran. This country suffered another big terrorist attack. I'm sure Chuck Scarborough's aware of it, or Joe Scarborough.
He did the same thing as Dave
Forgive
Rubin.
me, Chuck.
That's funny.
That was 9/11, and that also was not from Iran.
Who did the Oklahoma City bombing?
Oh, no, not Iranians. No,
wasn't that?
That's weird. So, I mean, the epicenter of perhaps some regional terrorism, but go ahead.
World since 1979. Is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that
He's
it is?
so goblin-coded, bro.
Because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No. I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart, but I think it threw it away. You have the military side, you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously
And again,
degraded?
I have to tell you, Joe, first,
let me tell you, Joe. Somebody has to do
What's gonna happen
something.
3 months from now? Is it worth it? What's going to happen? Will the world economy collapse? Will something happen even worse? Will the whole energy infrastructure of the world go up in smoke? So you have to, when they do it without planning, when they do it without understanding where they're going,
Senator,
where they're going,
But
I don't
it's a
think
trick
it's
question.
fair.
It's a trick question
No, it's not.
because
It is.
if
No,
you do
it's
not
not.
strategize the consequences
I
of
agree
the
with you.
action, the military action, if you obliterate and do all these things, but you don't actually play it out in your minds and have strategy for the consequences, then it may not be good.
Let me answer the question for everybody in America. The answer, yes. It's good that the terrorist regime, their military has been, and capabilities have been degraded radically. The question, Mike, though, is political. It's the
No, it's not political. I mean, this is just the dumbest, and the fact that, Mika Brzezinski has to bail Chuck Schumer out on this. Chuck Scarborough's question is a trick question. It's like, is it good to be really, really tall? Well, I mean, it is if there's something you need to reach on the top shelf, but it's not if the house is burning and you need a really small space to get out of. Degrading everybody's military would be good. It would be great if everyone didn't have a military. That would be great. What you have to do to have that happen is the point. Everything has a cost. I would love a Bentley. I saw my son showed me a picture of a Bentley coupe. Sports coupe. And then we looked up how much it cost. And it cost like $300,000.
Yep.
Now, I don't think I could pay to repair the car. I think it would be a bit of a stretch for me to buy the car. But is it a good thing that I would have the car? I don't know. What do I have to do to get the car? This is the dumbest thing in the world.
It was the last refuge of the Iraq war supporters who would say,
both of
you
my
think Saddam should still be in
unique
power
units.
then?
Of course. It's
and
so
got
stupid.
8 era score.
Is this a good thing? It would be a good thing if everybody. It's a good thing that the U.S. doesn't have as many missiles. It's a good thing that Israel doesn't have as many missiles. It's a good thing that everybody's military is degraded. It's a bad thing if you're one of the thousands of Iranian civilians. It's a bad thing if your daughter went to school that day and never showed up. It's a bad thing if you're an Israeli citizen. It's a bad thing if your dad or mom was a U.S. service person. It's a bad thing if you're going to lose your job or you can't pay for heating oil in the winter. I mean, this is just an incredibly insulated, it is exactly the position why these guys so flippantly are able to say, let's do this war.
Do you think I have enough
What's the
military?
cost? I don't see it. My taxes are still low.
Yeah, I'll
got
take a undegraded
400
military with the
score.
Strait of Hormuz not being a shooting gallery and a place where Iran can blow up boats over the degraded one where they're an active threat and shutting down the global economy, you moron.
I mean, just the way, and no, politically it may cost some people some problems. The way in which these sociopaths
Dinguses
just sign off on war as if there is no cost associated. I don't know. I just remember seeing Sam Harris. I mean, he's not one of these people because he's not one of these commentators, but he was one of the cheerleaders of if not Iraq, certainly our torture regime. But I think Iran's not Iraq, and it's not it should be quick and blah blah blah, and I don't know. I read an article on it from the Zionist magazine, so I have a pretty good sense of this should go fine.
Yeah, I meditated afterwards.
I mean, even at this point, no cost. No cost. Do you think we're not going to rebuild our military? Do you think we're just going to keep it at this level of we're not going to have to spend more money? I mean, There is a massive cost already, without having to speculate where we're going from here. And Chuck Schumer, were it not for the fact that in his heart of hearts he wanted this, and he still wants it to work out, whatever that means, he can't say, no, it's not worth it. It's not good, whatever good means. It's 5 years old. It's bad. The cost is too much. The cost in lives, the cost in dollars, the cost in... I mean, millions of Iranians have breathed in essentially like gasified oil. There's a reason why people put out reports that like it's bad to have a gas stove in your house because you're burning gas in your home. Well, we just did that to the entire city of Tehran.
I'm gonna make a demand. And be like, give me this city.
Won't give you cities, but
I know.
you can demand gold from him and stuff. Sometimes resources.
Let me start off by
Correct.
saying
fucking destroy you.
that in my view, and in the view of people who know a lot more about this issue than I do, we are at the beginning of the most profound technological revolution in world history, period. The most profound technological revolution in world history, a revolution that will bring unimaginable changes to our society in a relatively short period of time. Artificial intelligence and robotics will impact our economy, our democracy, our privacy rights, our emotional well-being, our environment, and even our very survival as human beings on this planet. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. According to Demis Hassabis, who is the head of Google DeepMind, the AI revolution will be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and 10 times faster. In other words, AI and robotics will have 100 times impact in terms of what the Industrial Revolution did. And it's not just what AI companies are saying, it's what they are doing. This year alone, 4 major AI companies are expected to spend roughly $670 billion building data centers and tens of billions more on research and development. Despite the extraordinary importance of this issue and its impact on every man, woman, and child in this country, AI has received far too little serious discussion here in our nation's capital. I fear that Congress is totally unprepared for the magnitude of the changes that are already taking place. While Congress has not paid attention or enough attention to this issue, the American people have. According to a recent poll, 79% of voters are concerned that the government does not have a plan to protect workers from AI job losses. That same poll also found that 56% of voters, majority of voters, are concerned about losing their job or having someone in their family lose their jobs in the next year, not in the next 10 years, in the next year. Why are the American people so concerned? And the answer is they have a lot of reasons to be concerned. They understand that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, when the billionaire class has never, ever had it so good, some 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And the American people understand that the AI revolution, these massive investments, are being driven by some of the wealthiest people in our country and the world, people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Larry Ellison. They understand that these billionaires are investing huge amounts of money into AI and robotics, not to improve life for working families, but to dramatically increase their own wealth and power. You think the average American is sitting around trusting that the multi-billionaires are going to transform society for the good of ordinary people? I don't think so. In terms of the impact that AI and robotics will have on working people, let us listen to what the tech oligarchs themselves are saying. Not the Congresswoman, not me. Let's hear what the tech oligarchs are themselves saying. Elon Musk, who has made massive investments in AI and robotics, has stated, and I quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. That's about it. Replace all jobs. Bill Gates, another massive, who's also made massive investments, has said humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. And Mustafa Suleyman of Microsoft AI predicts that most white-collar work could be automated within the next decade.
Big runner.
What we are talking about, therefore, is the possibility that AI and automation could displace tens of millions of workers in the United States from their current employment. We are already seeing early signs of this transformation, with declining employment in AI, exposed occupations, and growing difficulty for young people entering the workforce. If machines can perform most economically valuable work better than humans, and that is the goal, that machines will be able to do the job you are doing better than you are doing. If that happens, pretty simple question. What happens to the
Try and
workers?
sweep him. We'll see how we go.
How do
He's got a
people
pretty
earn
comparable
a
military,
living?
but
How do they support their
I have a
families?
unit that's
And how do
anti-cab,
programs like
and he
Social
has
Security and Medicare survive without a stable tax base? People are not working, they're not paying taxes. And let me ask a very simple question that is on the minds of millions of Americans. How will workers who lose their jobs find new employment if there are no jobs available? What happens to the over 6 million truck drivers, cab drivers, rideshare drivers, and bus drivers if virtually all transportation is conducted through driverless vehicles, which under present terms seems likely to happen? What happens to the young college graduates who today going out looking for an entry-level job, but that job is not there? And let me say this, maybe from personal experience. I have seen this before, and the American working class has seen this process play out before. In the 1990s, the working class of this country was told by the corporate world, by the elites, by the corporate media, don't worry about unfettered free trade. My God, NAFTA, PNTR with China, it is going to create millions and millions of good-paying jobs. Man, Democrats, Republicans, corporate executives, everybody came together. Free trade, going to be the best thing that ever happened to American workers. Well, not quite. What happened, in fact, is that thousands and thousands of factories in this country were shut down. And what happened is that millions of workers lost their jobs. So we have seen this play out in the past. But when we talk about AI and robotics, we're not just talking about the economy. AI is already reshaping how we as human beings relate to each other. According to a recent poll by Common Sense Media, 72% of American teenagers say they have used AI for companionship, and more than half do so regularly. What does it mean for young people to form friendships with AI and become more and more lonely and isolated from other human beings. Everybody understands we have a major mental health crisis for our young people right now. I fear that AI could make it even worse. And then when we talk about what's going on, we also have to talk about privacy. Larry Ellison, second richest person on earth who's gobbling up a lot of the media in this country, who is a major investor in AI, predicts an AI-powered surveillance state is coming where, this is Larry Ellison, major investor, this is what he says.
1 point away from golden
where
age.
citizens will be on their best behavior.
So close.
Because we're constantly recording
No
and
unique
reporting
units.
everything that is going on, end quote. That's your phone calls, your texts, your emails, the websites that you visit, it will be recorded if we continue the current trends. Further, AI is undermining American democracy. The rise of deep fakes, where you have very convincing fake images. It happened to me. I don't know if it happened to you. All right. Where they had me selling some rebates or something like that. Looked very good. Almost convinced me, but it wasn't me.
I looked at it. I thought it was me, but then I was like, I don't remember doing that.
He's so funny.
I said, that's not me.
Audios. What happens when a day before the election, somebody who looks like
I thought it was an evil
the
wizard
candidate gets up and says something outrageous, and people believe it?
What happens when an AI says something ridiculous before an election and people believe it? Could it be
Couldn't
any
imagine.
worse than Donald Trump and what he actually says, to be honest?
It would be a struggle. Impress me. Give me that production. Scout out this fucking island. See what's going on over here. Please give me 2 arms. Fuck. Guess it'll have to be reform the coinage.
Huh? Monumentality.
Monumentality, yeah. I don't have any holy sites, though. I have no faith generation.
Well, that's where you fucked up.
I have 21 per turn.
If people cannot trust what they see and
I only
hear,
have 30 per turn.
informed decision-making becomes nearly impossible. It will become harder and harder to distinguish between truth and
A settler starts at 100
There's
faith.
also, in what we're seeing now, a significant environmental cost. AI requires
Honestly,
enormous computing
I kind of
power,
wanted 2
driving
arms
the expansion of
because there's
energy and
nowhere I can put a
water-intensive
settler.
data centers, increasing electricity demand,
It would be
and
a waste.
potentially
I'm gonna
deepening
pick the
reliance on
coinage
fossil
one.
fuels in the midst of a climate crisis. Finally, let
Yeah,
me
coinage.
say
Because I'm building
this, and
currency
I know
anyway.
some people out there may still think this is science fiction, but it ain't. I have talked to some of the leading scientists and most knowledgeable people in the world about the potential existential threats that AI brings to the human race, including Geoffrey Hinton. Some of you may know that Dr. Hinton, who is a Nobel Prize winner in physics, he's considered to be the godfather of AI. He's worked on this thing for decades. They have cautioned us that AI could soon surpass human intelligence and operate independently beyond our control. And if that happens, what they acknowledge is it poses
I've
a
been warned by
profound
6
threat
people.
to the very survival of the human race.
I know, they're happy
So,
with me now.
what is happening
They're
in
not gonna be
Washington
happy
right
once
now
I
in
go to war with
response
this
to
cunt
all of
again.
these enormous concerns? Well, we learned just today that Donald Trump
They're congratulating
has
me for my
appointed
golden age.
a commission which is made up of the very people who are going to financially benefit from AI and robotics, including some of the wealthiest people in the world, like Mr. Ellison, Mr. Zuckerberg, and the video CEO, Jensen Huang. And needless to say, there is no reputation on that commission of
Man,
workers
you were
or environmentalists
very
or
wrong with that
consumers.
pronunciation.
And that is why, in my view, we need a very different approach. Across
Damn
the
it,
country,
Bernie.
communities are already pushing back against the unchecked expansion of data centers. More than 100 localities have enacted moratoriums or restrictions, and states are beginning to take action.
I was going
as
to
well.
end at the era, but I do
Importantly,
want to
and this is a very
listen
important point,
to this because it's
leaders
important
within the
and it's
AI
the end
industry
anyway.
have
Yeah.
called for a pause. The guys who know the most about the threats of the development of AI and robotics, they have called for a pause. In
City center is
2023,
normally
just
what
about 3
passes.
years ago,
City center?
over 1,000 experts,
I'm going to go
including
ranged,
Elon Musk,
which I assume you want
Range?
melee.
called
I
for
want melee, yeah.
AI
Yeah,
labs
just vote
to,
melee
quote,
then.
immediately pause for at least 6 months.
I
End
got
quote.
them
And if
samurais.
such pause
Yeah.
were
And
not
if I get
enacted,
that,
and
I'm going
clearly
in.
a pause was not enacted, they called on governments, quote, to step in and institute a moratorium. They understood what is at stake. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I understand what is at stake. That is why today we are announcing legislation to impose a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers until strong national
that?
safeguards are
Yeah,
in
good.
place to ensure that AI is safe and effective.
Melee.
That means the government
Going
reviews
in,
and
baby.
approves AI products before they are released. Further, that the economic gains of AI and robotics will benefit ordinary Americans and not just the billionaire owners of the industry. Further, that AI data centers do not increase electricity or utility prices, harm communities, or destroy the environment. Importantly, this legislation would also impose a ban on the export of AI chips to any country without such protections,
Nice.
including China. A moratorium will give us time. Time to understand the risks, time to protect working families, time to defend our democracy, and time to ensure that this technology works for all of us, not just the few. So, with that, let me now introduce the Congresswoman from New York, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Senator. First and foremost, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to Senator Sanders for bringing us together today to introduce this critical legislation. Within just a matter of short years, AI has become often forcibly integrated into many aspects of American existence, into our doctors' offices, our government, and oftentimes to the detriment of working people. Last year alone, AI was responsible for over 54,000 layoffs nationwide. And when we talk about those jobs, it's not just a number. These are industries, these are communities, these are families. You know, just a few short years ago, Sam Altman came before Congress.
I get even more.
And in a direct plea, he begged us to regulate this industry. He said that these tools were under no circumstances ready, nor should they be integrated into weapons of war. That we must impose severe
AR-15s are getting AI?
regulations immediately to prevent mass layoffs and to ensure that any productivity that comes of this industry can benefit working people.
A great merchant.
3 short years later, none of that has happened. And in fact, in many cases, the opposite has happened.
Give me that gold.
I'll start with another quote from Sam Altman, who said 10 years ago, AI will probably lead to the end of the world. But in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning. While I'm happy that Mr. Altman is responsible on his end of the deal, you know, he has his responsibilities on the company side. Our responsibility is to take care of people. And that is what we're here to do today. Unfortunately, the leaders of this industry have repeated time and time again that they view working people as an endless, untapped market to be manipulated and exploited. that they would sell our country out if it meant that they could turn a profit. And it is no surprise that in the 4 years since ChatGPT was released, we have seen AI deployed at a massive scale to create Big Brother-like surveillance. Every day, Americans are seeing videos of ICE agents waving phones into crowds, threatening that if they use their First Amendment rights, U.S. citizens using their First Amendment rights, that they will be added to some vague database that the American people have not consented to nor are knowledgeable about. Companies like Palantir are mining endlessly the data and privacy of the American people, keeping track of everything that they say and do, and sending it all to a militarized and centralized government. When you take the subway, when you share a TikTok, when you talk to your Alexa at home, they are collecting your data and figuring out new ways to weaponize it. And now they are using AI tools to automate this so that it is not only pervasive, but that it is effortless. We must sound the alarm now. And because of this surveillance of the American people is not going to stop, we must stop it. All of this harm has occurred not in spite of, but because of the absence of federal legislation to regulate AI. This is not my first bill around AI, and I can tell you that it is extremely discouraging to see how even the most minute efforts to protect people at some of the smallest and most basic level, like trying to prevent AI-generated child pornography, is still combated, oftentimes by many people here on the Hill and throughout industry.
Montezuma didn't really get to use his ability,
in this story, currently, the story of AI
really on
is a
this little
story
island.
of corruption.
Did he declare war with me?
It is fueled and
Yes.
funded by
He
the same
fucking
multi-billion-dollar corporations
Where is Norway?
lobbying politicians to sit back and do nothing
Who
while
else
they
did?
harm our communities.
Just Norway?
In fact, one of
Great.
the largest
The Congo.
explosions of super PAC and outside funding is by the AI industry. And for
Where's
years,
Norway?
Congress has enabled this
No
permission
idea.
structure.
Why
A
did he
permission
declare-
structure that allows
That's so
billionaires like Sam Altman,
'Cause
Elon
I was
Musk,
about
and
to.
Peter Thiel
And
to
I'm
be
pretty
trusted
sure I get
to
a boost
regulate
from getting declared
themselves
war on.
under the guise of, quote, American innovation. And what are they
Formal
asking
war.
for now?
Joint
Endless
formal war.
energy.
Great.
These companies are now so desperate
Now
to
I-
profit off of the AI
Hey,
boom
look, a
that they are
builder.
racing to construct thousands of giant AI data centers and jacking up the utility costs of everyday Americans to pay for it. These data centers power thousands of high-intensity computer chips that are processing at all times and require massive amounts of energy to operate. Just one hyperscale data center consumes the same amount of energy in 1 second as 100,000 households. Because of the massive amounts of energy they use, power and water
take that,
utility
builder.
companies must build multi-billion-dollar infrastructure to keep up with the demand. And these companies are not paying for their own energy infrastructure. People's energy bills around the country are skyrocketing in order to pay for these AI data centers for them. In the last 5 years, Americans who live near data centers saw their electric bills increase over 267% each month. We are talking about an $80 a monthly increase from $80 a month to $294 a month. Working people are already living paycheck to paycheck, in some states off of wages as low as $7.25 an hour, another federal minimum wage that Congress also refuses to raise. They simply cannot afford another increase to their monthly bills. And this results in people cutting corners whenever they can to keep the lights on, whether it's skipping meals or rationing their insulin. And while the American people are suffering, big tech continues
Rationing
to demand more.
insulin is
More data
an
centers,
American problem.
more energy, more
It sure
data
is.
collection, more American jobs replaced by AI, all on the feet of the American people to pay.
Great.
And
Their
across the
encampment is done
country,
for.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents are standing up. People are standing up to big tech and saying no to these data centers
This
being
is
built in
spiritually
their own
2016.
communities. More than 100 local communities across 12 states have already enacted local moratoriums on data centers. And
a very
Congress
silly
itself has a
decision
moral
for him.
obligation to stand with them and stop big tech from ruining their communities.
There's Korea.
Our legislation in the House and the Senate would hit the brakes on construction of new data centers until we address several of the key areas of harm AI
Norway
poses.
is so far away from
Our
me.
bills learn from our lack of regulation following the similar
Oh,
rise
they're yellow.
Regarding the internet and demands a new approach to AI.
Oh, they're the ones
one that
sending
protects the American
missionaries.
people from big tech's egregious overreach. One bound by our shared commitment over those who wish to patent it. One that centers prosperity for the many over exorbitant profits for the very few. Thank you.
Okay, fire away. By the way, we're just going to take questions on AI. Yes, who are you? And
Brian Mesper, Business Insider. One of the most common critiques that comes up when this idea of moratorium is raised is that we're in an AI race with China, and that slowing down the progress of AI development in any way would give China an advantage, whether that's economic, national security. I'm curious, when that critique is raised to you, what do you say to that? Is that something you're concerned with?
well, I think the good news here, and it's not widely known, is there are a number of Chinese scientists who share the same concern that American scientists are worried about. And that is, if we don't get a handle on AI, there are going to be enormous existential consequences. So I think in a sane world, what happens is the leadership of the United States sits down with the leadership in China and leadership around the world to work together so that we don't go over the edge and create a technology which could perhaps destroy humanity. But I would say there are Chinese scientists fairly high up in the government who share those concerns. We've got to immediately, with a sense of urgency, bring those people together. Anything you wanted to add to that?
I mean, I think the concern there is easily remedied by passing protections for people. We need to sort out energy sources. Once these companies can be on the up and up, providing their own energy, building out and investing in the infrastructure, refusing to free ride off of the American people, then we can continue to develop and explore this technology. I don't think that this is about a denialism of science or American competitiveness.
They're also regulating the companies who would be selling the chips to China. So how is China going to compete in that race when they can't produce the chips?
That's the question.
But it is about an integration of protection of the American people instead of allowing this to happen at their expense.
And furthermore, this legislation will prohibit the export of chips.
Thank you, Bernie.
To China and other countries. Yes, sir.
You are. Chase Williams with Fox Business. You mentioned 267% electric bills up each month. The administration has taken some steps to remedy these concerns. I wonder what you make of their actions. And my second question for both of you is, do either of you guys use artificial intelligence in your everyday lives?
So, in terms of the impact that it's having, I think we just need to ask everyday people on if they're feeling the effects of that. I think as much as I personally have differences with this administration, I would want them to be successful in reducing the energy bills of American people, but people aren't feeling it. It's not working.
No, I didn't get my trebuchets yet.
In New York City alone,
but
there are some
he declared
families
war
that
on
are
me,
getting
so that works for
electric
me.
bills that are $600 a month, as high
now,
as some people
he's
were
not
paying
gonna
in
exist for much
rent
longer.
not too long ago, before our housing costs
Maybe it was
skyrocketed as well. So
I had no other choice.
So I don't
Boxed
think
him
those
in.
efforts are working on behalf of the administration. As far as AI, I do not regularly integrate it into my daily life.
My horsey.
But I know many people do. I think our job tends to be a little bit more. For me, a lot of my job is quite writing based, and I like to do my own. Thank you.
Very old-fashioned.
I'm old-fashioned.
To answer the question, we have looked at AI. We did a chat with Claude recently, but I don't use it on a regular basis. Other questions? Anyone else? Yes.
You brought it up in the post.
Senator, do you think the Democratic Party is taking the threat of AI seriously enough? And can you talk a little bit about AI's influence in elections? They put out a lot of money in the last primary.
No, I don't think the Democratic Party leadership is taking this issue anywhere near as seriously as it should. We need to develop a sense of urgency here.
What was that?
The economic
Mind your
impacts
business.
are going to be enormous. The impacts on our
What'd you do?
children will be enormous.
Mind your business.
And again, there is
What'd you fucking
literally
do?
an existential threat to the existence of the human race. Now, you tell me, do you think that leadership here on either side of the aisle is saying, whoa, we better get moving on this thing? The answer is no. And the second point, the question you're raising that the Congresswoman mentioned, let us be clear. Why is Congress not moving aggressively? Well, maybe it has something to do with 150 million and more that is coming in to Congress in campaign contributions and in super PACs. When you have a class of people who are multi-billionaires spending a few $100 million on elections is chicken feed, okay? And that is what they are doing. So what they're saying to members of Congress and candidates, you're going to stand up to us? Well, guess what? There's going to be a $20 million ad campaign coming tomorrow starting against you.
Looted
That's
is
real.
science.
Other questions?
Going to get
Yes,
musket
sir.
men
I'll
from
I
it.
guess migrant centers. So there's been said that the data centers
I don't know
and
why I
the
can't make
chip
a lumber
makers
mill.
and the app makers have kind of created this circular, loan and business basically, and that it's created a bubble, and by pulling out of it, we could have serious economic consequences. How do we pull out of that? And
you can't build it
other
on
question is, what'd you
rainforest.
make of Claude?
What do you mean?
Well, your first
Yes, you
question,
can.
it's an important question. It's a
Not-
little bit different
You
than
can't
what
build it if you can't build it on rainforest until you have, let's see,
construction,
mercantilism.
Oh.
So you can only build it. You have regular trees here though, by Tokyo.
Yeah, no, I wanted the production from the trees. Mercantilism.
Yeah,
Is
but
it
if you get
purple?
you should build one lumber mill for the bonus though.
Oh.
You have a builder right here next to the trees.
Where?
we're talking about today. You're talking about the possibility of a bubble
Tokyo.
bursting having enormous economic impact.
you have
I
a
think
builder.
that's true.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah, I'm
above
gonna
and
use
beyond
those.
that, what we're talking about is a
I was just going
technology,
through the
bubble or
rainforest
no
first.
bubble. It is, you're
Yeah,
gonna
but
have
build a
real impact
lumber mill there
on
just for the
America.
bonus.
Sorry, he asked me about my chat with Claude. I'll tell you, it was a little bit mind-blowing. You can very easily, and again, I suppose the young people have more familiarity with it than I do. It is amazingly easy to start seeing this entity, this AI agent, or call it what you might, as a human being. And please remember, importantly, AI is only going to get more and more effective in years to come. It's only a relatively few years old.
Nice.
And yet you sit down and you can absolutely, hey, have a nice day. How are you? I'm pretty good. How are you doing? Okay? You can get into that. And I want you to think
Get the
about
fuck out of there.
what it will mean to a 13-year-old girl who is struggling and having AI as her best friend, or a 15-year-old boy, or whatever it may be. These are real serious dangers. But to answer your question, it is mind-blowing how quickly you can somehow see this as a human agent. Okay, yes.
I love that he's
Ideas
using
that
the
are
term
being floated on the
agent
Hill
to refer to the
into,
personality of the AI.
Make it so, as you had
Because
alluded
that's the
to,
thing.
make it-
Even if you have like the one AI, it's many agents.
Yeah. People don't understand what that word means.
Yeah. Well, I remember when they did. Have you seen the AI they built to play StarCraft, play the professionals?
Yeah, like romped them, right?
Well, it specifically used what's statistically the worst unit in the game.
That's hilarious.
But so they're a ranged unit for one, but they can teleport over short distances. So the AI was able to and they're also Protoss, so they have shields that regenerate, right? So as soon as it was about to lose shields, it could blink back all their stalkers, so it was perfectly rotating their units.
Oh my god. That's awesome. Oh, these motherfuckers are going for My builders and shit. These
make it so that these companies are paying for their own or producing their own energy.
But it loved the
Why
stalkers.
not
It
go
basically
that route?
exclusively
Why do
used
the
them.
moratorium approach?
Because that's one part of the problem.
You mean my builder back,
As the
bitch.
Congresswoman mentioned, you're seeing people now whose electric bills are soaring beyond control. That is an issue that we've got to deal with. But there are other profound issues. So if somehow or another that was put under control and electric bills did not soar, and yet we lost tens of millions of jobs, will we be happy with that? If our kids became addicted to AI agents, will we be happy with that? And I think, once again, I want to get back to the point that some of the founders of this industry, people who know more about it than anybody else in the world, are telling us that within a few years it is likely that AI will be smarter than human beings, that human beings may lose control over AI with possibly catastrophic impacts. How do you ignore those issues? You tell me. And you asked me a question about what are the Democrats doing? Well, we need a sense of urgency right now to address these issues. Clearly, that is not the case. All right, with that, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I gotta pee. I just want to buy an apostle to evangelize in a belief next turn, and then I'm gonna save. I want to make sure I do
next turn.
Yeah. I'm just gonna evangelize my belief first, and then I'm gonna save.
God fucking damn it! I literally cannot get into a position to hit this city with range strikes with my archer. It's in such a shit spot. And I'm gonna have to take it next turn.
Well, that's fine. You can take it next turn.
I already took that one. I already raised that fucking city.
And then when you're done with that, turn to Scotland and start hitting them from the other side.
A builder. Now I'm gonna just sit here with my samurai and guard this spot. Because this is my fucking island.
Like I said, I wanted it because I wanted to start pressuring Scotland with it and get an outpost where I could support you with the Congo, but...
That's who you went to war with. Great.
But, like, if you look at my Civ, it's like, I can't really access him.
Yeah, the mountains.
Well, then I also have these two city-states that I have to, like, navigate around. But one of them was my ally, and I saw they had a shitload of man-at-arms, and I was like, I just need one longbowman to start this.
Alright. I got an upgrade for rifling too. Hell yeah. Musketmen are coming. Then this guy's fucked.
Gassy.
They're
They're just falling out of me. It's because I have to pee.
Well, you might have fucked up declaring this war.
Huh?
Oh well. You fucked up.
Oh, the
'Cause
Congo?
now I don't get the grievances for declaring the war, and he doesn't get to exist anymore.
I don't give a fuck about the grievances because this is like who's gonna come over here and stop me?
Yeah. Me? I'll hit him from the other side. Very tedious timing on your end, though. Could have
Well, I
timed it
wanted
better.
to get it done before I wrapped up.
Fuck it, I'll pillage that before. Before I take this city. Fuck it. It's mine. I will keep it. It's got a river.
Okay, it's actually my trade route. I need another turn to evangelize and hurry up. I got to pee so bad.
I just had to.
Because I bought him, but I need to evangelize now.
No, I just had to.
I'm gonna end stream too, because